When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to Emirates Old Trafford, the fourth and final day of the Rothesay County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Gloucestershire on a breezy bank holiday Monday. The Lancashire cricket flag fluttering in this Manchester breeze, cloudy skies, a little overhead. There's a few patches of blue sky as well. And our two umpires looking purposefully as they walk out to the middle, they're striding out, knowing that something dramatic could happen, or maybe not. On the fourth and final day, what we do know is that Gloucestershire have declared, because there they are, the Gloucestershire boys ready to take to the field. They have declared their first innings on 589 for 8, and Ollie Price unbeaten on 253. Let's get some instant reaction to this declaration from BBC Radio Bristol's Ed Seaborn. Morning, Ed.
Good morning. Instant reaction. Wow.
That's good reaction.
Yeah, well, I must say, at no point have I really known exactly what Gloucestershire were going to do, and I would imagine that Lancashire didn't really know what Gloucestershire were going to do either. And they've only had to have had a small amount's notice this morning to tell them that they are asked to go and bat first thing. And I think it reached a stage really with although you've got Ollie Price still there, or had Ollie Price still there on 253, the discussions about, well, let's try and push this lead up to 200, it could happen, but also you could go out there for 2 or 3 overs, lose 2 wickets and not really move anything along, and then waste 2 overs that you might need later on, because there's almost certainly going to need to be another 2 overs taken off the day's play with a change of innings later on, unless Lancashire collapse horrendously. So yes, I think that's probably the best argument. And also, you just imagine that you might need to make use of this first half hour with the new ball, where it might be the best time to bowl. So I can understand where they've gone with that, and it will be Josh Shaw to open the bowling in Lancashire's second innings. It'll need to be another one of those sort of from nowhere type things, like when Gloucestershire took those 6 Kent wickets in 41 overs that nobody expected them to, because everything looked so flat. So we will see where we get to. The first ball was going to be bowled by Josh Shaw, but George Bell has noticed some movement back there, so it was a false start. But we will get underway. And Lancashire trailing by 139 runs. And Shaw, who also finished not out, is bowling the first ball to the right-handed George Bell, taking the first ball in this innings. And there's no shot. First up through to keeper James Bracey.
I think it's a really interesting decision, isn't it? I think, because I don't think I've heard anybody in this building that's not on the player level, at least, that suggested that they, or thought that they would declare. I think pretty much our colleagues in the written press we're speaking to, and people around the ground, everyone's just assuming that they would bat on for a bit longer.
Shaw to Bell, wide of off and carry, but comfortable lead for Bell. I must say, last night I thought I would declare overnight.
Oh, if I were,
yes. Last night I would have done, and then I thought this morning it's what you think you might do versus what they might do. And I thought there was a chance that they would go out there and try and give it a whack and try and score some quick runs. But I think, as I say, the problem with doing that is that you might just end up wasting a fair amount of time, or overs. Shaw in another delivery which is let go very wide outside the off stump. But I mean, Bracey's not in, well, actually sort of, I suppose he is in fairly close, but it's still actually a good bit of carry through there to the wicket keeper, taking it with palms up off a fairly full length. So I suppose the real thing here, as Shaw is in and bowls to Bell, bat on ball this time, dabbed into the offside for no run. The thing here is there anything in this for Gloucestershire's attack which will have the knowledge that they are pushing for some sort of a win here, whereas Lancashire's attack, I think, got to a point yesterday, especially bowling at Ollie Price, where they just lost the real belief that they were going to get Price out. Short to Bell, full delivery, and struck towards mid-off. And Van Buren will do the fielding. So we close the book on Ollie Price. Just a phenomenal innings. And I know that the pitch is clearly excellent for batting on, but it's not as though everybody that's gone out there has scored 100, never mind 200, never mind 250. And considering he didn't have a first-class 150 before that innings, it's a whopper. Shaw bowls and beats the bat of Bell. There's movement away there from the right-hander. We've got cloud cover this morning as well, whether that's factored in a little bit. But there's, yeah, that swung. I haven't seen a massive amount of swing in this entire match, but that one went. Actually missed Bell's bat by quite a distance because it moved that much, but it's a maiden over to start with from Shaw, and I was wondering who was going to take the new ball from the Anderson end. It is going to be Tom Price, and Tom Price is on a hat-trick.
Well remembered, Edward.
Well,
it's good from you this morning. Bank holiday Monday as well.
It's important to make these.
That's
notes.
What just puts you the cut above the rest of us.
But I think so. I think the cut above would have been to remember that without writing it down. But no, they're so easy to miss, these ones.
They are, absolutely are, yeah.
Tom Price 2 in 2 to end Lancashire's first innings, removing Tom Hartley and then John Turner, and he's got to deal with Keaton Jennings with a hat-trick ball from the Anderson end, looking for his third career first-class hat-trick. Tom Price is in and bowls to Jennings, who pushes it into the offside for a single and gets Lancashire underway. I'm sure Tom Price would have remembered, but there didn't seem to be too much song and dance about that from Gloucestershire. Business like this morning. One without loss.
There's a game here a few years ago where James Faulkner got a hat-trick and he had no idea he had a hat-trick. He'd forgotten.
It does happen.
Yeah. And the umpire said to him, that was your hat-trick. Like, was it? I love that sense of being completely oblivious to it. And obviously we didn't get it in the commentary box neither, so it was only the umpire that knew.
Yeah, so I talked to a few supporters yesterday evening, and they were mentioning the hat-trick that James Averis took in the 2004 C&G final, which I think was across a couple of overs. Price into Bell, and this is defended away to mid-off. I don't think it was one of those where the players didn't know, but I think pretty much all the supporters had no idea, because, well, probably apart from anything else, they were just enjoying the road to it's another limited overs trophy at Lord's, is it? Okay. At that point, the supporters had almost got bored of going. Here comes Price, bowls, and Bell lifts the bat up and out the way. Yeah, it does happen. I can't remember who it was at Grace Road. Somebody was on a hat-trick like this a couple of years back and just almost blocked capitals as big a note as I could make with about 10 exclamation marks after it, arrows pointing to it as well. Just, I know me, I'll forget. Price tight to the crease, bowls. Bell clips it down to fine leg. He's got his first run. Ben Charlesworth, the fielder down there. Lancashire 2 without loss, trailed by 137. And it's actually, I mean, you've got again a little bit of blue sky, but it's pretty gloomy out there. But it seems that way.
Could that have played a part, maybe, too, in that decision?
Yeah.
A little bit of cloud cover, a little bit gloomy, it's not as bright and sunny as it was in previous mornings, and maybe thinking that this could be. There's a little bit of rain overnight, not much, just a little bit of rain as well.
Oh, it was nippy as well, though. Over the wicket, Price to Jennings, no shot. Wind was whistling over the keys.
Was it?
Was.
Oh, okay. Well, it can get a
Icy
bit.
Blasts.
I think that might be an exaggeration.
Oh, that was not an exaggeration.
Did the temperatures plummet?
Properly cold last night.
The temperatures did plummet then, as reported by the Manchester Evening News.
Yes. Overnight, I think it was very cold. I think it was supposed to be about 5 degrees or something, but with the wind chill, that would have felt like about 1 or 2.
What are you doing wandering around the quays late at night anyway?
I was on my way back from the pub, obviously. Round the wicket goes Price into Jennings, and this will be another single. Turned down to Shaw at fine leg. And no massive alarm bells yet for Lancashire, as they are 3 without loss. 1 to Belt and 2 to Jennings, as the Lancashire TV camera focuses on me to see whether I'm hungover. I'm not hungover. I'm professional.
Yeah, staggering round the quays late at night. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
Staggering around because of the icy wind.
The icy blasts.
Arctic chill.
As reported, accurately as ever by the Manchester Evening News. Temperatures plummeting on this bank holiday Monday.
It's supposed to get sunny later on, I think, today, by the looks of things, but it does look as if there's going to be cloud cover until later afternoon, according to this forecast anyway.
Short to Jennings. Gone for a leg slip. 2 slips, leg slip, fine leg, third man. Point, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. So Keaton Jennings, Lancashire's captain. Just carefully and calmly settling ready to face Shaw, who's in and bowling. That's just nudged away towards the leg side by Jennings. And there's no run. Such was the conviction amongst our colleagues downstairs in the press room that, and indeed most of the rest of the people in the building, that Gloucestershire would bat on. We were looking at highest individual scores against Lancashire. We're looking at highest innings against totals against Lancashire. We were digging out all sorts of records. There's Jennings off the front foot, pushing up towards mid-off. There's no run, 3 without loss. So our great friend and colleague Ken Grime dug out some stats and records and putting that all together this morning. None of it's of any use.
Well, I don't know, but the highest individual scores against Lancashire, how far
Yeah,
down does
that's
it
true.
go?
Yeah, that's true.
That's true, yeah. Well, we're not going to focus on that.
What did he finish on? 2 far. Oh, he's quite a long way down. Short in and balls to Jennings. It's pushed into the offside. There's no run. We were getting very excited that Wally Hammond's record might be going. That was 270. Well, which would have been a great chance had they batted on for another kind of half an hour, 40 minutes. The 271 was Hammond's. Is the highest score by a Gloucestershire player against Lancashire, but his record is safe for at least another few weeks. Maybe it'll get broken at Cheltenham. Yeah,
there was a double century at Cheltenham last year.
Wasn't there?
James Bracey.
Oh, right, okay. Oh well, we'll wait for a few more weeks. It's short in and balls to Jennings. It's nicely timed behind square. That's 4 runs. He's worked that away effortlessly as Keaton Jennings. Off his hip, away to backward square leg for 4 runs, 7 without loss. There's a lovely image of Ollie Price with raising his bat and taking the applause of his teammates as he was leaving the pitch last night. So, photographer's got some great pictures of Price enjoying that memorable moment. Shaw to Jennings is defended, and there is no run. And Dale Benkinsson, Lancashire's head coach, I asked him about, it's a tough day, but do you think your bowlers did all they could really? And he did answer that question, but rightly so. He started by paying tribute to Price, clearly someone who he's obviously worked a lot with.
Yes.
and went on to praise his approach, his patience as well, the way he built the innings. Shaw to Jennings, it's in behind it and defends, and there is no run, and it's the end of the over, 7 without loss. Yeah, it was a fabulous knock, and you know, we talked a lot about maybe the pitch being, you know, batter friendly, but nonetheless, it doesn't matter whether it's batter friendly or not. I mean, that is still an absolutely monumental effort, isn't it, to have got to 250 and to have played the way he did through the course of the day. It's a sensational innings by Ollie Price, and it's the way he put it together that was as impressive. It was his defence and his leaving of the ball that was just as impressive as some of the lovely cover drives he hit. Yeah, and he's Ollie Price, that is a fantastic talker as well, and as Tom Price is in bowls, looks like inside edge there onto pad as it squirts away in front of George Bell this time rather than behind him. See whether there was a little bit of just a hint of in shape, which is what Tom Price is after to those right-handers. But yeah, I mean it was just one of those really nice interviews to do, because it's not every it's not every year that you're going to get somebody scoring that number. Tom Price in, it's full, it's wide, it's a nice shot from George Bell going out towards the extra cover boundary. Might be a little bit of early morning moisture just to help slow that down. Doesn't quite get to the boundary as Hammond slides away. They pick up 3 runs out to the longer side, and Lancashire to 10 without loss. But you know, he's obviously very modest, and you know, no cricketer, well, not many cricketers like to just launch in about their own stuff, but I think when you've done something like that, you sort of know that you're going to be answering most of the questions about your innings. Yeah. As Price loses his, well, actually he doesn't lose his run, Jennings just pulls away, but he mentioned how he wasn't actually nervous towards the double 100. He was nervous towards the double 100. He wasn't that nervous actually seemingly towards the 150, which is interesting because it had not got there before in first class cricket. Tom Price in, forward Jennings running the ball to point. There's no run, but he put it actually in far more eloquent terms than this, but really did just talk about being in the zone effectively. He just felt so good out there, and things were just flowing. Nice. You can just imagine what on earth that would be like. I certainly can't, but I think, you know, of course the double 100, I think seemingly that was the one that really, as Tom Price is in, and this is pushed back to him on the bounce, that was seemingly the one that you obviously, when you've got time, when you're in the zone to feel nervous, that must be the one that you really wanted, and he's got to the double ton as well, not just the 150. And I think it's also important to point out, you mentioned Dale Benkenstein, but when Dale Benkenstein took over as Gloucestershire head coach, Ollie Price didn't have a first class 50. And the journeys that you go on with these players, even in the course of 3 years. Tom Price in, bowls, Jennings drives up towards mid-off, and Van Buren collapsed onto the ball. There's no run, and it must be such an odd feeling for Benkenstein, because it worked so hard and for so long with Ollie Price, who is himself just well, I mean, you know, there's first in, last out. That's Ollie Price. We watch him before any day's cricket. He's constantly working on something. Tom Price in and bowls. Jennings drives fluently to the straight of mid-off, and that's 4 runs. It's a fine shot from Keaton Jennings, and a shot of, well, not quite defiance, but it
it's one of those shots, a bit like we were discussing yesterday morning. First ball, Ollie Price, just beautiful straight bat, maker's name, just zings it past the bowler, and that has a similar sort of effect there, really. It's just a shot of pure confidence from Jennings, and he must be thinking, well, there's a chance to settle in for a nice little score here. 14 without loss, Lancashire. But you know, as I say, Ollie Price is always working on it. If it's his bowling or his batting or slip catching, he's just constantly practicing. And as a coach, you throw an awful lot of balls in the nets. You make a lot of minor adjustments. You know, these things do happen.
Shaw sets off again, balls to Bell, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. Yeah, he said that today when he came up. He said, I must have thrown about 2,000 balls at him.
Yes. But it's true, though, you know. He would rightly feel extremely proud of that innings when you've taken, you've been in charge of taking a player from a point where he's absolutely just starting to where he's at a level where he could bat for that length of time.
Shaw to Bell. It's off the back foot and steered out towards cover point where Hammond fields, and there is no run.
And it's one of the things that is so often lost in this world of wins and losses and positions in tables. But there are still individuals out there who are being allowed to grow and to mature to a point where Ollie Price has been picked for the Lions and now this, and that deserves recognition as well.
Shaw to Bell, it's off the back foot and defended. There's no run. That's a fabulous point, and I think Mark Chilton, Lancashire Director of Cricket, it's a point that he's very keen to make as well. Of course, it's about being competitive and winning games and trying to win trophies. But also the fundamental remit of county cricket is the development of players and producing players and giving players a chance to perform and a chance to try and make careers. And it's one of the reasons, one of, not the only, but one of the reasons why county cricket's here. It's clipped away by Bell down to fine leg for a single. He moves to 5. As well as everything else, as well as being competitive and trying to win, and obviously you're here for your supporters and member clubs. It's all these remits in together. It's not just all about producing players, but it's a major part of the point, isn't it? You get players develop your own players if you can.
Yep, so there's so many people who go into that. Talking about pathways and school coaches and people at clubs. There's an awful lot of people who feel immensely proud watching that innings.
Sure. To Jennings, that's fallen wide and left and through to the keeper. There's no run. It does go through my mind, and it did a little bit yesterday as well. Probably more so for you because you're associated with Gloucestershire, but you think of people who are listening either via the BBC or watching on Lancs TV, the people that will have had some impact, some role to play in just helping out Ollie Price. Obviously, all the praise goes to him. It's him. He's doing it. But people who have been part of his development from probably when he was a young lad to even right up to the present day. Jennings off the back foot just defends, played up towards mid-off. Hammond fields, and there is no run. 15 without loss. We've had 20 minutes this morning. Lancashire batting. It's into their second innings after that declaration. Bell has 5 and Jennings on 10.
Yeah, and well, again, we may well be talking about a pitch where you might need 7 or 8 days to achieve a result on. By the end of it, we might be.
True.
Oh yes, of course.
It's Alan's favourite thing. Well, yeah. Pictures here last 8 days, not 4.
but yeah, it's still something that has not been achieved by a Gloucestershire player on this ground for 100 years.
Yes, he timed that quite well, didn't he?
He timed it very well.
Good timing, that Ollie.
Couldn't believe it when he saw the date. Tom Price in to Bell. This is quietly worked. Just gentle roll of the wrists out through mid-wicket. There's a diving effort from Singdale at mid-on, stops the ball. It was also a no ball, signalled by David Milnes. And 3 more runs on to total. So Lancashire 18 without loss, and making steady progress in the early going here. Just first of all, knock off that deficit without too many losses. And then just bat, I suppose.
Indeed.
It's that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Tom Price round the wicket to Jennings, who's forward, playing very straight. Price picks it up.
Well, that's it, isn't it? I mean, for Bell here, for example, this is a fabulous opportunity. He has his place in the side through a situation which is not obviously ideal. But these things do happen, and with Michael Jones being unavailable, it's presented a chance for Bell at the top. So great opportunity back in the side when that looked probably 2 weeks ago. Lancashire's certainly top 7 looked pretty settled.
Tom Price in. Jennings drives. It skews a little off towards wide mid-on, but it'll come through for a single, and it's 19 without loss. Singdale with what looks like about 5 layers on there. I think when he comes on to bowl, he's going to need to be peeling off a few of them. And again, it'll be interesting to see whether it's a similar sort of period. I think it was about 8 overs in when he was brought on in the first innings, and things just changed when Singdale came on. Whether something like that happens again. Tom Price bowls, and Bell flicks this away, and slamming into the hover cover through square leg. Timed it very nicely. Noticed that the ball was just drifting in towards those pads, and just a roll of the wrists and a stare off after it. Had to stare for too long because got to the boundary in about 3/4 of a second. It's 23 without loss. Tom Price was a bit expensive in the early going. 18 runs conceded halfway through his 3rd over. Next delivery from Price. It's a better line and length. Just challenging Bell's outside edge, but a good leave. That sort of judgment always important, but particularly with a newer ball. Looks like there's a bit of a discussion going on out in the covers as to exact positioning, but it's a pretty regulation field for Gloucestershire here. It's the 2 slips as Price is into Bell, and this is guided away out to point, and there is no run. A bit of random trivia. I wonder when the last time I had 2 teams who had a captain wearing number 1, both opening the batting. When was the last time that happened?
It's niche, but I like it. I like that.
But actually, I think Jennings annoyingly has taken has been at the non-strikers end as Price is in. Bell angles that one past backward point down towards Josh Shaw, coming in from the boundary, and a single is added. So Bell keeps the strike. Both batters have got 11. Lancashire to 24 without loss after 6 overs.
So you want both captains, both opening batters, and both wearing 1.
Yes, and ideally it would be both taking the first ball as well, but I think Jennings has ruined that.
Yeah, because Bell took the first ball.
Bell took the first ball in the first innings, didn't he? Bancroft tends to like to take the first ball, but can't be too often. And I suppose squad numbers haven't been around for that long.
So when did that become a thing, squad numbers in county cricket?
Yeah, I'm not sure when they all started wearing them. Maybe it was at the start of T20 sort of time. I honestly can't remember.
Okay. Shaw starts again to Bell. That's deflected down towards fine leg. It's come off Bell's body by the looks of it. Leg buys. Yep, 2 of them. So he remains on the 11th. 26 without loss. I'm certain someone either watching or listening will be able to let us know. Squad, I don't know when squad numbers started. Stephen Mullaney. Go on, what have you spotted?
2003.
Right.
So it was exactly the same year as
T20.
T20 started.
So they kind of got replicated from T20 into Championship.
I suppose, yeah.
There's a short mid-wicket in place as Shaw comes in and balls to Bell. Oh, that's nipped back in and ball drops away into the offside. Jack Chantry is officiating this Brian Statham end.
Yeah, but wide of the crease there. Sure, but I think, as you say, it's still nipped back even a little bit further than just the angle would have created.
26 without loss. Short to Bell. Oh
my goodness!
He banged that in short, or attempted to. It's been called a no ball.
I have never seen that in the Championship before. It's a double bouncer.
Goodness. And Bell stood on the back foot and walloped it out to square leg, and the ball, everyone's having a good chuckle about it.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
It can't be out to it, caught.
Can we see that again?
It must. Was it a slower ball that's gone completely wrong? Graham van Buren is in absolute stitches at mid-off. He's covering his mouth with his shirt. He's holding his chest.
Bang. Bounce twice. Brilliant.
Oh, you've seen some stuff in this match. I mean, might not remember it for the cricket, but goodness me, remember it for some other things. We've seen phones bouncing out of pockets. We've seen balls bouncing twice.
It's a bit better.
The phone might have bounced twice on the pitch as well.
It might have done, yeah. So he's gone for the short ball, but it's pitched nearer to him than it has to the batter. It's then looped up and bounced in front of Bell again, and then he's walloped it out for 4. It's a no ball, it bounced twice, and everyone's in hysterics.
I think I'm going to need to interview Josh Shaw at the end of the day after that. I need an explanation of what happened there. Did somebody as a prank just lather on some glue onto the ball?
That's hammered away for 4. That's a lovely shot by George Bell. Carved away through point. Moves on to 19, 36 without loss.
Yes, there won't be so much laughing about that one because that was well, I suppose it was a help yourself, but it was a help yourself in a different way from one earlier in the over, and all of a sudden, really, Lancashire they're absolutely flying along now after the last couple of overs. 5.4 and over, they're going to set a target.
Short in balls to Bell, that's left. The best response was Van Buren at mid-off. You could actually hear him laughing. You could hear him howling in laughter.
His chest.
Yeah, wonderful. We have some random things in this match, haven't we? Yeah, we have. Some odd dismissals. Bell's in the first innings. And Hurst. Bailey's mobile phone. Shaw's no ball that bounced twice.
I don't think I've ever seen that from a seamer in the Championship. I've seen it from a spinner.
Defender to mid-wicket this time, where green fields and there's no run. We can have a look at it one more time for our viewers on Lancs TV. Yep. We could do a highlights reel of just the odd things that have happened. Oh!
It almost landed on his foot, it was that short. It's almost bowled the ball into his own foot, it landed that close to him. It's a wonder it only bounced twice, actually.
Yes, very true.
There's obviously some bouncing in the area of the pitch almost next to Josh Shaw's landing foot.
You could do a highlights reel of odd things that have happened in this game, couldn't you? Things you don't normally see on a cricket pitch.
Well, there you go. This is all the spectators who've turned up today. This is what you say on a day like this, isn't it? you go there because you might see something that you've never seen before.
Yeah. And
I'm sure we've seen double bouncers before, but I've never seen one quite like that.
No, I don't think I've ever seen one before, actually.
Right, Ajit Singh Dale is into the attack. Just the 3 overs for Tom Price, and Singh Dale, who was the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers in the first innings, and see whether he can get his pace up again. Left alone first ball by Keaton Jennings. I just wonder, we've got our a great lord today, Kevin Howells, in the box 2 across from us.
Yeah.
I just wonder if he saw that.
No, he'd have been having a snooze. No, I wouldn't have said that. No. We'll tell him about it, though. We'll tell him all about it.
Busy monitoring 7 or 8 different games as Singh Dale bowls, Jennings leaves alone. I can't wait to find out what he's made of that, if he's seen it. Just staring out there, just glowering at the... No. Well, I mean, of all the things that are happening elsewhere, I mean, Somerset are going to win at this point.
What's going on there?
They've scored, what, about 50 runs this morning without... Not 40 runs without losing a wicket. Singh Dale into Jennings, rises up onto his toes, and it's played back towards the toes of Singh Dale. So James Rue is on 91, not out. He's been kept company by Craig Overton. Somerset still needs 68 runs with 4 wickets in hand, but they've still got some batting left with Davey, Pretorius and Leach. So you'd have to say, the way that's going, it looks as though Somerset are going to chase that score of over 300 down. And it's just... The scores have suddenly gone up after the first couple of days in that game. Singh Dale in, Jennings leaves in exaggerated fashion. So that's happening, and Middlesex are now underway at Lords, where they need 270 to win at this point to beat Kent. They've lost 3 wickets. Those 3 wickets fell yesterday evening. So Eskenazi and Holman are in. One of those was a night watchman in Henry Brooks. So they've fiddled about with their order a bit, Middlesex. Singh Dale bowls, a little over pitched, it's driven past extra cover. It's such a short boundary that I think Van Vera's going to get there. He's not. The ball just doesn't lose any pace at all. It wasn't right out of the middle from Jennings, but he's hit it well enough that it's out to the boundary for 4. And Lancashire 40 without loss. Really without any alarms at all. And last few overs they've started rattling it along. They've got that deficit now into double figures, just 99. Singh Dale to Jennings. This is jabbed out into the covers, and there is no run. So 19 to Bell, 15 to Jennings, and 40 for no wicket. So that game still could go either way at Lords. And a little bit of weather, I think, just affecting the start, but one way or another could be that this is the only draw in Division 2, because also Glamorgan 153 for 6 at Cardiff, leading by 234 against Derbyshire. And Ben Kellaway and Chris Cook. Well, Chris Cook's not a bad number 8. There's been another night watchman there, but this could be the only draw in Division 2 this round.
Short sets off again into to Bell. And that's left through to Bracey. There is no run. Yeah, we've had results already for Leicestershire, beating Northamptonshire by 132 runs at Grace Road in this round of fixtures. Yorkshire winning as well in Division 1. That happened yesterday. Warwickshire, yeah. A 5-wicket victory against Yorkshire at Headingley. Shaw bowls, goes for the Yorker, beautifully played by Bell, whipped off his toes through mid-wicket. He's timed beautifully for 4. A shot by George Bell. He's up and running. He's got himself a start here. 44 without loss. Bell moves on to 23. 95 a deficit. In the batting. I think I don't actually get this confirmed. I might have to text Lancashire scorer, but I think this is the first time he has opened the batting for Lancashire. Short. He's into Bell, who plays forward and defends. And there's no run. 23 to Bell. 44 without loss. Halfway through the 9th over. 2 slips in place. Still a fine leg, third man. Gloucestershire have had a third man for pretty much the whole lot, hasn't he? Certainly Lancashire's first innings, I think, pretty much right the way through. Bell just dropping it into the offside. They're flirting with the idea of 1, but there isn't the possibility of a single. Miles Hammond fields. And there's no runs. So third man and fine leg. 2 slips. And deep square leg. Hammond is at point. Van Buren is at mid-off. Price at mid-on. Green at mid-wicket. Pops a little bit on Bell, who's defending. Again, just drops it away into the offside. There is no run. Ben Charlesworth, who's at deep square leg. He's in front of the Grey Hotel. Looking a little chilly, actually. Long sleeves on. Chatting now to a couple of members of the Gloucestershire backroom staff. And Shaw loops round at the top of his mark and sets off again for the final time in this over. Bell waiting. He's on 23. Shaw in balls and worked to leg side where Charlesworth comes up from the boundary. And Bell jogs through for 1. And he is pinched the strike as well. It's the end of the over. Bell's on 24. So bright and breezy start by Lancashire in their second innings. 9 overs gone. And they've scored 45 so far. Bell on 24 and Jennings on 15.
So I think, right in saying, Ollie Price has been on the field for all but 16.4 overs of the match.
Good work.
I can barely remember him even with a substitute at any point. He's waving off to the dressing room for something. That means helmet already. Perhaps he wants to bowl.
Why not?
Immediately.
If it's your game, it's your game, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I think that there must be a change coming because James Brace has just booted Josh Shaw's bowling marker back a bit.
Excellent.
Bowl faster. Singdale into Bell, and this is played back to the bowler. Try running in a bit further. Josh Shaw. Yeah, Shaw's spell, I think, is done. He's just having a drink down at fine leg. He's picked up his cap and his sweater. So I think he's, on goes the sweater. So Shaw's 5 over spell coming to a close. Might be Zaman Akhtar to have a go from the Statham end as Bell clips that one in the air again, and for 4 more through square leg. He's played a couple of shots like that. Doesn't really have to bother to keep it down because Gloucestershire don't have a square leg in. It's just almost a insouciant flick backward of square, and again it's such a short boundary, it's there in no time at all. Lancashire up to 49 without loss. 28 for George Bell, and he's forced Gloucestershire to put a deep square leg back. Trailing by 90 runs, Lancashire. Gloucestershire still searching for a first breakthrough. Singdale bowls, that was nearly it. That's the best ball that we've seen so far. Pace and carry, and just on that line and length. Well, I mean, Bell's pretty much got to play at that. That's only just missed bat and pad. Hasn't done masses, but it doesn't have to do masses at Singdale's pace.
Slippery, isn't he?
Yeah, very much so. Here he comes again. And bowls to Bell, who's forward in defence. Ball goes up towards mid-off. And again, it's when you go back to it, and it's hard to do, because after a while you think, I just like to get a win, even if it's a scrape by 1 wicket or something. It just, but I mean, you look at the first 5 games for Gloucestershire. It's only really the first game at Derby which is the outlier. After that, they've played some very good cricket, and it's exciting as Singdale bowls and Bell turns this one towards mid-on, and there's no run. I think since that first game, Singdale has got into his work this season. He's bowling a good volume of overs as well, doing it consistently at good pace. And again, you know, you like to hope that you can start to see a side coming together when you've got the likes of Ollie Price. Ben Charlesworth had a double 100 last year. Singdale really bowled fantastically well in that first innings as Bell plays back to him in defence. There's no run, end of the over, 49 without loss, and also both him and Zaman Akhtar I thought were terrific in that Glamorgan match at Bristol on a pitch which was probably about as flat as this one. So there's definitely there's plenty there.
Yep.
You know, at some point you just think, does the frustration come in that you played good cricket and actually, particularly the last 3 games, I mean this one may end up in a total stalemate, but particularly the last 3 games they have outplayed the opposition. They've just, haven't outplayed the opposition. They've at least played with the opposition, I suppose, put it that way, because the Leicestershire game was a 2-wicket win for Leicestershire, and again 20-30 runs difference. It's at least been Gloucestershire with the other teams, but you just as we've discussed the last few days, Leicestershire win, Derbyshire and Kent could win as well.
Tom Price replacing John Shaw from the Brian Statham end, and that's driven to mid-off. There's no run.
And all of a sudden there's that gap at the top of the table, and you start thinking, well, almost got to win one of the last 2 then before the break for the T20. So that brings a different sort of mentality coming in.
Yes, definitely, doesn't it? Derbyshire could find a way to win. Single here for Jennings, just worked away to square leg. It's competitive. That's the 50 up as well. The 50 opening partnership between George Bell and Keaton Jennings, coming in the 11th over. Jennings 16, Bell on 28. Yeah, it's well, if Derbyshire win, that does make it quite an interesting looking division, doesn't it, with Leicestershire and Derbyshire just not pulling away, but there's a reasonable gap early on between those two and potentially the rest. Bell's back on strike. He's 28 not out. There's Tom Price. And balls to Bell. Back across and defends to cover. And there's no run.
And the other thing with Gloucestershire, and I don't know, you may go down the Lancashire side here, and there may be a few names as well, but you look particularly at that top order: Bancroft, Charlesworth, Price, Hammond, Bracey, Green will depart for the T20, but Van Buren will be in the frame for the Blast as well. It's the same players, particularly on the batting side, who will then be playing for Gloucestershire in the Blast too.
Defended by Bell. No way to cover, there's no run.
And so you start to think, well, you're coming back to the Championship mid-season as well, if those players, if if there's a gap at the top, you start to think, is the focus just going to be
on the
T20? And it's hard to marry up T20 batting and Championship batting sometimes, especially when it's the same players doing both.
Price to Bell, edged and gone. Well, he's looking to square leg to see if that carried, and the answer is yes, and Bell's walking. It's a good catch by
Bancroft.
Bancroft at kind of wide slip there, isn't it? There's only one slip in. Good low catch down to his right, kind of ankle height. Not seen many carry in the game, but that one did, unfortunately for Bell. Yeah, Bancroft quite wide at slip. That's a good catch. Fingers low down towards the ground. Doesn't drop that, Cameron Bancroft. And Bell is bright and breezy, looking good for his 28, but he's gone. Bancroft with the work. Price, Tom with the breakthrough. And Lancashire 50 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly. I mean, again, we're a long way away. It had the look of one that had just carried. He's sort of. He was just about able to scoop the fingertips and then curl the hands around the ball. It looked like before it hit the ground, and he's very good, Bancroft, with those sorts of low catches, just especially low and moving to his right. He's taken a lot of slip catches like that, and Tom Price, the change of ends for him has worked, and there was a bit of away movement there for Tom Price, so there's still just something there. The ball's still pretty new. I mean, it's only the 11th over, but that's a start for Gloucestershire. They'll be wanting to make further inroads, but they also know that a couple of quick wickets, if they could remove two of Jennings, Bohannon and Harris before that lead's gone, then there's still a chance. There is still a chance here. That's what they've got to try and believe.
Josh Bohannon comes out at 3 for Lancashire. A couple of slips in place now. Green's positioned in at cover, at point mid-on. There's 2 on the leg side boundary. There's Tom Price from the Brian Statham men. He's over the wicket to Bohannon. That's worked across his front pad. And Shaw is at mid-wicket to field. And there's no run. It's the first breakthrough of the morning. It's Tom Price for Gloucestershire, so 50 for 1. Yeah, the top 3 here for Lancashire. I mean, Jennings has been in pretty good form now for years, quite frankly. Bohannon's found some form in the last couple of games. Harris is absolutely key, isn't he, for Lancashire? He's been the in-form player of the season. For that deficit at 89 makes this next partnership or 2 really crucial for Lancashire.
And also getting it with Singdale early in his spell. This is edged and this is caught. He's got Jennings. It's just pretty much similar to what happened in the first innings, where Bell and Jennings made decent progress through the early stages of the innings, and then 2 quick strikes just as the ball is maturing, and Jennings has got a thick edge. It's gone through actually a really good height to Bancroft, who's this time fielding at second slip, and Gloucestershire have got 2 wickets, and there's one of the prize ones. It's Keaton Jennings, it's Ajit Singdale who gets him for the 2nd time in the match. There's pace there, and that partly, well, more than in part, that's really just helped that ball carry through more comfortably to Cameron Bancroft at second slip. And Gloucestershire, well, they've got to take their catches, and Bancroft so far has done the honours with both of them. Jennings gone, and that brings Harris to the crease, and 2 batters out there on naught, 50 for 2.
The way that carried there to Bancroft at slip is something we've not really seen when the edges have been found by Lancashire. And Singdale, with that extra bit of pace, and he's not hammering it into the surface. He's almost kind of kissing the surface and taking off from Singdale. But he's found a way on this pitch, Singdale, really to cause Lancashire problems. He's picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings, but was the most threatening of the Gloucestershire bowlers. Looked the quickest. But it's the way, I think it's the way he's bowling, generating pace, but not by banging it in. And this potentially could be the day's play, could be the game, this partnership, Bohannon and Harris now. They get one of these, in particular the man that's on strike now, with Lancashire still behind. We're in for a fascinating day.
Short mid-wicket and 2 slips. Harris facing Singdale, who bowls. He starts him off with a bumper, which Harris watches whistle past his nose, but does it with utter calmness. But yeah, it was such a bright start from Lancashire. It was 2 wickets in a space of 3 overs in the first innings after about 8, so it's slightly later than in the first innings, but a wicket in the 11th and in the 12th here. Bell looking fluent, Jennings 2, and both now gone. Singdale into Harris. There's a leave alone. He's just walked out there, and you wouldn't know that he wasn't still batting in his 167 from his body language. Live text
BBC
service
website, yeah. Live text feed on the BBC website. Wobble, definitely in capitals.
Capital letters. On.
Steady on.
Singdale to Harris, and flies through to Bracey behind the stumps. Again, it's just almost a look that we could have had on day one with Singdale bowling. Bracey has taken several steps back because he's realised that it's flying through it, and this it's just a different thing when Singdale's bowling, even compared with, even though Tom Price has got one of the wickets, even compared with the other Gloucestershire bowlers. In he comes, bowls. Harris pushes this one away confidently again, straight to mid-off, and there is no run. And it wasn't that feeling of actual immediate change when Singdale came on like it was in the first innings, but you still think it would have taken that from Singdale to get rid of Jennings. It's just a cracking delivery, and Jennings has pushed at it a little bit, but again, he's cranking that pace up. Singdale in, Harris lets it go. A decent start from Singdale to Harris. He wonder whether he was trying to set him up for something, but it's a wicket maiden at any rate, as Harris negotiates the rest of that over. But just 3 overs into that spell, Singdale, so he can charge in, you'd think, for at least 2 or 3 more, with Bohannon and with Harris still yet to get off the mark. Lancashire 50 for 2, 89 runs behind.
And the clouds have rumbled across Emirates Old Trafford. The skies are dark. 50 for 2, it's Tom Price. With Bohannon on naught. Price in and balls. Oh, he's left that Bohannon. Just slipped past the off stump and taken by Bracey, who takes it crouching down and with that look on his face of, ooh, I wasn't too far away. But Bohannon and indeed Harris might get quite a bit of that from behind.
I suspect, especially after what they've been on the other end
Absolutely,
of in that first innings.
Yeah.
I think they could quite legitimately say, you started it.
50 for 2. 2 new batters. Potentially the key partnership of the innings here. Price and Gloucestershire on the prowl for more wickets. In and balls. Forward goes Bohannon and defends. 2 mid-off and there is no run. Sirens whirling around the streets of Stretford. Bohannon with a little wander down the pitch. Shaw's polishing the ball. Doing their best to look after that ball that at the minute has taken 2 wickets. Both openers have gone. Both caught by the captain Bancroft. Tom Price into Bohannon, forward and defends to Shaw. And there is no run. Harris doing a little bit of a dance at the non-striker's end, bouncing up and down on his toes, getting loose.
Always increasing the width of that dance.
Getting himself out to one of those little nightclubs in Manchester with those moves.
It's a proper jig.
It was. Jig is the perfect word for it. It's the Harris jig. Price. Bouncing his way back in again. Bohannon again playing forward in defence. Onto the front foot. Pushes up towards Shaw. Same outcome as the previous delivery. Defended to Shaw at mid-off. No run. Flags are whirling around on the roof of the pavilion. Breezy day. 2 balls left of the over. Twirl of the bat from Josh Bohannon. Looking for his first run. He's on naught. Just drops square leg back to the rope. Deep square leg and fine leg. Plus the third man. And leaves. Through it goes to Bracey. And there's no run. 5.89 for 8 declared. And Lancashire 50 for 2. Still 87 runs behind. A full day's batting ahead. Or at least that's what they're hoping for. No ball called by Jack Shantry. The previous one from Tom Price. There's still 2 to go. Quite a few in this game. On both sides, actually. Price to Bohannon. That's wide and carved away. 4 runs out towards Luke. The photographer's hit. And Bohannon's off the mark with that. And pleased to see it a little short and wide, and allows him to get going.
Imagine no balls. I mean, how different the game might have been if all the what-ifs. There's not too many what-ifs in this one, but that's definitely a what-if moment. Miles Hammond on 47. No ball from John Turner. Just don't know whether Wells would have taken the catch if the no ball call hadn't happened. It was a loud one, and it came before the catch was dropped.
Bohannon leaning forward, turns it out towards Van Buren at mid-on this time to complete the 13th over of Lancashire's second innings. 56 for 2. Bohannon 4 and Harris on 0.
That 203 run partnership, which was the mainstay of Gloucestershire's batting innings. Ollie Price and Miles Hammond's partnership. That could have been, well, it would still have been a good partnership, but it wouldn't have been potentially a match-defining one, and may not have just allowed Price so much to bat with Bracey, Van Buren, his brother, Actor, Shaw. All of them built that total up with Ollie Price, and if Hammond had gone when he was on 47, going on to make 97, probably wouldn't have allowed Gloucestershire to be in this position where they're pushing for wickets with a lead still. Singdale into Harris, guides that away to point where Hammond fields. And, well, I feel this might be a consistent thing with Gloucestershire. It seems to have been the last couple of games, but Marcus Harris in the first innings flashed a drive which went through third slip at a catchable height. And Ajit Singdale is bowling quickly and he's bowling accurately, and he's only got 2 slips. Singdale in, and Harris lifts the bat up and out of the way. They've persisted with this short mid-wicket for Harris, and I don't know. We might just get a dismissal there for Gloucestershire, and it'll be a move that's absolutely right and justified. But at the same time, when you have actually seen an edge in the match go wide of second slip, you do just wonder. Singdale in and bowls. Again, Harris doesn't play a shot. Follows through so far as Singdale. He can almost reach out and touch Harris, not that he would. Doesn't know where he's been. No. The current over rate, by the way, is at -2. Gloucestershire are going to have to do something about this at some point. They won't be massively bothered by it at this stage because there's still plenty of day left, but they've got through 13.5 overs in over an hour this morning. They have got 2 wickets. Singdale to Harris. And this is forward defence out into the onside, and it's got such a different air about it now. It's a fight for Lancashire, and a bit of a sort of period that, well, Price especially had to just get through in his early part of his innings, whenever that was, 5 days ago. Something like that.
It's like that already, is it?
Well,
first weekend in May.
He's been batting for so long, I forget which day it was.
Fair enough.
Singdale is in and bowls. Harris is forward and running the ball up to mid-on. And, you know, it was tricky for him early in his innings, so this just feels like another one of those little spells. Lancashire had rattled along for 3 or 4 overs. It suddenly got up towards almost a run of ball. Floodlights are coming on. It's very dingy out there. And I think it'll be a mark of just how dingy when those floodlights take effect. You see how much those shadows coming into effect. Harris drives. That's a beautiful way to get off the mark. It was just a little fuller from Singdale. You can understand why he's done it. Last ball of the over, he's pushing it up there. He thinks he might have Harris on the defensive. It wasn't a full-on half volley, but he's just allowed the ball to meet the bat, and it has raced out to the short boundary through the covers for 4. It's 60 for 2, and Lancashire still 79 back.
Yep, requiring floodlights just after midday. There's a cloud cover ahead.
The one encouraging thing for Gloucestershire is the fact that at least late in the day it looks like it might be forecast to clear up a little bit.
There's Tom Price over the wicket and bowls. Looks off an edge from Bohannon, but played softly down to third man for a single. He moves to 5. 61 for 2. When Bohannon hit that 4 to get off the mark, he passed 2,000 championship runs here at Emirates Old Trafford. In his first innings, when he got to 32, he went past 5,000 first-class runs for Lancashire, but you know, gone past 2,000 championship runs here at Emirates Old Trafford. Harris on strike. There's Price in balls. Shuffling forward is Harris and playing defensively to cover, and there's no run. We can see clearly now, can't we, that the effects that the floodlights are having. You can see the shadows cast from the players as they dot around the ground. So it's a bit gloomy.
Yeah, I think it was the second evening. I think the umpires have really tried to keep them out there, which I'm so glad that they're doing when we've got these floodlights.
So Price bowls Tom to Harris, and that's defended, and there's no run.
Like everybody can see the ball out there, and there's, especially here, there are almost no. Probably doesn't come into the equation, but there aren't many spectators that are actually in a massive amount of danger either, because there's quite a substantial distance between most of them and the action. Everybody can see it. The floodlights are there. Let's just use them.
Crack on.
Crack on, exactly.
Price into Harris. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery that nibbles away from Harris. And you can see the reaction from Bracey, the keeper, who takes the catch. I've got Gloucestershire interested.
Oh, that's gone, hasn't it? Off the seam. I said the floodlights have come on.
Oh.
There's one that hasn't.
Well, it was. It was definitely on that one. It just seems to have gone off.
Which one's failed? It's not the Alex Hartley floodlight.
That is the Alex Hartley.
That is the Alex Hartley floodlight.
It is, yeah.
Did it?
Comes Tom Price in balls. Single here for Harris. Just straight onto his leg stump and nudges the ball out to mid-wicket. Harris moves to 5 and it's 62 for 2.
Should not pay her subs for it.
Come on, Hartley, have a word. Your floodlight's gone off here. Someone's pulled the plug.
Oh, there'll be all sorts of conspiracy theories if they go off a bad light here. Lancashire pulling the plug on the floodlight so that so they didn't have to face Gloucestershire here.
Tom Price in balls to behind and driven straight. Price fields off her own bowling, and there is
fields off her own bowling.
Sorry, fields off his own bowling. Sorry, and there is no run. End of the over. 62 for 2. Just a couple coming off it. So I think the other floodlights are on, aren't they? It's just that one that's gone off. I don't think it's having too big an effect, is it? It's not like it's absolutely pitch black dark. It's the other three are all right, but I don't know why that's gone off.
They are cracking on.
Best way. Crack on.
2 men out in the deep now for Harris. They've got rid of the short mid-wicket and pushed him back to deep forward square. Singdale bowls. Just that little extra jump from Harris as he defends. You can always just tell when the bowling is just that extra little bit quicker, and that even a top level batter like Harris, who's faced some of the quickest bowling there is out there on some of the quickest pitches that there are in the world, and still just a little bit of extra hurry up in the defence. But I'm sure they'll be enjoying the pace and the challenge. They'll be enjoying ducking underneath that one as Singdale tries a bouncer, and that's one of his better ones as Harris is able to bob underneath it. It's signalled as first one for the over rather than wide. And Singdale is marching back to the end of his long run. Might need a fair few overs of Graham van Buren in about an over and a minute and 10 seconds to counteract some of Singdale's overs here. Bowls now. Oh, that's a beauty. Good grief. Harris has tried to push that quite firmly. It has gone, I think, through him, and Bracey has taken it amazingly well down to his right. That's gone sideways off the pitch, and then it swerved to the right on Bracey. It's sprawled away one-handed and taken the ball to his right. It's that right glove again.
Great
he had his glove on this time. Singdale bowling. But what on earth happened there? I mean, that has gone sideways off the pitch. Singdale in to Harris, who this time gets a ball that doesn't go sideways and straight on, and he can push it away to mid-off. We're getting another look at that previous ball. Oh, good grief. I mean, it's actually just done. Obviously, it's done too much, but if it had done any slight bit less, the off stump was there. It was almost certainly not going to edge it because it had gone that far. What has that hit? And it's not done it slowly either. 62 for 2. Singdale in over the wicket, bowls, and Harris sways out of the way. Not that he was in the way, but it's another one of those where you just don't want to leave your gloves hanging out there. Not pleasant.
No.
Facing Singdale at this moment.
No, it's not. It's taken Marcus Harris and all his skill to try and negotiate this. It's not a great deal he could have done about that other delivery, mind you, but
they played it as well as he could have done. Last ball of the over. It's Singdale's 5th of his spell, so the end might be in sight soon for Lancashire. And there's the last ball of that over, negotiated as Harris works it out to backward point. And it's 62 for 2, 16 overs in an hour and 12 minutes. And in some ways, Gloucestershire aren't. They're not going to be in a situation, realistically, whether it's because they've not taken the wickets or not, where overs are likely to be got in extra. As long as their over rate is taken care of, and it's going to need to be taken care of because it is at -2 and it's not getting better. But considering that in all likelihood they'll have to bat later on as well, it's not as though Lancashire are going to be hurrying to get extra overs in, so it's not like there's that to consider.
Keeper standing up as Price sets off. Bannon plays forward and defends. Ball rolls up towards Shaw, who's at mid-off, and there's no addition to the score. So Bracey under the helmet, right up behind the stumps. Still got the 2 slips in place. It's been a terrific hour and 15 minutes of cricket. The positivity that Lancashire started with Bell and Jennings, and then Singdale's opening spell. Tom Price, of course, who's got the first wicket to fall. It's been pretty good cricket for an hour and 15 minutes this morning.
Yeah,
nothing kind of tedious about it at all.
No, it's been an excellent change of ends for Tom Price. He's struggling a bit from the Anderson end, but since he switched to the Statham end, he's got into a bit of a groove. Into Bahanan. He's pushed away into the offside, no run. 3 overs from this Brian Statham end. 3 overs, 1 for 9 coming into, well, this is his 4th over of the spell. Yeah, and his margin, because Tom Price doesn't have the pace that Singdale has, his margin is not that great when it comes to length. I mean, over pitches he's been driven, and he has been back foot driven quite a bit this year, but he needs to bowl somewhere around there because that's where he gets quite a lot of his edges.
Bracey retreating back as Bahanan defends. Green fields, no run. His spell from the Anderson end was 3 overs for 19. So yeah, good comeback from Price.
And if you think back to the second hat-trick that he took at the one at New Road, all 3 of those deliveries were, I think, were edged off the back foot off Tom Price. He's got to bowl there, but the problem is if it's just sitting up, then that goes. Ooh. He's just realised he's coming from the wrong mark.
Yeah, he's just put his foot down on a little bit of the turf. Maybe just didn't quite grip potentially. He was running through that. He's all right now. He's back in and bowling. And Bahanan drills it up towards Van Buren at mid-on, and there's no run.
Absolute walk to victory for Somerset this morning. Still haven't lost a wicket. James Rue's got 100. Craig Overton's got 33, and they need 29 to win. Extraordinary.
Again, something's not quite. There's a little spot here on the grass. There we are. Let's scratch that up there. That's where he needs to be. Not happy there, was he? A couple of times. Here he goes. Let's see if he's got this going. He has now into Bahanan, neatly onto the front foot and defends. Shaw's at mid-off and there's no run. End of the over. So 17 overs gone. Lancashire 62 for 2, trail by 77.
County Cup fixtures, by the way, today. Knockout T20 competition on the women's side. The Tier 2 and Tier 3 sides are in action there. Gloucestershire's women take on Glamorgan's at Newport at 2:30. Possibility of a home game for Gloucestershire in the next round. They'll take on the winner of the match between Sussex and Buckinghamshire. Singdale starts a new over, 6th over of his spell. He digs one in short. About, well, not quite shoulder height, just a bit below. Harris has allowed it to pass through as Zaman Akhtar begins to... in fact, no, he doesn't. That's me just assuming it was going to be Zaman Akhtar, but it's not. It's Van Buren up at mid-off. Rather different physiques. And so they might be getting some spin fairly shortly. Singdale into Harris, who's forward tapping into the offside. They've got a fielder out at deep cover, and that allows a comfortable single. So Harris is on to 63 for 2. I get that you're protecting runs with the lead, and I realise Harris is in fantastic form, but especially with a right hand, left hand, I just think that's a bit too easy. Just push and get off strike unless they're particularly desperate to have Singdale bowl to Bohannon. So I think at least let Harris crash one through the covers before one goes out. Singdale bowls, it's another fairly harmless bouncer, which Bohannon ducks. Again, it's not wided, but you're almost at this stage again. I've said it a few times. You almost want that to be wided, really, because Singdale's bowling so beautifully in general that they will want him to just keep on bowling as much as he can. But this in all likelihood will be his last over of the spell. I think he'd get pushed more than 6 as Singdale bowls. Bohannon in behind that, playing back towards the bowler. Ever energetic Singdale enjoys getting to do the fielding of his own bowling. There's a bit of a puff on, as you'd imagine, in his 6th over. It looks like he's enjoying it still, though. And he'll certainly have enjoyed bowling in this match.
Not many have.
No, exactly. He's about the only one. 3 for 67 in the first innings, got through 25 overs, bowled at least as well as those figures. 1 for 13 in his 6th over here. Singdale to Bohannon, who just nudges it away out to point. Now again, there's no run. They've brought that scoring rate back from Lancashire, because they were. I thought, well, for this rate, they're going to be level at lunch, but that's not going to happen now.
No, it's been dragged right back, hasn't it?
Which helps. I'd just dearly love to break this partnership. Singdale into Bohannon. Oh, that was close. He played at that. He didn't really have to play at that, and that might be the last delivery from Singdale in this spell. Maybe one more. Would he go a 7th? His sweater, I think, is down at the boundary over there. It doesn't seem to be going towards it. Maybe he's going to have one more, because the lunch break will mean he'll have a bit of an extended break before his next spell. He's going down to fine leg. Let's see whether he takes his sweater and cap up there, or whether that's it. They've got a budget for another couple of spells in the afternoon session as well, Gloucestershire, but this partnership, they just love to get one of Bohannon and Harris. 63 for 2.
Just had a brief chat with his captain there. Gave him a thumbs up, so that's a thumbs
like
up for one more. Yeah.
I think he's not put his sweater on.
It's Tom Price. Marcus Harris calmly dabs a the ball away to cover, and there's no run. There's a bit of a slurp of a drink.
Oh no, yeah,
he's
that's
putting
it.
his jumper on, yeah.
I just noticed on the other side of the field some actor start to warm up at deep backward point.
Well, it ended with a lovely delivery in what was a terrific opening spell. If that indeed is the end of that spell from Singdale. Just in terms of getting something off the surface here, he's looked to cut above anybody else really in the game. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. No ball. Again, Tom Price just overstepping. Got all floodlights working again now. Alex Hartley, I'm delighted that your floodlight is back in full flow, beaming down brightly. Back to full working order. Tom Price and Harris just rocks on to the front foot and defends.
He's still not happy, Tom Price, this run-up wise. It's funny because he looked in good rhythm the first few overs of this spell after changing ends, but that was extremely shuffly as he got towards the crease.
Yeah, he just seems to have it's just kind of lost a little bit of rhythm, hasn't he, in the last over or two? Whatever it was that was kind of distracting him, or just doing something that didn't feel right underfoot potentially. He's just playing a little bit in the back of his mind. Here he is to Harris, driven away. It runs for Harris. It's a good stop at cover. He'll come back for 2, but the great effort by Charlesworth low down to his right to get something on that. Took the pace off because it was hit firmly by Harris. It's worth 2 for the Australian. He moves on to 8. 67 for 2. It's trailed by 72 runs. Harris. It's for Price again. In past umpire Chantry over the wicket to Harris. Another no ball. He's overstepped again. He's just having a couple of issues here is Tom Price, because he did get himself into a really nice rhythm from this Brian Statham end, having struggled a little bit from the Anderson end. He's had enough of going over the wicket by the looks of it. He's going to have a go around the wicket, see if that helps solve the issue.
It's over. It could be about -4 at lunch.
Yeah, Singdale's not the quickest, is he? In between deliveries. It was Tom Price and around the wicket this time. It's deflected away behind square by Harris for a leg by, actually. Just nudged off his kind of thigh pad potentially. And the score moves on to 70 for 2. Going to come back over the wicket to the right-hander Josh Bohannon. Important little period this, isn't it? Heading up to the lunch break, and an absolutely vital partnership here between Bohannon and Harris. Of course, the big partnership in the Lancashire Firstings was Harris and Hurst. They put on 200. One more before lunch makes it a very difficult lunch for Lancashire, that is. Forward goes Bohannon and defends. Green comes up from cover. What they would do to have a bit of Cameron Green bowling in this game as well.
Well, yeah, and you think what he might extract out of the surface in a similar way to Singdale. I doubt he'd be bowling absolutely flat out pace-wise, but with his height, I think even at 50% pace he could be effective.
Final ball of a lengthy over from Tom Price. He's got through it. He's not appeared to be that comfortable, really. It might be worth having a bit of a breather, maybe, too.
I think they might be going to get a double change.
End of the over, that 70 for 2, so 19 overs gone of Lancashire's second innings, trailed by 69. And Harris and Bohannon trying to settle things down. There's a jittery spell for Lancashire 2 quick wickets, Bell and Jennings departing, Tom Price and Singdale finding the edge of Bell and Jennings' bat, Bancroft taking 2 good catches. Harris and Bohannon trying to reassure the rest of the Lancashire dressing room that the 590 that Gloucestershire got means it's still a pretty good pitch to bat on.
So here's the first of what could be a double change. Saw Van Buren warming up a couple of overs ago, but it's Zaman Akhtar to take over from Singdale. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. To try and follow that act now, as in he goes. First ball is worked away to the onside up to Ajit Singdale. So you see how many sweaters he's got on it. The cable net is revealing at least one other sweater as Van Buren goes through another practice bowl at mid-off. I need to get through some overs very, very quickly from him, because whilst I said it's not a massive concern, if they keep picking up wickets, it might, because they won't want to be bowling spin at both ends in that situation. Akhtar to Harris, full ball, and challenging Harris's forward defence, but as usual, it's up to the mark. There's also a feeling, and I'd be interested to hear if your thoughts are different, but when Harris was with Gloucestershire, there was a definite feeling that he was much more susceptible to spin. Akhtar is in, Harris pushes forward and just guides a single out into the offside. 71 for 2, it's already gone up. Harris on to 9. But at this stage in the season, with it not really turning, you're probably not going to get much of a sense there. But there certainly was a feeling that teams would look to bowl a fair bit of spin against him.
Well, Zafar Gohar got him twice at Lords.
Teammate to teammate. Ex-teammate. Akhtar in, a very wide ball, flourishing leave from Bohannon.
But he had scored 200 runs.
Yes.
In the match. And Calvin Harrison dismissed him in the game here against Northamptonshire.
After he scored 500 runs.
After he scored 100 runs in the match.
Yeah. But you know, what's his average against seam? 2,000. Akhtar into Bohannon, and again, shot offered. So I don't know. I think there's multiple reasons why it's worth giving Van Buren a go. Anyway, he just got a couple in the first innings, and there isn't the wind to use so much today. He's got a couple just to drift away on the wind and slide past the edge. Akhtar in and bowls and takes off a bit, but it's very wide again, so Bohannon can let it go. 71 for 2. 12 overs for 29 in the first inning, so he kept things very tight, but and in fact, yeah, I thought he bowled pretty well in the first innings, and it's going to be Bancroft going under the helmet as well, as he's donning the shin pads and helmet. So there's going to be one man round the bat in addition, by the looks of things, to a slip.
James Drew has been dismissed, but the damage has been done. He's made 116, but he's out. LBW to Harmer, but Somerset, I think they're 10 away from victory there now. So been a pretty brutal morning, hasn't it, at Taunton? It's produced a fantastic game of cricket. I mean, I don't know I presume Somerset must have got some stick from the pitch that they produced when they posted a picture of it.
The image of it, isn't it?
But who cares? What a great game.
Yeah, who cares? And actually, you look at pitches in New Zealand, some of those pitches for for some of the test matches England have had out there, play absolutely fine. They're just very green. This idea that pitches do all sorts because they're green, no.
That's produced a great game of cricket, hasn't it? Here we go then, Van Buren. He's got left-hander Harris on strike. And he's off he's towards the other end already, Harris. His first ball that Van Buren sends, a fullish delivery, which he just punches away for a single.
And obviously it was doing all sorts in the early going.
Yeah.
But you know that these pitches in this country so often flatten out, so why not start it from a slightly more bowler-friendly point of view?
72 for 2. Left arm spin around the wicket to the right-hander Bohannon. It's worked to the leg side. He moves to 6, 73 for 2.
Haven't been many wickets in the country, full stop. Glamorgan are still 6 down at Cardiff, leading by 280. Kellaway and Cook still there. And Middlesex are still 3 down at Lords, needing 228 more to win.
Chipped out to the leg side by Harris, but for no run. 2 close catches around the bat, the slip and the forward short leg. Van Buren in. Down the pitch comes Harris, drills it for 4 through extra cover. Takes him to 14, because you're trying to chip away at this deficit. 62 behind. Harris, a little skip down the pitch. And drill through cover for 4. 77 for 2, Lancashire.
Just got to it on the full. I don't know that he's made the definite decision to try and hit Van Buren out to the attack, but he will give Gloucestershire a few problems if he does, and Van Buren will be trying to target that rough. You see the occasional misbehaving from.
Down again, same outcome again, I think. Charlesworth doing his best to try and catch up with it. Brilliant effort, absolutely terrific effort. They've run 3, so he saved a run for his side there. He's well, I thought he'd done okay, but he's been signalled as a 4.
I must say, I thought that it may have hit the rope as he then patted it back in.
All that effort. You should just let it go. 81 for 2, so Harris does get back-to-back boundaries. Moves to 18, Van Buren to Harris. Down he comes again. Walloped past the bowler, but around comes Phillips from mid on to complete the fielding. And there's a 12th man here for Gloucestershire.
I assume it was. Well, in fact, there's going to be a bit of rotation now. I think Singdale's going off. I think I'm guessing that Tom Price is also off, because it's. Who's that? It's somebody wearing Dom Goodman's shirt, but it's not Dom Goodman. The shirt's clearly too big for whoever it is. I'm not sure who that is out at deep cover now. It looks like Tom. It's not. No, who is that? I thought for a moment it was Tom Smith. They've run out of substitutes. And Tom Smith is in this capacity as a member of the backroom staff. Saman Akhtar bowling. This is push driven towards deep cover. We'll see here. And yes, it's Tom Smith out at deep cover. 83 for 2. So he's wearing Dom Goodman's shirt. It's coming down a fair way down the thigh. He's got his sunglasses on, even though we've not seen the sun for an hour. And I'm sure that's just for a laugh that he's gone out with Goodman's shirt. I bet there was somebody else's spare sweater he could have used. Smith still not retired from T20 cricket. Still play a part in the blast as Akhtar is into Bohannon and we're pushed back to the bowler. But part of Gloucestershire's coaching setup across the Championship and the One Day Cup. retired from List A cricket now as well. And he is still a absolutely fantastic fielder. As you know, as much as we're laughing about it, there's Actor in and squaring up a little there. Bohannon works it away towards point, but you know, you're not going to lose anything with Tom Smith fielding out at deep square. It's just that really didn't expect to see him. It's a good thing there's a serious difference in height between Goodman and Smith. Calling Tom Smith Dom Goodman. 83 for 2. Actor into Bohannon. There's lots of room on the leg side for a single. It's worked away into that area. Van Buren fields from wide mid on.
Somerset have beaten Essex.
Well, that's
Craig Overton hitting the 6 to win the match.
Some effort, and I mean, they've done it with a fair bit to spare in the end. I mean, it sounds like James Rue was only out going for the winning few runs in style. I've got to 400. Actor round the wicket, bowls. Harris struck on the pad, is he? It's going down the leg side anyway. No, it's come off bat anyway. Was able to glance it. It's a slightly awkward looking leg glance from Harris, but even if it had struck him on the pad, I don't think that David Milnes would have been too interested. It's just got a slight brush of the bat and speeds away for 4. 88 for 2. Lancashire, well, particularly Harris, just more than steadying the ship here. He's got 24, beginning to look really quite set again. Actor to Harris, well down the leg side, and Bracey takes behind the stumps. 88 for 2. It's no knock on the rest of the bowlers, but it has to be said again that there's just a different feeling when Singdale's not in the attack, and even just in terms of the accuracy that he's bowled with, never mind the pace and what he's got out of the pitch, Singdale has, in terms of the seamers, I think, in the match as a whole, I don't think anybody's bowled terribly, but in fact I think he's the only seamer who's gone under 3 and over in the match so far, in a good number of overs, and close to 2.5 as well, so you just can't get him away, never mind the fact that he's picking up wickets.
Here's Van Buren to Bohannon. Just drill down the ground towards Shaw, who's at mid on, and there's no run. And he set the standard, didn't he, this morning? Has done really in the game. It's driven to mid off by Bohannon, and there's no run. He'll be back for another burst after lunch as well. What they will do to try and prize one of these two out before that. Bohannon just trying to tickle the ball down towards fine leg. There's no bat on that. It's deflected off his thigh pad, so a leg by is the call by umpire Jack Chantry. So Bohannon remains on 7. I guess you'll move on to 89 for 2. What have we got until lunch? About 20 minutes, haven't we, left for the lunch break? 50 behind Lancashire. Van Buren to Harris. Oh, he's been stumped! Van Buren peels away in celebration. Bracey with terrific work behind the stumps. Harris dancing forward. The ball beat him, and Bracey did the rest. Van Buren celebrates his first wicket. Lancashire lose their third and the key wicket of Marcus Harris with 20 minutes to go before lunch.
Fine piece of bowling from Buren. He's seen Harris coming. He's done it 3 times in a row to him in the previous over, and I nearly said it as well. I was thinking, I really like that Harris is playing those drives there. As long as the runs aren't getting totally away from Gloucestershire, I think it is a sign that he's not happy with that rough out there. And Van Buren's chucking it into that rough. Harris, say Gloucestershire know that. Gloucestershire have watched him bat if there is something that you think there's a way of getting him, and you need there to be something in there, you need there to be some footmarks or something, but he does tend to like to use his feet against the spinners like that because he's not so comfortable with the rough. And Van Buren knows exactly what Harris is likely to do. Admittedly, he doesn't know for certain that Harris is going to come that delivery, but considering he's done it pretty much every ball he's faced against him, he could be fairly sure and take the gamble and just fire it that little bit wider. Harris couldn't catch up to it, and Bracey with the work behind the stumps, and that's exactly what Gloucestershire were after.
Just on the stroke of lunch as well. Welcome listeners on 5 Sports Extra to this final part of the morning session. Drama in Division 2. Lancashire 3 down, they're still 50 behind, but they've just lost their absolutely key man in Marcus Harris. Van Buren to Hurst, who's a new batter who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. And he was dismissed after a lovely piece of bowling by Van Buren and wonderful glove work by Bracey to stump him as he came dancing down the pitch. Driven again by Hurst to cover, and there's no run. So a terrific over by Graham Van Buren. 89 for 3. Bohannon on 7. Hurst yet to get off the mark, but it was the previous shots that Harris was playing, coming down towards Van Buren and hit him in the way through cover, and he was tempted forward again by Van Buren, and the ball beat him, and Bracey did the rest. Great glove work, and we have a really intriguing game developing here potentially, with Gloucestershire declaring overnight a lead of 139, Lancashire 3 down and still 50 behind.
Yeah, cloud cover, and now a little bit of tweak out of the rough for Lancashire to contend with, and Zaman Akhtar looking to add his name to the wicket taking here as he bowls, and Bohannon has had that one come off, maybe a bit of glove just looping out into the onside towards Ollie Price, a man who has done something that no Gloucestershire batter has done on this ground for a century, and that is score a double century, and more than that, 253 not out in a 9-hour 24-minute epic with 34s and 3 6s. As Akhtar is in and bowls, and Bohannon is forward to defend to mid-off. The noise levels and energy levels just rise out there for Gloucestershire again, knowing they've got rid of Harris, that linchpin in the middle of Lancashire's order. But from a Gloucestershire perspective, when you go back to day one, yes, Lancashire chose to bat first when they won the toss. Gloucestershire would have bowled. As Akhtar runs in, bowls, this is played down into the ground. Bohannon right off the toe of the bat, wasn't totally certain where it had gone. Wasn't particularly close to the stumps, but equally, I mean, just a moment of alarm there. And at the end of day one, with under 3 overs to go, Lancashire were 333 for 3. And Akhtar, actually, it was who bowled a short ball that was going over Matty Hurst's head, and he somehow got a toe end through to the keeper. As Akhtar is into Bohannon, turned into the onside for no run. And from that point, Gloucestershire have played some fantastic cricket. I'm not saying that they didn't before, but there was a superb knock from Harris in the first innings, 167, supported more than ably by Hurst and Bohannon. But on day two, they got rid of Harris early. They eked out the wicket of Wells, who was going for an extra bonus point. Akhtar bowls, pushed into the offside. Starts off for a single, but it's not there. Cameron Green fielding at mid-off now. I've seen him in some different positions from where he tends to field for Australia. Bancroft's had him out all over the field. But yeah, it's been it's been a strange game, and we've seen some bizarre things as well. We saw a double bouncer this morning.
That was very exciting.
Josh Shaw, hammered to the boundary by George Bell. Actor bowls wide of the off stump, there's no shot. We've seen a mobile phone taken out to the middle and then falling out of Tom Bailey's pocket mid-run and then carried off by Ajit Singh Dale to the dressing room. We've seen that strange dismissal of Hurst that opened things up a little bit on the first evening.
It's in Bell's wicket in the first innings.
That was
hit his glove and his back leg, and then he kicked it onto his stumps, and there was all sorts going on with that one. Yeah, it's been some odd stuff, really. And then at times not a lot's happened in the
exactly.
game. There's certainly something happening here now for Gloucestershire. That's a bottom edge from Hurst as he gives himself a bit of room and doesn't really commit to the cut shot. In the end, that bottom edge dragged down past his off stump. It gets plenty around the bat, all excited. Surely going to slip in place. Van Buren in to Hurst. That's defended away to the leg side. And there is no run. 89 for 3, trail by 50. Lancashire. It's going back and working it away to the leg side again. And there's no run. Bohannon comes down the pitch at the non-striker's end. It's all a little jittery for Lancashire, edging towards the lunch break. Still on naught. Van Buren in and bowls. He just runs that down towards green at backward point. No addition to the score.
I'd love to get into those left-handers again, I think, Van Buren. Just break this partnership, then you've got that run of Wells, Balderson, Hartley.
Into Hurst. It's driven to cover, there's no run. And he's got some lovely-looking footmarks to aim at, hasn't he, outside the left-handers off stump.
Some craters. I know it's just not always been turning square out of them, but they're there, and they're in the batter's minds, they're in Harris's mind.
Final ball of the over, Van Buren to Hurst. And he plays that as calmly as he can off the front foot, defensively back to Van Buren. End of the over, 10 to go until the lunch break. Lancashire second innings, 89 for 3, trail by 50. Hurst on naught, Bohannon on 7. Yep, and that will be running through, I'm sure, the Lancashire left-hander's mind. Tom Hartley made reference to it the other day on the interview. It's not huge amount of turn there, but obviously now we're into day 4. I was speaking to him 2 days ago, and he was talking about those footmarks, and we're seeing Akhtar here running from that end and creating some more assistance potentially for Van Buren. So the bowlers working in tandem in different ways.
Trying to get as close as possible. Akhtar in now to Bohannon, turned into the onside, fielded by Ollie Price, no run.
That double century, again, for the benefit of our sports extra listeners who have arrived, Ed, that was absolutely outstanding from Ollie Price, wasn't it? That was genuinely great innings, wasn't it? For all different reasons. I mean, the shots, the highlight reels take the headlines, don't they? Some of the cover drives he played in particular, but actually the way he pieced it together.
Yeah, you've rarely seen, particularly over the start of his innings, as Akhtar is in and Bohannon caresses the ball towards mid-on. Rarely seen an innings from somebody where the judgment of what to play and what to leave, never mind the fact that he didn't offer up a clear-cut chance. The closest he looked to getting out when he just defended the ball so softly a couple of times that it went straight into the ground and just past leg stump. That happened twice. I can barely remember him playing and missing that much either. Certainly not since the early part of his innings. Akhtar bowls inside edge onto pad, and it looped in the air for a moment, but not for very long. Got Gloucestershire excited as they've already seen a couple of balls rattle around Lancashire batters' legs and feet and end up going onto the stumps. Oh, he's edged it onto his pad flap, I think. That could have gone anywhere. Went sideways, not backward, but if that just hits a little more towards the part where the flap goes down, gosh. Actor in, and this is calmly nudged towards mid-on by Bohannon for no run. He's faced 42 balls for his 7. Harris tried to take the attack a little bit more to Gloucestershire, particularly off the seamers, was looking in relatively little bother. Bohannon is just looking like he's just in full-on survival mode here. He just wants to get through to lunch and then hope that things get a little easier this afternoon. Still trailing by 50 runs here, Lancashire. Actor running in, bowling. Forward goes Bohannon, slightly tentatively, but there's bat on ball, and there's no run. But going back to Ollie Price, again mentioning for the benefit of Sports Extra listeners, he's played for England Lions. A lot is thought of Ollie Price. He had a real breakout year last year in the T20, was a massive part of why Gloucestershire went all the way there. But he didn't have a first-class 150 before this innings. When he goes 150, 200, 250 not out. Actor in, this is edged wide of second slip. Run round the boundary for Tom Price. He's almost end up lying on his back on top of the ball, but he's kept the ball in. Just adjusts the sunglasses that he's got on, maybe just to help him as he needs to stare into those floodlights perhaps. But it's 2 runs, and he only runs off that over. Just a couple of runs maybe just to ease Bohannon a little bit as he moves on to 9. Lancashire up to 91 for 3, lead of well, trailing by 48, let's say, Lancashire, but Gloucestershire's lead 48. And in fact, it's going to be Ollie Price. I did wonder whether they might, with the 2 right-handers in, want to get the off-spinner on. That's exactly what they're going to do. And maybe, well, they're probably only going to be able to get through a couple of overs anyway. They've only got through 28 this morning, albeit with 3 wickets taken. They're going to need to get a bit of a rattle on this afternoon, but you figure, especially after seeing that Harris dismissal, that spin will have to play a significant part for Gloucestershire. And with these 2 right-handers, that Ollie Price, he's already done plenty in this match. He's been on the field for all bar 16 overs and a bit. More is going to be required out of the double-and-a-half centurion.
Well, sometimes it can just be your game, can't it, really? Picked up a wicket in the first innings.
Bohannon.
It's off the back foot by Hurst. Gets him off the mark. Punched away through extra cover for a couple. 93 for 3. Yeah, it was. I think it was the first ball he sent down to Bohannon, wasn't it?
Certainly after lunch.
After lunch, yeah. And he went to go and pull it, Bohannon. Missed it. Pinned LBW. Single head to Hurst. In towards cover for 1. He moves to 3. 94 for 3.
Still not turned 24 yet, Ollie Price. But you know, he speaks so maturely, even when it's not. You're not talking about his innings. Just got that love of the game, the brain for it, and always involved in something out there.
Spinning the ball from one hand to the other here. Short, they're going to slip in place over the wicket to Bohannon, who's backing across and pushes her in into the offside. There's no run. He's on the list with Wally Hammond as well, isn't he, now, as highest run scorers for Gloucestershire against Lancashire. There's only Hammond above it, yeah, on that list.
Did he pass one of Hammond's innings as well?
In comes Price, balls driven by Bohannon off the front foot to the left of mid-off for a single. 95 for 3.
It was only Hammond and Charlie Barnett who'd got double hundreds against Lancashire. I think he went past Barnett's, and went past one of Hammond's 3.
Pushed away by Hurst to backward point for a single. Yeah, Wally Hammond's 264, which happened at Liverpool in 1932, and then the 271, which we were thinking was in range. We were starting to think it might get the highest score by a Gloucestershire player against Lancashire, going past Wally Hammond, but they declared overnight they weren't playing ball. In comes Ollie Price in and bowls. And Bohannon off the back foot punches into the offside for no run, end of the over. But at the minute it looks like a masterstroke, doesn't it, to say, you know what, we're going to have a go at bowling here. Because they've picked up 3 Lancashire wickets. The big wicket of Marcus Harris, who's been Lancashire's standout performer with the bat so far this season. Jennings and Bell, the others to go, and Lancashire 3 down, still 43 behind. So that decision by Cameron Bancroft to say, you know what, let's pull out, let's not bat on for half an hour, let's get about bowling. And so far it's worked. They've got Lancashire under pressure here with, well, we're going to have one more over, aren't we, before the lunch break.
I think especially because they've had enough runs that Lancashire haven't got ahead even at lunch. They already had enough runs behind where that was. Sorry, I mean, already had enough runs ahead that wasn't going to happen. That Lancashire were still going to be behind at lunch. So that gives them that amount of time to make these inroads as Actor bowls to Hurst, and this is clipped away through square leg out to the boundary for a single. 97 for 3. And even if you're thinking about it in these terms, it's 2 spells of Singdale at Lancashire before then, before they've even got in front. So yeah, I think if it had been me, I would have declared overnight. As Actor bowls, Bohannon drives firmly straight to mid-off, green fields. But I did wonder whether they might just think, go out and have a bit of a dart. But when it's 10 and 11, maybe if there'd been even 1 wicket fewer, they might have decided, let's actually use up a bit of time to get that lead towards 200. But I think also because it was cloudy.
Yeah, there's a lot
first
going
thing this morning. Yeah, there always isn't there? It makes it so interesting. Bohannon on strike and just allowing that one to pass through behind the stumps.
Plus, if they're coming into the final day with genuine ambitions of saying, let's see if we can try and force a win here, then you need to be able to be prepared to chase something down at the end of the day. It's going to take you potentially quite some time to take 10 wickets, as we've seen on this pitch here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Actor leaps in now, he bowls. Good carry. Just a little bit of movement back there, just on the angle, but Bohannon again staying disciplined and not playing a shot. But I think...
Plus, this is the 3rd home game on the spit. And again, this won't be a fact lost in the Gloucestershire dressing room, will it? That Lancashire, on the final day of a match here, are having to bat to try and save the game.
Yeah.
It happened against Northamptonshire, and they did, but they were 9 down. And they had rain to help them against Leicestershire in the previous home game here.
Actor runs in, bowls, very full delivery. It's dug out by Bohannon to the offside. There's no run. Hammond from point walks into field. And it does. That's the other thing that so often comes into these decisions. It's what's gone previously. And you mentioned that from a Lancashire perspective. Gloucestershire will look at that. And also think about that game at Canterbury where actually they took those 6 wickets in 41 overs. What they gave themselves to bowl Kent out in, and they took 6 wickets in that time. That extra little bit of belief that would give them. As Actor bowls, Bohannon nudges into the offside, sets off for a quick single and makes it. So keeps the bowling. 98 for 3, Bohannon 11, Hurst has 5. And that is lunch, as the clock has ticked to 1 minute past 1. Gloucestershire have only bowled 28 overs in that morning session, but they have claimed 3 vital Lancashire wickets. First, George Bell caught a first slip very low down, sharp catch from Bancroft off the bowling of Tom Price for 28. Jennings followed just 2 balls later into the next over. Singdale with real pace and aggression and accuracy. Another outside edge taken at second slip, also by Bancroft. Jennings for 16. He departed. Marcus Harris stumped Bracey, bowled Van Buren for 24, could yet prove to be the key wicket as Gloucestershire, well, they still need 7 more though. There's still plenty of work left for them to do if they are to force this win. Bohannon 11, Hurst 5. They're the 2 initially who will attempt to defy Gloucestershire this afternoon. Still Luke Wells, George Balderson, Tom Hartley. I don't want it to get towards Tom Bailey and then Sakib Mahmood and John Turner, that is for sure. Lancashire, they still would back themselves to defy Gloucestershire, but it's going to be hard work having lost Bell, Jennings and Harris. Scott and myself will be back with you after the lunch break. For our 5 Sports Extra listeners, it is time to hand you back over to Kevin Howells.
I know, yeah. Let's not wait too long.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. You just got back from holiday, haven't you?
I've been training camp. It was turning into a rehab camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 weeks now since I.
Well, they're talking. I don't know. I can't interrupt them while they're talking.
Come on, you can come in the middle.
Hi, I'm here. Who was right here?
Okay. Hello, Kate Cross.
How are you both?
Yeah, 2 rehabs. How are we?
2 rehabs, yeah.
Sage, isn't it?
I know.
I?
I've tried to avoid that word, but it is.
No.
I have more. I have more of that than you do. You have years ahead of you.
Okay, girls. So I've been taking some questions from Lancashire cricket, and are we good to chat about it? Ask you some. Okay. So first question for the both of you: what's the moment in both your careers where you went, "I've fully achieved my goals"?
Don't know. Because I think that's the point before you decide you're not going to go anymore.
I was going to say, I don't think I've got there yet.
I'm not sure I've decided I've got there yet. I think that's all part of what I've got to find out. Hopefully, well, I don't know if it's hopefully soon, because that means like, oh yeah, I've done everything now. I'm going to kick back and not do anything else. So no, I think, and I've spoken to other athletes, I don't know about you, they say you're a long time retired, and knowing that you could still do more or achieve more or be better in yourself. Personal best performance is always the thing that you focus on, or certainly I have. Being better than you were yesterday as an athlete, and achieving your own personal best, being the best version of yourself. So yeah, when you find that out, maybe that's the time you start thinking about the end.
I feel like there's definitely things I've wanted to achieve that I have achieved.
Like mini goals?
Yeah.
Would you say like you have mini goals as an athlete?
Yeah, I think you have to, because otherwise the picture's too big. I think you have to break things down. And especially I think for me, having a bit of a split career, like kind of with Lancashire and then also with England, then there's things that I still want to achieve with England. There's still things I want to achieve with Lancashire. So I think that motivation is what keeps you going as an athlete, and probably what makes it really difficult to retire, because there's always something around the corner. There's always something that you want to or think you can achieve. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that I've achieved probably half the things I want to.
That's exciting though. The dial can always keep on moving for the both of you.
Yeah, I think there's things I've achieved and never anticipated. Like I never imagined I'd ever be a cyclist when I was a little girl. So I think you go into different parts of your career and new opportunities, and you take them with, 2 hands, or in my case 1, and just try and do the very best that you can. What the other things in cycling, that every cycle race, every road race is on a different course. So knowing what the course is going to be, for example, like last year at the Worlds, it was a really hilly, it was the hilliest course we'd had, with the longest climb in the road race. It was the longest time trial we'd had. And that was the sort of race I'd always waited for and was living for. And it makes you think, oh, well, if they're going to give us that sort of course, what might they do next time? And it makes you excited to see what the opportunities might be. So yeah, there's loads of things that I've achieved that I never anticipated or never dreamed of. I feel really fortunate for those. And then there are other things you're waiting to see. Where might we race next time?
It's like a loads of time left.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I love that the first question you've asked, we've both gone, I don't know. That's a good start.
That's all right. That's fine.
But I also think a lot of people think that athletes have got it all worked out, that they know exactly what they're doing. And we know what we're doing day to day. We know the foundations that you need to be a strong athlete, to look after yourself as best you can, or you have mishaps, as we've both had in the last winter. But you have a kind of a way of working, kind of a operational principles, if you like, of being the best athlete you can be, of getting enough sleep, eating the right things, planning your logistics around recovery training from travel days, and all the different things that you have to do. We have certain things worked out, but we don't have everything worked out, and I think that's okay.
What are the biggest changes that you've both found since being in women's sport?
Well, for me, it's definitely going from an analogue age into a digital age. My first international call-up was in 1992, so were you born?
Just, yeah.
Just.
I was 91.
I was like, hang on a minute, I've got to do the maths here.
I wasn't there yet, but that's okay.
No,
come back. Only by a year, only by a year.
And so, learning how to promote yourself twice, if you like, because when you were trying to promote yourself, get sponsorship, move up in the world outside of your sporting achievements, you had to write letters, like snail mail letters. The internet hadn't been invented. You had to put pen to paper. Not everyone had a computer at home. Not everyone had a printer at home. That might sound daft. You couldn't print something directly from your phone. There was no such thing as wireless. Everything was cabled. So having to learn how to promote yourself twice, and then learning how to utilise the digital age as an older athlete, those have been the biggest changes for me, apart from the sort of sporting things. But you have to be able to get that to be able to settle on the sports field, I think.
So do you feel like you've had to promote yourself? You really feel like you have to promote yourself twice?
Well, you've had to learn how to promote, learn how to do that, learn how to move forward with a career, because in sport you never know how long your career is going to last, so knowing that you've got something to fall back on is always really important. Doing something alongside your sporting career, I think Kate and I both do that and always have, so that you aren't just reliant on one thing, because if it gets taken away from you because you're injured or ill or something happens, you need to be able to continue to live and work. So for me, that's been the biggest difference, apart from obviously the crowds and the way that you can watch sport, obviously streaming platforms and those sorts of things. But as personally, having to, obviously very grateful that things like Facebook weren't around when I was at uni. But equally, you've kind of like gone through that learning process twice.
I think on that, I think women's sport in particular in the last 10 years, or I've certainly been told that a lot of it is on us to promote ourselves, to have a following on social media so that we can promote games. I mean, this isn't now, obviously, this is where it has changed now, but certainly when I was early 20s, I was being told to make sure I had an Instagram page so that people could follow women's cricket, because the big bodies weren't necessarily doing it for us. So I feel like it, from a female athlete point of view, is kind of on us to be the voice. And that's something that's changed massively now. The visibility is huge, and in my opinion, rightly so, because you see day to day what female athletes are going through and working hard at, and you want to put that on a stage so that people can watch it. But from my point of view, it's professionalisation. Like when I was a kid, you couldn't be a professional female cricketer. It wasn't an option. I would watch the Olympics and see women on the telly, and that would be the only time I'd see really women doing sport, other than maybe Wimbledon for 2 weeks of the year. So yeah, the professionalisation and the visibility of it has been what's changed drastically from my point of view. Even starting my career here a long time ago now. I actually debuted when I was 13, which is frightening. It was 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
But that was an amateur sport then, and I didn't know that I could have this as my job, and it changed whilst I was still having cricket as a hobby. So it all sort of shifted whilst I was on the journey, if you understand what I mean. So but yeah, they're probably the two things that have changed the most in my time.
Okay, so it's kind of similar, if you're kind of rolling off that question. So England are coming to Emirates Old Trafford for the first time in 13 years? Yeah, 13 years, okay. So we've just been speaking about this, but where were you in your career at that time? I suppose 13 years ago.
Trying to do some maths. Well, we're approaching the home games for me.
Yeah.
Right, London 2012. So that was just a huge moment, I think, for Olympic and Paralympic sport. And it started that opportunity for parasport to be better promoted. Sure. Still not a professional sport. I think tennis, so probably tennis was first, like it was for women. Tennis is the only professional sport you can do if you're a para-athlete. And so I feel really fortunate that home games gave me that chance to work in women's cycling as well as part of the team pursuit squad. That helped me to sort of springboard, the qualification for the games helped me springboard my professional cycling career on the road. So yeah, London was just huge, and it's insane to think how much has happened in that time, and that we haven't had a women's international here, because I have an 11-year-old daughter who was born the year after that, and so yeah, it's mad. I'm so excited to see what comes, and the crowds, and that partisan crowd is what you live for as an athlete. So England are going to be goosebumps here, and that's similar to how we felt in London in 2012.
I'm excited. Kate Cross,
what was I doing? So it was around 2012, so I made my debut in 2013, the winter of 2013, so I would have been aspiring to be in that team. And I remember I was really close friends with Sarah Taylor when she was in the squad, and she was up in Manchester, so I came and met her for a coffee before they played the game the next day. And I remember thinking how cool it was that the England girls got to play at Old Trafford, because at that point I'd not even represented Lancashire at Old Trafford, so this was like the holy grail. I'd not even
dream.
Not been out on the grass. It was like a bit forbidden, and I just, in my head, I just thought that that's the norm, that you get to play at your home ground, your home county ground, when you're representing your country. And I've still not been able to do that. And realistically, probably still not going to be able to do that either, because I'm not aligned with T20 cricket, so it's probably unlikely that I'll be able to get to play in that game. But for the likes of Sophie, Lammy, Ellie, all the young girls aspiring to play for England, obviously Sophie's a dead set in that team, but you know, for all those young girls now, I hope that kind of shifts the narrative, and that we do get more cricket up here, and that this does become a hub for women's cricket, because I've had so many great memories here, and I'm reliant on Lancashire really for the career that I've had. So I want other girls to have that experience, but also be able to then almost take that into their England careers as well, and make sure that this is a place that England women come and play cricket and have success at.
It feels really exciting for women's sport, like proper exciting, because like it's now the focus has shifted onto women's sport finally.
Well,
and
really
it just feels
has.
this real big excitement and buzz around it.
And it's the depth of that is being felt. So my daughter plays in an under-13 side, and
what's your daughter do?
She's a cricketer.
Oh my god, I didn't realise. That's amazing.
Well, she's a dancer, but she's cricket, and she's playing in an under-13 side where they've had to split the league into two, because there's too many to do just one. And it was one league last year, and now it's two pools of teams, with like Stockport Georgians and Woodford and Langley and all of the local clubs coming, Marple I think, with Hayfield. So, and they've split it. I don't know who's in the other pool, but literally you're starting to feel that come all the way down. And you know, it gives me goosebumps to think that this is what wasn't possible when Kate started.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to come as a group, as a league even. They could all come together. I'm going to be making sure as a mum on the sideline, be like, we're not going to play that. You know, it's obviously not going to play that night. You're coming straight from school, you're coming to Old Trafford, because like you say, this is what they should be able to aspire to be able to do on a regular basis, regardless of who's touring.
Well, by comparison, when I was 11, I was the only girl playing at a boys' club, and my local team was in Sheffield, the closest women's team that I could play for. So even in that short, I mean, it is a long amount of time, but in the grand scheme of things, and yeah, it's a short amount of time, and things have changed so quickly. And that's just so exciting that those girls can come and watch female athletes, because again, I was watching Andrew Flintoff down here and Jimmy Anderson and people bowl. Like I was never able to watch females do what we do now, so I think it's going to be so great. And the tagline with women's sport is always that you can't be what you can't see. And if you're not exposing young girls to cricket or to netball or to whatever sport it might be, then they're never going to have the opportunity to know if they even want to give it a go. So, you know, this stadium is here to have people in it. It shouldn't matter whether it's men, women, disabilities, whoever. You should be able to get people watching sport here. And that's what, hopefully, when we break that record, from whatever date it is, I don't know, I should have probably checked that. But
what's the date?
July the 9th.
July the 9th. Come July the 9th. Then
10,000 people we want to get, right?
We want more than that.
We want more than 10,000.
Yeah, because we want to break the record. I think the record's just around 10,000. So, but this stadium holds 20,000 people, so we shouldn't just limit ourselves to 10,000 people because that's the record.
So we want to sell it out. Yeah. Completely sell it out.
Yeah, and set the standard for what women's sport should look like.
Exactly.
And this goes back to 13 years ago. We'd never had sold out crowds. Like, I'd never competed in front of a sold-out crowd at home until the games in London. So we do sport over here. Like we used to talk about the Australians, and I competed in front of 17,000 people in a swimming pool in the games in Sydney, and that was like a goosebump moment. I was really glad I'd gone to the pool the day before my first race because I needed to see it, because I could never have imagined it. I was 22 or 23, I think, and it was just like, wow, this many people in a swimming pool, that's insane. And that's what we need to become the norm, that those full houses are not seen as something that you might or you might not get. It's just something that's there because people enjoy watching great sport, enjoy watching great cricket.
I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier about women's sport finally getting the recognition it deserves. And with it getting the recognition it deserves, do you think there's still a long way to go with where we're at now?
Well, unfortunately, we still don't get the level of coverage. So globally, sport is worth X trillion, but the percentage of that's allocated to women's sport is still the same percentage. So it's all grown, and women's sport's got more, but percentage-wise, it's not any different. And that's the problem. And some sports have moved on further than others, but when you put them all together, it's not increased sufficiently. So there's a lot of work to do. That's why we are promoting the way we are for the Lancashire team here now, the Tier 1 system that we have in England, now that we have the international game here on the 9th of July. That's why it's so important that in cricket we do what we do. That's why it's so important that we do what we do in Olympic and Paralympic sport. That's what's happening over at the other side of Old Trafford with the women's team. That's why each of us who own a little part of it, it's our role to make sure that we continue to lift, because column inches still isn't there, and the amount of airtime still isn't there. And this is a pivotal moment, like every opportunity that we get to promote women's sport, especially in cricket, because it's going to be in the Olympics in 2028. That's so crucial. And I think Paris was the first time the Olympic Games had a 50-50 male-female split, which was crazy to think it got to 2024 before that was the case. But that's one of the measures that shows us that we're still not quite there. And also, there were no females in the top 100 earners in the world last year, which is another example of why we're not quite where we need to be. So it has improved, and the opportunities are absolutely there. But when you zoom out and look at it from a global perspective, we still need to keep doing what we're doing and keep working really hard. And we need those male allies as well. And we know the names of them, and we need to have way more of them to be able to help bring our daughters and our nieces with us on this journey.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really add much more to that, to be fair, but I also think that it's people's perceptions of women's sport that's changing. So I think 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't have got people watching women's cricket or women's rugby or whatever it might have been, but now, I mean, I'm saying this on the back of actually just hearing what happened in Australia with the guy on the radio. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a really misogynistic comment about one of the guys on Triple M talking about the Matildas and saying that it was like watching Year 10 girls play football and stuff like that. It was just, it almost felt like you'd gone back 30 years. And yeah,
you'll always get those one or two people.
Yeah, and you will, and it is thankfully now becoming the minority. But what happens is those comments are still getting people feeding them. So there's still perceptions there that, in my opinion, need to change quite drastically. But you're only going to get that by having the right visibility, having the right columns, having the right split at Olympics, etc. So there is still a long way to go. But if you look at how far it has shifted in the last 15 years, then it has shifted significantly. So it's almost knowing what fires to fight. And I think that's something that I've learned as well throughout my career, is knowing what you can change and what small part of your corner of the world you can change. But actually, some bigger pictures are really difficult to make.
It's a marginal gains approach, isn't it? If we all do our little bit, when we add it together, it'll make that significant difference. And sometimes when you're at the coalface, as we are, you don't notice the changes year to year. But then, like Kate says, when you zoom out, you do notice that we have made significant strides. We just need to keep that momentum up. I think it's too easy for people to say, oh, haven't we done a great job? And we're doing a great job. I think that's the difference. We haven't done it yet. We're doing it, and we're all still committed to keep, pushing that dial and making it, more possible, so that more girls can be following in our footsteps and in an even easier way.
I think when we get to a point where we've got a women's game here and we don't have to have this conversation about how do we break a record, that's when you know you've nailed it. But we're still having those conversations, and things are happening for the first time, or for the first time in 13 years, or whatever it might be. So there's still, you know, things that you kind of want to push it along and boot it down the road quicker, but like I said, you have to know which fires to fight and when to do it.
So, both your careers, very successful women in sport. If you could relive one of your moments in your career again, one of the moments that you would deem to be like, that was just such a success, what moment would it be?
Can I pick it all?
All right,
That's a great career. If you're picking it all, that's great.
I'd love to pick. So as a swimmer, I really enjoyed. I think back to being 14-year-old in Barcelona. I'd probably redo the jump onto the podium so I didn't nearly knock over the Queen of Spain. That would be a good day to redo, but kind of edit. I'd love to be able to do something before I had kids and relive like that opportunity in London in a home crowd. But then Paris, where Louisa and Charlie were both there together, and I beat a 19-year-old, that final sprint in the road race, I'd absolutely, well, I do relive that regularly because I just still pinch myself to think that last year went the way it went. So I've chosen 3 because I'm greedy.
Right, let's do 3. Go on.
Oh, I'm not
1 to 3. 1 to 3, Kate Cross.
I've not got kids, so I don't need to take any kids back or bring my age up or whatever. I think one of them would be my test debut, which was back in 2014. And I only say that because it wasn't really covered. It was on a live stream, so it wasn't really televised. I don't really have much footage from it. There's a couple of photos, but I wish I could kind of relive those 4 days because I at that time was pretty much an amateur athlete. We'd just gone into professionalisation, I think, a month or 2 after that series. So how I got through 4 days of cricket, having never played more than 1 day of cricket before, was quite interesting. My body was quite sore after it.
Imagine.
But then I'm probably going to say the Ashes in 2023 as well, and when I batted at Bristol. So it's very, very, very rare that I get to win a game of cricket for my country with a bat in hand. And I wish I could just bottle up how I felt that day because it was just unbelievable. I've had a lot of scars from Australian games in the past, and to be able to walk off that pitch triumphant with bat in hand was pretty cool. So I wish I could relive that.
Okay, so what would you say is, in sport, in women's sport, is a common misconception that you wish could be like dispelled?
There's a sense that women need to do less. And so if it's based on time, so the reason the distance is less is because you're going to take about the same amount of time. But in the swimming pool, the women don't do 90 metres front crawl because it's roughly the same amount of time as when the men do 100. So I really struggle with why other races have to be different. And we've started to address this in cycling. They're still addressing this. So they've finally moved the time trial on the track up to 1 kilometre to be the same as the men. But up until I stopped racing the track 3 years ago, we were still doing a 500 metre time trial to the men's kilometre. At the Paralympics last year, my time trial was 14 kilometres, the men was 28 kilometres. So we still have that issue that the women need to be doing less. And it isn't based on time because some of the men that were doing 28 kilometres were riding half as quickly as me. So that isn't a reason. That isn't the reason. So for me, it's that idea that women need to be doing less for some reason. We're not capable of doing the same.
Who's making those decisions there?
It's just
men.
It's archaic. It's just been there. That's what it's been like. If you think that women weren't allowed to do the marathon until, was it 1984? They weren't doing the steeplechase on the track and field track until 1992. There's other events. I mean, they still do the heptathlon instead of the decathlon. Don't know whether that needs to change. That's something for the track and field athletes to kind of dig into. I know the women in tennis attempted to increase their sets to 5. They play 3 sets. But it's a regular issue that the women's race or the women's event is less. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed because it's not because we're not capable of racing at the same amount of time. And I was part of a campaign to bring back the women's Tour de France. It's still at 8 days. The women used to race alongside the men for 3 weeks back until 1986, I think it was. So in lots of different sports, it's been dialed back at the convenience of men's sport, and we haven't quite shifted the dial to reclaim our space.
And the argument with that is now there's money in the women's side of sport that they can fully concentrate on being an athlete, can't they? I imagine 20, 30 years ago, you're juggling a job, you're juggling motherhood, you're juggling all sorts and still trying to perform as an athlete. Whereas now, you can have a job that is a professional sports person. So I feel like we had a few arguments like that that, you know, women were having to take time off work to go and do an Ashes series, so that's why it could never be a 5-test match series like the men's is. But now we're fully professional athletes all the time, so we have that time in the calendar to go and do that. So I think tradition often is a really wonderful thing, but you still need to move with the sport, and I think that's sometimes what doesn't happen, especially with how quickly the women's game has moved. I think sometimes you don't catch, we're playing catch up, sorry, rather than actually being proactive with everything. And the other misconception that I think is spoken about a lot and used against us quite a lot is the whole, they're asking for equal pay. I don't think I've ever met a female athlete who has ever asked for equal pay to a man, but all I've ever asked for is an equal opportunity to what a male counterpart would get. So if that is training here at Old Trafford the same amount of hours that the men get, then why shouldn't the women have that? And I think we are very lucky here that we've promoted that brilliantly, and you know, Lancashire worked really hard to make sure that women's cricket is at the forefront here. So that's just always been my argument, is that it's never been about equal pay, but it's all about the opportunity. And just because you're born male versus female shouldn't mean that you get more opportunities than who you sit next to in class who's a female. So that's always been one of my big arguments.
I think part of that opportunity is the resource. So resource then takes care of all of the other parts, which salary is part of, prize money is another part, and then the other opportunities that come with the role of being a professional athlete. And it's not about one thing. And I think one of the dangers is that organisers of events have focused on, we've provided equal prize money, and therefore we're providing the same event or opportunity to the women as we are to the men. But that it's not just about the finance, it's about everything else behind it. So if the race is less safe, it's over fewer days, it's over a shorter distance, then the money side of it is just one small thing.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have the opportunity, you can't prove yourself to be, you shouldn't have to prove yourself, but you can't promote yourself in the same way, because you're not getting that chance to, with eyeballs on you in the stadium like this.
It's not just one tick box, there's a lot of things you've got to do. It's not just the money. So what are some of the challenges that you faced as a woman in sport that might be surprising to people listening to this or watching this today?
I don't think mine would surprise anyone, but it's just the fact that I've had to wear male clothes for a lot of my career in cricket. Male
clothes?
Yeah, like everything was male fit kit. It's only probably been in the last 5 or 6 years that our sponsor brands have started making female fit kit. Even like cricket pads, gloves, they're small men's sizes.
Boots
like
as well,
boots, yeah, there's not really any female specifically.
Some of them are not small enough.
Not small, yeah, because
there
our
are girls
feet are
sticking
naturally
tissues in cricket boots to make them smaller.
And it's 2025, and you think cricket is big enough and sports are big enough that you would think that we had our own. I know of a few companies that are in the market now, but yeah, for a lot of my career I've worn men's clothes, and like I look back to some of my debut outfits and the training kit I wore, and I was like drowned, and I'm representing my country, and I was like, gosh, I look a shambles. So yeah, I don't know whether that would surprise anyone actually, but that's, I mean,
it is surprising. I didn't realise.
It's still going on now.
Well, I think the other thing that kind of follows on from that is that we got women's fit in cycling, but I opted for men's fit because women's fit meant it was shorter shorts, it was a shorter jersey, it didn't account for what an athlete body was, like it was just one shape. So I wanted something that was narrower, that was longer in the leg because it's more aero. I didn't need it to be super short. I wanted the jersey not to ride up to above my belly button because I have a long body. So for us in cycling, whilst there was an attempt to create a women's fit, for me just going for the extra small men's was the better way of doing it. And I think it goes to show that all shapes and sizes do sport. So what we need is to have that breadth of range. We don't need to have just this sort of fit. Like if jeans can do it, you can have different, you can go into a shop and be completely confused by the different styles of jeans. Yes. The short, the boyfriend, the this, the that, the skinny, the not skinny, the bell bottom, whatever they are. Why can't we do that in sports kit? And so I've tried to go female fit, but it's not for this female. Yeah. One of the things I didn't anticipate when I became a mum was just how often babies would need feeding.
Even I know that.
No, but like literally, you finish feeding them, you'll get one effort in, you'll need to feed them again. Like that effort was less than a minute. You're hungry again. So I basically had either of them in the other end of the track centre, away from the GB pet area where Barney was with them playing, and I'd go and breastfeed in between efforts to make sure that A, there was not anyone screaming the velodrome down, but B, to make sure that then I could concentrate on what I was going to do. So having a settled and fed baby, however frequent that feeding was the best way for me to handle that early few months of motherhood before they went on to solids and mixed feeding. But yeah, it's just like, okay, so we're going to have you in the track centre and I'm just going to feed you after every effort. That'll be the way we do it. And that surprised me. I didn't expect, but I also didn't expect how it was possible to juggle. And obviously I was lucky that Barney was able to come with me and do everything, or my mum was able to come with me and help support that. And it certainly meant that I came back quicker from each of my pregnancies. But yeah, it was the lengths that you go to, and you can turn anything into a breastfeeding sports bra if you need to.
Absolutely.
One thing that's not necessarily been a challenge for myself personally, but I think something that still surprises me in 2025 is how little research is done around women and periods and athletes and sport and stuff like that. Because I feel like a lot of our blueprints are taken from the men's side of sport, and actually, you know, it happens once a month to every single female around the world. So there should be so much more research and a lot more training that is tailored towards women, I think, than
there is actually a lot of opportunity. But the challenge we have, so I work with Manchester Met Uni, is that a lot of athletes don't want to contribute their data. And so we have a role as older athletes. I'm working with MMU on studies into perimenopause and menopause, so that athletes, as they get older, there's still opportunity. Because if you look at the female population in age group sport, then there's a huge field for the men, and then there's a very small number of women competing. If you look at triathlons or cycling, or even in running as well. Running's perhaps closer to being 50-50, but we still have a challenge. Ultra running is where female athletes seem to go really well, because they do get better with age, and the gap between male and female in ultra distance is actually a lot less. But there's they really struggle to get the cohorts together to be able to do the studies. And I think it's really important that if there are women out there who are struggling, the young athletes that are struggling, that they are willing to contribute their data and what they're finding, because there are a lot of myths as well around cycles and training to your cycle, but you've got to manage your symptoms and train like everyone else, because not everyone has those problems. So what we need to do is try and give them that confidence that it's not going to compromise them as an athlete. If they let out those secrets, it's not going to make them judged. Because I think a lot of women feel, or a lot of young athletes say, if I admit this feels like it's a weakness, and if I admit that I'm struggling with cramps or pain or debilitating symptoms, then I'll be judged, and that'll be part of my selection for something. And that's absolutely not the case, but I think that's one of the reasons why we have fewer athletes contributing to the studies that are out there. And most of the studies are done on sub-elite, and that obviously doesn't necessarily work when you've got athletes who are full-time. So amateurs. Right. So they're sort of regional and national aspiring athletes, or they are older in a sense that they are in their 30s, they're not in their teens and 20s. And there's lots of reasons for wanting to study at all ages of the menstrual age, sort of child rearing age, because you need to see where bone density usually peaks at around 19, 20, 21 years of age, and the menstrual cycle has an impact. So a healthy menstrual cycle and laying down good bone density will help mean that it tails off less as you get older. When you lose estrogen and progesterone, then in your 40s, that's where bone density can really plummet. So all of those things are kind of interlinked, and trying to make sure that we have enough of those younger athletes. But it goes back to that challenge, is if you can't see it, you can't be it. They're not coming into the sport in the first place. There isn't enough of them to be able to study either. And then they have that, oh gosh, what if I'm judged kind of feeling. So there's lots of challenges.
Yeah, it's the taboo though, isn't it? It's still a taboo within the country of that periods are just things to be quiet about and not to, talk about.
And if you're having trouble, there's absolutely lots of support that can be provided to make sure those symptoms don't impact your ability to train, because there's lots of people who have no symptoms at all and are being really successful, and that shouldn't be the case. And I've got friends in cycling who have, and also in canoeing, who have come back from really debilitating endometriosis and won gold medals, And they were told, oh, you'd never be able to do this, you'll never be able to do that. And I think there's a difference between kind of primary care medicine through the NHS route and then sports medicine, and the support that we can give people with more challenging conditions around the menstrual cycle to mean that that doesn't impact on their ability to perform as an athlete.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, the penultimate session of the match, with Lancashire 98 for 3 and trailing by 41. And the man of the day, or the man of the match, is going to get us back underway after lunch. Ollie Price bowling and Josh Bohannon defends, and there is no run. Scott Reed and Ed Seaborn with you through the course of the next couple of hours, with Lancashire still 41 behind and bit of work to do. Price in, forward goes Bohannon in defence, and there's no run. He's on 11, Hurst is on 5. Lancashire losing the wickets of George Bell, Keaton Jennings and then Marcus Harris in that morning session. As Price is in and bowling, forward again goes Bohannon. Gets a single, that's just run down towards third man, and Miles Hammond is scampering after it like his life depends on it. He's hurtling in the direction of the ball down towards the third man boundary and successfully fields it. They do cross for 1. It's a 99 for 3, first run of the afternoon. There's Price off spin from the Statham end with Hurst pushing forward. Scooped up by Van Buren, who got the wicket of Harris in that morning session. It's a huge celebration amongst the Gloucestershire supporters, and rightly so. Key wicket to get. That's Hurst jabbing at that next delivery. It comes off the inner half of the bat. And there's no run. Looks like Singh Dale is going to open up from the Anderson end. He's going through some very flamboyant warm-up exercises on that boundary. That's pushed away by Hurst for a single, and through for 1. So it looks like Hurst will indeed, keep the strike. That was the final ball of the first over of the afternoon. Hurst on 6. Lancashire do bring up 3 figures, 100 for 3, so 39 behind, with Singdale set to get us going, I think, from that far end. Or is it going to be Akhtar again?
No, Singdale.
Singdale, right. Oh, well, there's a few fireworks when Singdale was bowling this morning. He bowled beautifully for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, and he removed Jennings for the second time in the match. Felt like a really vital wicket. Always look at Jennings at the top of the order, but especially after just having removed Bell a couple of balls before that. The one wicket maybe doesn't give you a true belief, but two very quickly like that certainly would. So Singdale to Hurst on 6, and he starts him off with a very full ball, which Hurst is still middled by the sounds of it, up towards mid-on, and there is no run. There's 6 bowlers already used in this innings by Gloucestershire. Tom Price, Singdale and Van Buren with the wickets, but you figure, well, we're going to have to play their part at some point, because even Singdale, so he runs in now and bowls to Hurst, it's tapped away towards point and there's no run. Even Singdale, it feels like even for him a 5 or something is going to be a serious effort on this pitch, because of the work that's needed to squeeze out even the wickets that have happened so far, and the ball's only going to get older. So you figure it's going to do a little less and be a little bit easier to face. Singdale bowls, and Hurst is caught a little higher up on the bat there. So I think he went forward, but just had to ride the bounce off a fuller length. So, yeah, interesting developments at Cardiff, where Morgan appeared to have set Derbyshire an interesting chase, which, well, Singdale into Hurst, guided away to point for no run, so they've set them 338 in 65 overs. But I guess Glamorgan are in a position where they're already thinking, because they've picked up 15 points through 3 matches, that they're actually, there's already so much of a gap between them and Derbyshire that this is almost their season if Derbyshire get that, because they'll only pick up a handful of points if they lose it. Singdale in and bowls, and Hurst has played square on the offside again for no run. But if Derbyshire get there, then they're right out towards the top. So it's Division 2 really where all the action is today, because Somerset wrapping up a 3-wicket win over Essex, and Durham versus Hampshire is the dullest of dull draws. 511 plays 470, but it's not happened quickly either. Singdale in now to Hurst. This is clipped away firmly, straight to the fielder at deep square leg, Ben Charlesworth, and 1 run at 101 for 3. Cameron Green, apologies. At 101 for 3, Bohannon 12, Hurst 7. So it's the 3 games in Division 2 where there's plenty that could happen at Cardiff. You'd imagine Gloucestershire are the only side that could win here, but you never know. And at Lords, Middlesex 160 for 3, needing 205 more to win.
As Price comes in and bowls to Hurst, who's off the back foot in defence, and there's no run.
It's been a good start to the day for Middlesex, although I say they're 160 for 3, but Stevie Eskenazi's retired hurt, so that may have some bearing.
A single for Hurst. Cuts it out towards Singdale on the point boundary. Takes him on to 8, 102 for 3.
Ryan Higgins to the crease. There's not too many games I think that Ryan Higgins doesn't think he can win. So I'll keep an eye on those ones.
It's Price to Hurst, that's driven. And fielded on the bouncer. Cover. There's no run. Yeah, some decent finishers wobbling up around the division. Price balls. Penguins forward and right onto the back foot and defends, just taps it into the offside. And there's no run, remains on 12. Price, when the Brian Statham end comes over the wicket and balls. Bohannon defending, and there's no run. Not sure what that was.
It sounded like bottles being emptied into a one of those bottle, well, not bottle banks, but you know, those bins, big bins.
Pushed by Bohannon into the offside for no run, so someone's had a good night.
Well, good morning. Probably Lancashire supporters desperately downing them after Marcus Harris was out.
102 for 3 at the end of the over, trail by 37. Bohannon 12 and Hurst on 8.
Yeah, it's a feature of. Oh, there we go again. Yeah. It sounds similar to that. Anyway, it's a feature of some grounds that you go to. But I don't know. But you're the expert of telling what sounds are.
No, I just
without seeing.
Identify the sounds of, which I don't think is a difficult thing to identify. The sound.
Oh, I thought it was very difficult.
Did you?
Mm.
Well, the sound of.
You just don't know your natural gift.
Shut up.
Shut up. Is that very BBC
Shut up,
radio of you? Here comes Singdale as he bowls now, and Hurst forward in line, blocking it out into the covers, down to one slip with the short mid-wicket. Good grief. That can't be what it is. It must be something else, because normally that's just one load of it, and then it's gone. I have no idea what it is, but somebody hacked into us from the BBC's stereophonic workshop and is just playing some. If we hear like that cat screeching noise in a moment, Singdale bowls, staying down on that Hurst. Singdale gives him a bit of a stare and well, I don't think it was a word, but a smile. Oh, there's Gerald on the.
Oh, hello, Gerald.
Lancs TV.
Look at that
stream.
dicky ball.
Gloucestershire supporter.
Beautiful.
Follows Gloucestershire around the country. That doesn't follow me around the country.
That waistcoat was terrific, wasn't it?
Singdale in, and Hurst covers up again. Yes, I think he's actually he's outdone himself even today. Whereabouts is he? Oh, he's over in the concrete area. Making his way around the ground.
Big blue dicky bow tie. Purple hat.
Sun hat, yeah.
And a magnificent waistcoat.
$102 for 3. Ollie Price down at short mid-wicket. Singdale runs into Hurst and bowls. Again, Hurst is forward and playing that one out into the offside. There's no run. I thought the building work was supposed to be done here.
Yeah, it's never done.
No, it isn't, is it?
Never done. There's always something to do.
Back to 3 years ago when the bulldozer over there just obliterating concrete and all sorts of wiring and just general carnage being created. Singdale in now, and Hurst just about rolls the wrists on that, I think, down to fine leg despite the interest from around him. Down to Josh Shaw, 103 for 3. Hurst on to 9. It may not be particularly comfortable viewing for Lancashire this, but these two have grounded out for nearly 10 overs. Only on 12 and on 9. But if they just give Gloucestershire that feeling of wickets aren't coming quickly. Singdale in. It's a good delivery. It's well played also by Bohannon. It looked as though that might have just moved a little bit. And it's played away to Hammond. A backward point. He negotiates it well. 103 for 3. Still 36 back Lancashire, and I suppose that's the next thing when Lancashire do start to go into the lead, if they're still only 3 down as well, because it's the final day, because it wears on into the afternoon. There's got to be some thoughts that start to creep into the Gloucestershire minds of that bus journey back.
Something to look forward to.
Oh yes. M5 on a bank holiday Monday.
What could go wrong? Ollie Price balls forward goes Hurst. And Buren's at cover to field. There's no run. Well, that's a long way off, isn't it, from Lancashire's point of view? That's a lot of batting to do to be in that position where they're in front to a degree where Gloucestershire have lost hope. Defended by Hurst, no run.
So how long do you reckon they're going to have to bat at least 40 overs? Because they're not scoring that quickly. 40 overs at 3s. Going to about 150, 160 lead with 20 odd overs to go.
Again defended by Hurst. Pushed away to Van Buren at cover.
I mean, have a go at that, even. So maybe a bit more than that.
103 for 3. Comes Ollie Price and balls forward again. Goes Hurst defending. Only 3 involved in the game at the minute: the bowler and the batter, and Graham Van Buren, who fields and polishes the ball and loops it back towards Ollie Price. He'll be leaving Manchester with pretty fond memories, but will he be leaving with a win? Plays it late, Hurst. Ball disappearing down towards third man. Hammond again goes bolting after it. Shimmies back for a couple. Moves to 11. And a score 105 for 3. So I just spotted the recycle truck pulling away.
Oh, so maybe it was all the bottles from maybe the 4 days.
Yeah, it was just bottles.
Wow. That's what the noise sounded like, but I've never heard it repeated like that.
We went to Kevin Howell's house at weekend. There's Ollie Price in and balls. Driven away by Hurst for a single.
Not beer bottles either.
Moves on to 12, end of the over. 106 for 3, trail by 33 runs. Both batters, Bohannon and Hurst, are on 12. And Lancashire hoping that this calm start to the afternoon session will continue long into the afternoon. And for viewers on Lancs TV, Mike, a Lanky fan, will be hoping for something similar. Oh dear. That was good.
We've got some sunshine through most of the ground as Singdale starts his next over, 9th of the innings. Singdale in, and Hurst has defended that one again into the covers. He's making him play basically every delivery here is Singdale. He's been at his best actually against the left-handers in this game when he's been pushing it across them. Got rid of Jennings in the first innings that way. I suppose to some extent Harris, but substantial assistance from the inside edge. Singdale runs in now, bowls, and it's another one of those that just lifts a little bit off a fullish length. Hurst is committed to the front foot quite early and ends up getting caught a little higher up on the back. Bohannon and Hurst down for some more prodding. It's just one of those things you just learn by watching others do. Just work out that's what makes you a batsman, going down and doing some prodding. If there's any particular technique to the prodding. Singdale in now and squeezed away off a thick outer part of the bat from Hurst. It was in the air for a little bit of time, well short and wide of Hammond at backward point, and they'll sprint back for a couple. Two fielders converge. 108 for 3, Hurst onto 14. But I don't know, do you not want to maybe be able to prod too hard, or but you've got to think about the toe end of that bat. Especially if it's one of your favourites, you want to be putting any extra stress through that. These things have to be thought of. Singdale in, shorter ball, no ball, pulled out to deep square leg, kept it down well, not that it would have mattered with the no ball. David Milnes stretches that right arm out as far away from his body as he can. 3 runs, 111 for 3, 28 runs behind Lancashire as the head-banded Singdale. He's got another layer on underneath his playing shirt as he runs in now and bowls. Bohannon is in line, sturdy defence again, out into the offside for no run. I reckon he's got at least one layer under there, and they'll have one of those
Skidman type things.
Yes, and they'll have one of those. I don't really know what the correct term for them is. Sports bras.
Oh, with the GPS stuff.
Yes,
thing,
one of those as well. Vest. Sports vest. Is that what they, I don't know what they call them. It does look very ridiculous when footballers score a goal as Singdale bowls a short ball and Bohannon ducks again underneath it. I mean, so few do it now because you get the yellow card for it, don't you? But take that off to reveal this silly looking thing under there. Doesn't really quite have the same I don't know whatever gravitas is. I don't understand it. I don't understand it in the first place. But anyway, he's got an awful lot of stuff of layering on for what is a fairly chilly day. Singdale bowls edged, in between keeper and slip, and down to the boundary. And again, you just wonder, why have Gloucestershire only got one slip? It's a wide slip. If they'd had 2 even, it would have been gobbled up. Bracey, he probably could have gone for it. Whether he'd have quite got there, I don't know. But both Bracey and Bancroft stared off after it, and the fact that neither went for it, you just don't know. I think it would have taken some effort from Bracey to get there, but I think more the thing again is you're on the attack, you've got a quick bowler bowling. Singdale has shown that he can get the ball to carry through to the cordon, and yet okay, runs are important in terms of the fact that Lancashire's deficit is being erased, but you've got to take the wickets. 115 for 3.
Here's Ollie Price over the wicket bowling to Hurst. Takes a single down to Tom Price, who comes up from the long on boundary.
And Bohannon as well.
Right in between them. A very anxious, quick glance over the shoulder from Bohannon told a pretty clear picture. It's driven away by Bohannon. Nervous look over the shoulder, and to his relief, it went right in between them both. on 16 for 3, twirls the bat. Slipping the short leg. There's Price in and bowling. Run off an edge down towards third man. Might hustle back for a couple, they do. So 118 for 3.
And I mean, sometimes it's what you need as a batter as well. Sometimes it's just that little moment of fortune that almost just calms you down. Sometimes you see it happen.
$18 to Bohannon, Price in and bowling. And he plays forward and defends. There's no run. I think you were saying this morning, weren't you, that, I mean, that for every chance has got to be taken, hasn't it? They can't really afford to.
Yeah.
Obviously, that doesn't go down as a chance, but an opportunity created. They're going to need to take pretty much everything. And he gets forward to this next delivery from Price. There's Van Buren. He's bound to come back into it. They have a part to play, Graham Van Buren.
Yeah,
especially if they can open up one end here.
Exactly, and it could have got those left-handers, and of course you've got a class player coming in Wells, just to bring that left-arm spinner with the greater rough back into the game.
Finally defending. And Price scoops it up off his own bowling. End of the over 3 coming off that over from Ollie Price. 118 for 3, Lancashire. So Bohannon 18, Hurst on 16, trailed by 21 runs. And yeah, a pretty calm start to the afternoon session, which is absolutely what Lancashire will be hoping is the trend for the rest of the day. But still a lot of cricket to go, and I can't believe there won't be another kind of pinch point moment where Lancs will feel under a little bit of pressure again with it. And lose a wicket or two pretty quickly, that'll get ramped back up again, won't it? And it'll be, yep, pretty difficult if that happens. Welcome, 5 Live Sports Extra listeners, to Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah, you join us just as in the previous Ajit Singh Dale over, an edge from the bat of Josh Bohannon has gone right between keeper and the wide slip. An opportunity for Gloucestershire to take a fourth Lancashire wicket goes by as Matty Hurst facing and defending towards mid-off. As Ajit Singh Dale working up good pace, 118 for 3. They've removed Keaton Jennings, George Bell, key wicket Marcus Harris, Josh Bohannon would have been another. And yet you've got Luke Wells in this reconfigured Lancashire middle order to come in next, but so much pressure then on those two. They've got to create another chance. They do have 2 slips in now for Hurst as Singh Dale bowls, striking Hurst on the pad. It looks a little leg side-ish, despite the imploring nature of the appeal from Ajit Singh Dale. And yeah, worth the shout, but it just didn't look quite right. It's leg side-ish, maybe a little bit high as well. Hurst was looking to play to leg, didn't seem to have got too far across. But he's just starting after the first couple of overs. Most of the first couple of overs from Singh Dale were played with a degree of comfort. As he bowls now, and Hurst is a little bit on the walk as he plays it back to the bowler.
Yeah, he's up and running now, isn't he, Dale? He's found a little bit of a groove here. So it was reasonably quiet start, but that edge maybe just has sparked him into life again. He was terrific with a new ball this morning.
And it was that first 11 deliveries or so. I think each one of them was middle of the bat defence out into the offside, and then that edge charges in once more. Bowles. Hurst has worked that one up to mid on. He's looking to clip that one towards square leg. Rehearses that shot, rehearses the defensive shot. It's Still 21 behind. And for Gloucestershire, well, 60 overs remaining, although you can already take 2 off for a change of innings once Lancashire go into the lead. They've got to take those 7 wickets and then they've got to chase whatever they're set in that time. Singdale runs in now, bowls, Hurst drives, lovely shot. Beats mid off to his left-hand side. It's running out towards the pavilion and it will go for 4. Just has enough force behind it. Crosses the boundary and Matty Hurst moves on to 20 with a confident drive. He didn't have to really take a huge stride into it, because just pretty much stay balanced and allow the ball to come to him and still drive it straight, because he knows there's pace on it.
Batted for a long time in the first innings, didn't he? Enjoyed a very good partnership with Marcus Harris. 212 they put on in the first innings.
Singdale in now to Hurst, clipped through square leg. That's the shot he was looking for a couple of times earlier on in the over. Out to Cameron Green in the deep, and he will keep it to a single. Hurst adds another to 21 he goes, and Lancashire to 123 for 3. 16 runs is their still deficit.
Batted for 3 hours in that first dig. 78 didn't really look like getting out, and it was that bizarre dismissal at the end of the towards the end of the first day from a short ball which was ballooning high above his head, and he dangled a bat and it just kissed the toe end of it and was taken by the keeper. He showed in the first innings innings of real patience. Looking to do something similar here with alongside Josh Bohannon. Off spinner Ollie Price, double centurion in the match. Continues from the Statham end. That's turned out towards the leg side. Green fields and there's no run. He's got a slip and a short leg. Deep square leg and deep point. For a decent approach is Price. Tall man, bowls a little flatter and quicker this time. It's run down the outer half of the bat to third man. Doesn't reach the rope. Miles Hammond been busy treading a path down towards third man, fielding for Gloucestershire.
What's interesting well, it's probably not that interesting, but on the first game of the season, we were told by an analyst, and Gloucestershire supporters will have heard this just about every game, but we were told that Miles Hammond had the most touches of a fielder in the county championship last year.
I think that's quite interesting.
I thought that was interesting, but Gloucestershire fans will be going, oh, not again.
Price in bowls to Bohannon off the back foot and driven to mid-off, and there's no run. Now, I just thought you were about to say we found it interesting because we've lived quite boring lives, but...
But you think that's interesting even for somebody with such an interesting life as yours?
No, it's quite a boring life. Hence, that's why I find it quite interesting. 124 for 3. There's Price. Over the wicket to Bohannon. Drives the inner half of the bat. The ball ricochets out towards the long on boundary. Tom Bryce down below us to field. Moves to 19, 125 for 3. So he's had more touches of the cricket ball than anybody else in county cricket last season.
Yep.
How do you begin to put that data together? That's played away by Hurst off the back foot. And there's no run.
I think it's what these analysts do, is sit there tracking every ball, and there's from what I've seen, I don't know if they would use exactly the same system, but there's like a sort of drop down menu for every ball.
It's Price in and bowls. Short, pulled. That'll be 4 runs for Hurst. Out through mid-wicket. And it pushes Lancashire onto 129 4-3 at the end of the over.
I suppose he did get the wicket of Bohannon with a drag down in the first innings, Ollie Price, but I'm sure it wasn't a deliberate move to do that. So there is this drop-down menu where you can select things like, I don't know, played and missed, or false shot, poor shot execution. That was one of the options.
I bet the batsman loved that.
Oh yes, yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Poor shot execution.
Being the judge of that.
We've got a ball examination after 37 overs. So there's all this stuff, and they, I think, track every fielder who's picked up the ball. So
right, okay.
I suppose it seems like one of those things which is just, how on earth has anybody done that? But I think it's so just a matter of about 3 clicks of the mouse with every ball, and that's what the analysts sit there doing.
Well, I suppose he's in kind of key positions in the field, isn't he? So
yes, yeah. They tend to put him at backward point a lot, and if they think that there's going to be, for example, I forget who it was, but they stuck him at mid-off for some time in the first innings when I assume it was Harris, but I can't remember why. There was a reason why they felt the ball would be going there quite a lot, so they stuck Hammond in that position. Gloucestershire have got this ball changed.
They have. So
the ball has either lasted completely the way through, or we've needed about 3 changes this match, and it looks as though it's maybe one of the latter times. Just thinking in terms of a second new ball is not really going to be much of a factor in this. Only maybe if they're looking to just eke out the last couple of wickets, but I think the likelihood is that it's not going to play much of a part, so they're going to have to take these 7 wickets with the old ball as well, so that doesn't help.
No, if we're at a second new ball stage, I think Lancashire will probably think that the game's pretty much safe.
Yeah. So, unless they really are 8 or 9 down, and there's a way to go before that. Singdale with this change ball bowls. It's edged by Bohannon in more control, certainly, than the one that flashed between Bancroft and Bracey. Down for a single to the deep third fielder. 130 for 3 as Bohannon is on to 20, but again he's beaten the inside edge a couple of times of Hurst's bat. He's taken the outside edge of Bohannon a couple of times. It feels as though Singdale is cranking this up a bit. He's in his 5th over of this spell. And again, 6 has tended to be the number, so again, counting the deliveries almost if you're Lancashire here, and there's another one seen off as Hurst comes down the pitch slightly awkwardly and comes around the ball a little bit, but is able to play it away out into the covers. And again, there's no run.
Derbyshire have made a pretty positive start to their second innings. 38 without loss after 9 overs. Have been set 338 for victory in Cardiff.
I suppose you can break it down, can't you? You don't have to set off like a train. Singdale bowls, that's a beauty. Is it taking the edge? No, we're not out, says the umpire. And there was just something about that it wasn't totally convinced in Gloucestershire's appeal. Bracey sort of threw the ball up, but I didn't get the impression it was a throw of just definite knowledge that it had caught something. But again, that's, it shows you that the pitch might be dead for some, but it's absolutely not dead for Singdale looking at that.
No, he has been the real standout bowler, hasn't he? He's got something out of this pitch.
130 for 3. Singdale in to Hurst. This is clipped through mid-wicket. Be at least 2 here. Long chase from Buren back from mid-on, and it's that short boundary. Oh dear, yeah, you could see that happening. You could see that happening from almost literally a mile away, because we are that far away. But you've got the mighty figure of Cameron Green, built like a number 8, and Graham van Buren, who's built like a scrum half, ready to collide round the boundary. And Green, I'm surprised that Green didn't really pull out of that, because Van Buren was going to field it. But it's gone for 4.
I mean, I don't blame him, but Van Buren didn't fancy getting involved in that, did he?
quite rightly decided that was a collision that he was not going to win.
Stay clear of that one. Duck out of that.
Deficit now down to 5. Singdale into Hurst. Make that 4. As that's clipped to Green this time with no interference from elsewhere. Hurst is on to 31, doing a really solid job for his team here.
As he did, yeah, in that first innings, building that big partnership alongside Marcus Harris. Well, both these batters Lancashire have watched in Ollie Price, a batter putting together an innings that was built on defence and on judgment and on leaving, as well as all the shots and some beautiful ones in there.
Singdale in. This is helped hand off the bat round the corner by Josh Bohannon, and that will add another run. So 7 from that over. Good over for Lancashire runs wise, and 3 runs is all that they now trail by 3 wickets down.
Middlesex are 4 wickets down in their second innings, 176 for 4 at Lords against Kent, so they require a further 189 runs to win. Kent require 6 wickets on the final day for victory. Already today, Somerset beating Essex by 3 wickets, chasing that 325 to win. And the Hampshire-Durham game looks set for a reasonably dull draw, it would seem. Durham's second innings 40 without loss, lead by 81. And they made 511 in their first innings, and Hampshire made 470 as well.
Higgins run out Parkinson.
Oh, blimey, steady on.
For 11. Middlesex wicket.
Okay.
And again, they're 4 down, but sort of 5 down because of Stevie Eskenazi's retirement due to injury.
Bowling change. One Price replaces the other. Ollie out and Tom in. Bohannon's on strike. And that's played across the front pad down to fine leg. Takes his bottom hand off the bat, Josh Bohannon. And that's glanced down towards fine leg for 1. 137 for 3, Lancashire trail by 2. So they've almost chalked off the deficit. A declaration overnight by Gloucestershire on 589 for 8, securing an advantage of 139 runs. It has cost them so far 3 wickets, Bell, Jennings and Harris, to get rid of that deficit, and then set about pushing in front and trying to push the game further away from Gloucestershire. It's Tom Price bowls to Hurst, who's in behind it and defends, and there's no run. Green comes up from cover to field. 137 for 3. Still got the floodlights on. They've been on since this morning, but it's as bright as it's been all day now. Just a little bit of cloud cover, but for viewers on Lancs TV, you can see little pockets of blue sky there. It's nice and bright. Okay. We're going to be set for a dry day. There's Price. Tom bowls to Hurst. Matthew, and that's defended, and there's no run.
It's not been a dry day for those who've been drinking all those bottles, though, is it? I mean, good grief.
It's a good night, is that?
Got an entire lorry full of bottles taken away.
That's what you get with a county cricket crowd.
Yeah.
And just swigging away, bottle after bottle. 137 for 3. Price bowls to Hurst. Just gently easing that up towards mid-off where short fields and there's no run. Just looking at his follow-through there, Tom Price. I think Chuck Chantry maybe just politely helping out a former fast bowler by saying you might just be close to overstepping. He's been called a couple of times as Tom Price. He's not been the only one in the game, but a few no balls. Struggled a little bit with his with his run as well this morning. He seemed to lose his approach a couple of times. I don't know whether there was something that wasn't feeling quite right for him underfoot.
I was thinking, actually, it is both the Price brothers' first games here. They didn't play in that game 3 years ago.
And here comes Tom Price, balls down the leg side to Hurst and Bracey, the keeper. Takes a skip or two to his left to take the catch. Just nestles very calmly into his gloves, and there's no addition to the score.
So I suppose Ollie Price is averaging infinity at Old Trafford.
He likes Emirates Old Trafford, then.
But it's a big infinity. It's a bigger infinity than if he'd been 5 not out.
253 not out. It's his brother to Hurst. Next defender to mid-off, there's no run. It was lovely. That's the end of the over as well. It was a lovely moment, actually, wasn't it? Because he was out there with his brother, which was very, very nice to see when he got his double century. And his brother alongside him. Sure, the friends and family were tuned in or watching the pictures or listening to the BBC commentary and enjoying the moment. There's some running repairs required here by the looks of things for Matthew Hurst. And Sam Byrne, Lancashire's physios, has come out with a bit of tape required.
Yeah, there's been several of those nice brotherly moments. I'm sure plenty from the Taylors before my time starting to cover Gloucestershire, and then George and Harry Hankins played in a couple of first-class fixtures together. Tom walking out to join Ollie in the middle at the Cheltenham Festival back in well, it was way back in 2021 now. And then Luke Charlesworth picking up his maiden first-class wicket a couple of years back at the end of that season at Grace Road, edged and caught by Ben Charlesworth at first slip. Hurst is mostly ready to resume now. Jogging up to the non-striker's end. Singdale looks like he just wants to just be let loose again. Just staring down the manner of somebody who just wants to charge in yet again and continue bowling. Here he comes, bowling to Bohannon, who looks to drive and doesn't time it, so it goes up to the mid-off fielder.
Over number 6, this, isn't it, on this for Singdale.
So again, it could be the last of his spell. He produced what could have been the moment for Gloucestershire, but the edge not going to hand. And Lancashire will know that's the back of him for a little while. Towards tee. Singdale in, edged again in the air. This time he'd have needed a pretty wide gully to have caught that one, but the edge is just not quite going to hand in this spell from Singdale. Not in control of that one. Josh Bohannon, he'll pick up a single down towards the boundary. Lancashire trail by 1. What a time that would have been to take a wicket just as Lancashire was starting to feel as though they're pushing in front. Still 4 balls to go in the over. Feels like quite a big over in the course of this day. Well, it'll still be 4 balls left in the over because that's a no ball. Hurst turning towards deep square leg, and Lancashire are into the lead. 3 runs off that delivery, so Lancashire lead by 2. Also means you can remove 2 overs plus the 1 in progress if you're doing the calculations for overs remaining in the day. So whilst it says 56.4 now, not so. Singdale running in now, bowls, and Bohannon lets that one go through to the keeper, unless of course it happens right over tee.
50 partnership that too as well between Hurst and Bohannon.
And they haven't done too badly in terms of, I think Hurst in particular has just started to feel a bit more settled at the crease. He's put a few away. Bohannon may still be in a little bit of the frame that he was in earlier, where it was just really full-on survival. Played a couple more false shots. The Singdale bowls, there's another awkward kind of fight-it-off type defence out towards Hammond at backward point.
Well, of course it's Hammond. It has to be Hammond. It's in the rules.
Yes, he didn't quite have so many touches early on this season, I think, because at various points he was in the slip corner. I mean, standard slip for the spinners, but before Bancroft arrived, it was maybe Chris Dent fielding at backward point. Singdale in now. Bohannon drives it away along the floor to Van Buren at mid-on. There's no run, and it is the last ball of the 6th over of this Singdale spell.
Yeah, Akhtar Singdale 2 for 78 in the first innings. He's picked up 1 for 39 second innings. Tom Price picked up 3 in the first innings. Shaw picked up a couple as well.
I think you've
written that
your scrawlings
I've written that wrong.
Confusing you. Singdale bowls. This is chapped out into the offside. Played to safety by Bohannon, and that's the end of the over and possibly the end of the Singdale spell. 141 for 3.
Yeah, Price picked up 2 for 88. I got them in the wrong column there. And Singdale 3 for 67. Akhtar picked up 2 for 78. And Josh Shaw 2 for 95. I've got my columns all mixed up now. And
it's not good.
No, it's shoddy work.
No,
well, if that's crossing things out here.
You were taking the mickey out of me from a pencil.
I know.
Look
right.
where your pen's got you.
That needs to come out there, and made a right mess of my scorecard there. It'll be Tom Price to continue. 141 for 3. And balls to Hurst. Driven to mid-off. And there is no run. Seamers all shared it around in the first innings, didn't they? Akhtar bowled 20 overs, Singdale bowled 25, Tom Price 28, Josh Shaw 22. So okay, shared it around in that first innings for Gloucestershire, and they're going to probably have to do something similar here. If they can try and get an end open and get one of the left-handers in, they can get Van Buren at one end and rotate from the other potentially. Short and pulled by Hurst. Going towards the fine leg boundary for a single. Takes him to 33, 142 for 3.
I don't mind that. Tom Price isn't the quickest, but eyes might just light up from Hurst, and there's protection out there, so you're not going to concede too many runs doing it, and he might just force the error.
Made a right mess of this scorecard now, haven't I?
What are you doing now?
Tipex, that's what I need, Tipex. Tom Price is in and bowling. Oh, I kept low. Bohannon brings the bat down. There's plenty of reaction from the slips, as you'd expect, and from mid-off and mid-on. It's just to push the bat down, and the ball disappears down to third man. Not what Lancashire want to see.
No, that was a little dodgy for a moment, but just about had enough time to play it. So you need Tipex. I need a pencil sharpener, which I don't carry around with me. We should have matching pencil cases for Cheltenham.
Shall we go to
get
the stationery shop?
And get a BBC Sport pencil case, I wonder?
Oh, that pops a little bit on Hurst as he pushes into the offside. No run. A trip to the stationery shop then, yeah. Yeah, you definitely, if you're going to persist with a pencil, you need something to sharpen it with.
Yeah,
have you collected your scissors yet, by the way?
No, I haven't collected the scissors, because otherwise then I would have had to have brought them in again this morning and had them confiscated all over again.
Oh dear.
Wasn't allowed in at the side gate near the tram stop. Oh no.
I don't know why they're not letting you in.
That would be far, far too much.
Everybody
sense.
else comes in through there. There's Tom Price, balls to Hurst. Oh, he's bowled him! He gets one to go through, and Hurst has gone for 33. And if one Price doesn't get you, the other one will. It's Tom who picks up his second wicket of the innings. And Hurst departs for 33. Lancashire 4 down, 143 for 4, and they lead by 4 runs.
That's what they were looking for, and I see someone actually tapping both Singdale and Tom Price on the back, and that's classic Tom Price. It's just that little fade of in-swing that has just beaten Hurst, taken his inside edge, and its leg stump in the end that has been ripped out of the ground, but it's just what Tom Price does when he's in full flow, whether that's a bit of reverse at this stage. Either way, it's just what you tend to see. I mean, he can get the catches in the slips, but I think often when he's at his best, it's that sort of dismissal, particularly to the right-hander, and it's snuck through Matty Hurst, and out comes, twirling his bat away merrily, Luke Wells.
Just took 2 steps over the little white rope and started frantically twirling the bat. He's meeting Josh Bannon here, have a little brief chat. They've got an end open here, they've got some left-handers to bowl at, which potentially brings Van Buren back into the game from this end. Because with Van Buren's left-arm spin, as we watch replays from Lancs TV of that ball that comes back into Hurst, and then the inside edge maybe deflects off his back thigh pad and then onto the leg stump. Good piece of bowling by Price.
I never understand how that works, because again it looked like the wobbler out of Price's hand, but yet it still moved in a bit before it then, I suppose, must have just hit the seam a bit more. I don't understand how that works, but it does seem to. I guess it's just some bowler's releases.
1-4-3 for 4. Luke Wells, a new batter here for Lancashire. 2 slips, short mid-wicket, deep square leg, fine leg, mid-off, mid-on and cover, deep backward point. Price around the wicket, going full to Wells. That's driven to Van Buren at mid-off, and there is no run. I think that is the over. It is, yep. So it was a wicket with the penultimate ball of the 41st over of Lancashire's second innings. They are in front, Lancashire. They're 4 runs in front, but they're 4 down. Bohannon on 23 not out from 80 balls faced. Wells, the new batter, to join him in the middle, and lots of batting still to do here for Lancashire before they'll feel even in the slightest bit reassured that their unbeaten start will continue.
I was watching Tom Price's eyes on the picture feed that we've got here, because I noticed when he was having those issues rhythm-wise, he was doing a lot of staring down at the ground as he was running in. Singdale is going to have another over. Maybe that wicket has just tempted Gloucestershire into giving him an extra over. He's cut away for 2 runs between point and cover by Bohannon. He's under 25. Leader onto 6. But there was none of that with that last delivery to Luke Wells, just staring straight ahead at the crease. Oh, he's boring in on the batter. Probably wants to be bowling at Wells here, Singdale, so if you just gift Bohannon a single. This is edged by Bohannon and short of second slip, so I suppose it's actually batter who he's bowling to. I suppose he nearly got Bohannon out anyway. And this one is just again a little bit of bounce. He's taken his hand off the bat as it's caught high up on the bat, just not enough behind it because of the impact being softened to carry to Bancroft. He stops it, and no run. Singdale is steaming in once again. He bowls and drives and ends up going out to deep forward square leg. I thought that was aimed through the covers to start with. Bohannon 26. Singdale will get a look at the new batter, Luke Wells, who was going along swimmingly in the first innings, and I wonder how many he could have gone on to make. But he was trying to heave Josh Short over towards the Alex Hartley floodlight,
which is back on. And missed it. It was trapped LBW going for what would, for Lancashire, have been a 4th batting bonus point. Rather different situation here. Over the wicket, Singdale with 2 slips in, bowling to Wells, who tucks this one into the onside, straight to mid-wicket. This is where the Luke Wells, as the senior opening bat, draw upon those skills as the opening bat. Draw upon his bat twirling skills to start with. Definitely doing that, yeah. He's got lots of those.
Master of his art. There's a second fielder being sent back to the leg side boundary now. Tom Price down at fine leg and Joe Phillips on as a sub out at deep square. Singdale into Wells. That's a tasty delivery. Not if you're Luke Wells. It's really dug in shorter of a length. Wells has to watch it whistle past his gloves and through to the keeper. It's particularly bowling to those left-handers that's really impressed me, because it's not always the easiest to bowl right arm over the wicket and trouble the left-handers so consistently. Really, I think it's the best I've seen him bowl to left-handers, especially in this game, possibly. Even though his innings figures 1 for 42, just I almost had to look again and think, really? They're not better than that? Short mid-wicket goes in place. Singdale bowls down the leg side, and Wells does well there not to have a go at it. That would have been one that could have just taken a little glove and gone behind. And the over's completed, and surely that is the end of Singdale's spell after lunch. As I say, 1 for 42. He's bowled so much better than that. 146 for 4.
That does not tell the story, that does it? If you're looking, reading match reports and looking at scorecards, and you see 1 for 42 from 13, just quickly brush over it, wouldn't you? But that is not a reflection of the threat that he has posed through the course of this final day, but also Lancashire's first innings. So Bohannon on the front foot and defending. Tom Price continuing from the Brian Statham end. And there is no run. It's already a really impressive effort by Gloucestershire. And I know you're batting, and Lancashire coming to bat on the final day, and they know they're having to bat, and they know having to get 140 just to get in front. But still, to have got Lancashire at this point, 146 for 4 is a really impressive effort with the ball by Gloucestershire. I know it was on the back of a big day in the field yesterday for Lancs and all that, but it's a really impressive effort, a really good bowling display.
Yeah, and I think it's just the frustration of having 2 games already this season, where if Gloucestershire don't take these wickets, it'll just be another one where it's a great effort to take those wickets. 8 points for the draw.
It's Tom Price into Bohannon. That's defended into the offside. There's no run, I can assure you. That's exactly what Lancashire are hoping for.
Yeah.
It'll feel so different, won't it? If it continues like this, and the sense of pressure is applied right the way to the back end of the day, the draw will feel so very different for both sides. So Gloucestershire will come out with more points. They got the additional bonus point, yeah. But it will feel potentially much like a win for Lancashire. It's run away towards backward point, or through backward point by Josh Bohannon. There's a tumbling effort to cut it off. I presume that's Hammond. It is Hammond.
Yes. If he stays on the floor for longer than a few seconds, it's usually Hammond.
He's dragged himself back up onto his feet. And the single takes Bohannon to 27 now. 147 for 4.
That might have been Ben Charlesworth just doing a few exercises.
I was going to look on my scorecard to see his first innings score, but now I'm not sure I can believe these numbers I've written down.
No, that one's right.
Oh, excellent. There's Tom Price around the wicket balls. Wells off the front foot and just steers it across the pad out to square leg for a single. He bowled 6 overs then in the first innings, Ben Charlesworth. 148 for 4. Lancashire lead by 9. Brings Josh Bohannon back on strike. 2 slips ready. Third man. Fine leg, deep square leg. Point cover, mid off, mid on. Price in. Just drops short and Bohannon looks to pull but doesn't time it. Ball just bouncing out towards Van Buren, who comes maybe 10 yards away to his right to field at mid-on. Bohannon moves to 28. 149 for 4. Lead moves to 10. Brings Wells back on strike. I think we may have seen the end of Singdale. 7 overs for 29 in that spell. This is Tom Price, a third over of this spell from the Brian Statham men. And he's just in conversation with his captain. It's quite a socially distanced conversation with Bancroft at slip and the ball at the top of his mark, but they've agreed on something. And Wells is defending. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. 3 coming off it. A lead of 10 for Lancashire, 149 for 4 at the end of their 43rd over of the second innings.
Gloucestershire's women, by the way, back in action against Glamorgan in that round 1 of the T20 County Cup. And you have Glamorgan 27 for 2 just at the start of the 4th over, with off-spinner Charlie Phillips taking a couple of wickets, so a couple of important ones. Bethan Gammon got runs the other day for Glamorgan's women, so she's dismissed for 10. All sorts of wonderful places around the country, with games taking place in the County Cup. Wins for Hertfordshire over Bedfordshire and Huntingdonshire. But they call them Beds and Hunts, don't they? As 5 Sports Extra listeners have rejoined us, with Lancashire at 149 for 4 and Josh Shaw running in from the James Anderson end to Josh Bohannon, and this is turned away through square leg for a single, and that brings up the 150 for Lancashire. What are you laughing about?
You, really. Chuckling along at you, really.
Okay. At me.
With
okay.
you, I'd like to think.
It's the way it is. That's Scott Reed laughing at Ed Seaborn. And in the time that you've been away, Sports Extra listeners, there's been a 4th wicket for Gloucestershire. Matty Hurst was bowled via the inside edge, but beaten really by a delivery that came back a fraction from Tom Price. Hurst was bowled for 33. This meant that Luke Wells, in this newish position of number 6, has come out to join Josh Bohannon, with Shaw bowling round the wicket to Wells, who's comfortably in line with that one and plays it in defence to mid-off. So yeah, Hertfordshire have beaten Beds and Hunts. Shropshire have beaten Norfolk.
Ooh. Kevin will be very happy with that. Thought he would be.
Delighted with that. 46-run victory for Shropshire's women.
Well done.
Through to round 2. Cambridgeshire have beaten Herefordshire. Staffordshire have beaten Cumbria. And several other games in play. A place in round 2 at stake as Wells on drives. A few theatrical gasps as the ball was in the air for all of 0.2 seconds. There's no run up to mid-on. Incidentally, I mentioned Gloucestershire's women will face either Sussex or Buckinghamshire. Sussex are 14 for 3 in the 5th over against Buckinghamshire. So that is not going to script. Short in round the wicket bowls, and this is steered out towards point by Wells for no run. It should remind those with this new competition, it's both Tier 2 and Tier 3 of the new 3-tier structure of the women's county system in action here. The Tier 1 sides will come in, I think, at the 3rd round stage of that competition. 2 slips go down as Shaw is in round the wicket bowling to Wells, who plays that into the onside. Bohannon's taken a few steps down the pitch, and Shaw after it in his follow through. Wells didn't fancy the single. Not really much need for that sort of thing at this stage. The lead of 11, and really, well, the best part of 30 overs, if not more, that Lancashire still have to bat. Quick singles are not of the highest importance. Shaw, last ball of this over, round the wicket, bowls to Wells. So just a little bit of something there, turning Wells around a bit, but he still does good work with the hands, played out towards backward point. He's ridding himself of just about every piece of equipment here as Luke Wells wants to shed one of his sweaters. He's used to the Manchester weather by now. It's sunny out there.
It's lovely.
It's lovely.
What's wrong?
Absolutely lovely.
Manchester weather's lovely. It's not rained. It's been pretty sunny.
No, it's been lovely.
Temperatures have plummeted, though.
You can't let that go, can you?
That's what it accurately reported in the Manchester Evening News. Temperatures were going to plummet on Bank Holiday Monday.
They certainly plummeted overnight.
Well, as you were out walking around the quays late at night, you felt the chill, didn't you, last night?
Yeah, there was a serious chill on the quays.
You shouldn't be out there at that time of night, you. There's Tom Price in and balls to Josh Bohannon, who defends. And there is no run. On 50 for 4.
No, I took a gorgeous picture over the quays from the road bridge back over to into Salford. Yeah, it was lovely. It was a little sunset, I think. Jupiter was visible.
You made that up?
Oh, I think it was Jupiter.
I think you've had too much to drink. I told you to lay off it last night. Here's Price in and balls. It's fallen and clipped away by Bohannon. Right off his toes, down towards fine leg for a single. He's on to 30, 151 for 4.
Well, there's something bright up in the sky. Maybe it was that helicopter that we had here yesterday. Didn't seem to be moving very quickly.
It was the moon, Ed. That's what it was. Lead of 12. Wells back on strike. So they've got 2 slips for Wells. As ever, the third man in position for the whole of this innings, and indeed Lancashire's first. There's a fine leg, there's a deep square leg. Oh, he's struggling a bit here, isn't he, Price, again? Did this in the morning session, set off from the Brian Statham end and just kind of loses his rhythm a little bit. So goes wandering back to his mark. Meanwhile, Wells is toiling away with the bat at the striking end. Settles, ready for Price. He's past the umpire. It's a back of a length delivery and nudged away off the hip by Wells. Down to fine leg for a single, and he doubles his score. He moves to 2, 152 for 4.
So it's raining at Lords.
Oh dear.
Which is, at the moment, frustrating Kent more than Middlesex. Middlesex need 159 to win. Middlesex 4 down with Eskenazi also retired hurt. Luke Holman's going great guns, 73 not out. But raining there, also raining, I'm sure, much to most people's relief at, at the utility bowl.
It's defended by Bohannon, and there's no run. 152 for 4.
511 plays 470, both in around about 150 overs, and Durham 40 without loss. The intrigue continues to be here, and also at Cardiff, where Derbyshire 88 for 2, needing 250 more runs to win. Caleb Jewell and Wayne Madsen, potentially prolific partnership at the crease for Derbyshire, but if that gets broken quickly, Glamorgan might just feel they've got a sniff still.
Tom Price in for Gloucestershire. Balls edged, taken. Bohannon's gone. Bancroft again. He's not spilled anything. The Gloucestershire skipper, every chance that's come his way, he's gobbled it up with glee. And it's another key wicket. Josh Bohannon out for 30. Lancashire 5 down. They lead by 13. Gloucestershire still chipping away here, and nerves increasing in the Lancashire dressing room, I'm sure.
It's just held its line, really. I don't think it's done a massive amount, that delivery from Tom Price, but it was just a bit of a poke from Bohannon. It wasn't a really decisive defensive shot, and he also didn't leave it alone as he possibly could have done if he got everything out the way of it. And again, you just go back to the judgment in Ollie Price's innings of 253 not out, and it shows you just how many perils do still lie out there in terms of, do I play, do I leave? And if you're just not quite decisive enough, then that's what can happen. The outside edge caught, and it carried through pretty comfortably to Bancroft at second slip.
Yes, and to the frustration of Lancashire, the edges that they found through the course of that Gloucestershire first innings, it's kind of died, didn't they, really? Nothing really carried. Gloucestershire, with that extra spring in their step, finding edges that are carrying to Bancroft, and he's not dropping anything at the minute. The Gloucestershire skipper, knowing that whatever chance they can create, they've pretty much got to take them all. George Balderson coming out to join Luke Wells. This already, even if Lancashire are able to somehow scramble out of this with a draw, is a terrific effort to have got Lancashire 5 down here. After 3 days of watching cricket on here, you just didn't really see something like this developing. They've bowled brilliantly. Even without the threat of Van Buren, who's still potentially up their sleeve for these left-handers that Lancashire have got here. On the attack now with 3 slips. Tom Price is going to bowl around the wicket to the new batsman, that's George Balderson. Fine leg, backward point, deep mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on and cover. There's Price in and bowling to Balderson off the back foot. And pushed up towards mid-off. Van Buren fields, and there is no run. Super stuff by Tom Price, and they have shared the workload, and they've shared the responsibility of trying to break Lancashire down here on the final day. Wickets have been shared around. Price has got 3 of them, Van Buren and Singdale with the others. Gloucestershire sensing the possibility here. Lancashire leading by just 13 runs, 152 for 5.
He does still have a few spells here or there, Tom Price, where he's glowering at various things and staring down at the crease and looking at his run up a bit as Shaw is into Wells, who watches that go by. But this season, there's that spell at Canterbury where he took 4 wickets, took 4 of the 6 that fell in that innings late on day 4, and he's got 3 already on day 4 here. It looks much more like the pre-back injury Tom Price when he's delivering those sorts of spells. Shaw in now, to Wells. This is flicked away down to fine leg. Sprinting the first one, and they'll fancy a second. They will not go for it. Wells on to 3, the lead only 14. And Lancashire won at 53 for 5. George Balderson got off to a very slow start in the first innings. I think it was his 18th delivery that he scored his first run from. So I think that's also adding to the reason why Gloucestershire are thinking, well, may as well just stick a third slip in.
Probably added to the reason why Wells was going chasing after the bonus point and kind of took it upon himself, and then in the end got out, didn't he? They're on the hunt here, aren't they?
Yeah, deep square has come up as well into mid-wicket. 3 slips short, round the wicket to Balderson, and there's a leave through to the wicketkeeper. Balderson, the left-hander. Tom Hartley, left-hander, due in next. Tom Bailey, Saqib Mahmood, John Turner, the batting to come for Lancashire. And, well, what is it now for Gloucestershire? Three wickets, and then if they feel if you can get Mahmood and Turner out there with a good number of overs left, I feel that that's close to the job that they need to do. Shaw in now to Balderson. That's a good leave. Tight but good.
Indeed. Saw a lot of that from Ollie Price, didn't we?
Yes, and Ben Charlesworth, actually, who was an England under-19 teammate of George Balderson.
Good knowledge.
Thank you. I just remembered it in that moment.
It's lurking in the back of the brain somewhere.
I was just thinking of the connection, because it reminded me of one of those Charlesworth leaves early on. Shaw in now to Balderson. And again, left.
You're never that far away from a former England under-19 cricketer, are you?
I suppose not, no. No. Shows you that how many of them do go on to have successful county careers. I suppose it's you're pretty close to the sort of time that a lot of people do make their debuts, but yeah, the talent keeps on rolling through, and we saw Andrew Flintoff here yesterday, who's been doing work in that regard. Shaw bowls. That's a good short delivery and well played by George Balderson, and he has just flinched away, and through it goes to James Bracey. So 153 for 5.
Lancs TV viewers are stitching me up again, you know, the guys at Lancs TV. I'm looking at a note that Kevin Hauser sent me. And they've cut to the
straight on camera.
Yes, straight to the camera. Kevin tells me that on Sports Extra at tea, there will be interviews with the Somerset head coach Jason Kerr and the Leicestershire opener Rishi Patel. Is your tea time entertainment on 5 Sports Extra? Have we done all right with that? Well, Kevin says. He shrugs his head.
Just about sold it.
153 for 5. Here comes Tom Price from the Brian Statham end. Around the wicket and balls, and Wells, I think, defends. No
I
run.
think something like after Somerset's heroic first win of the season.
You should,
dramatic fashion over Essex.
You do
extraordinary comeback.
You do that.
And Rishi Patel on Leicestershire's wonderful 3rd win out of 5 matches.
There we go.
You'll want to hear all about both those things with Kevin Howells at tea time on 5 Sports Extra.
There's Tom Price from the Brian Statham end. Wells on 3, in and balls. Wells plays forward and defends to mid-off, and there is no run.
I've just got a Howellsy-wood handshake.
Done well there.
I never thought I'd see the day.
You seem to absolutely get that one spot on.
The head teacher's happy with me.
He's never happy. Here's Tom
back into glower at me from the room over there now.
Absolutely. Price in to Wells. Again, that's defended. Charlesworth comes up from cover to field. And there's no run. 1-5-3 for 5, lead of 14. And they're back underway at Lords, and they're back underway at Southampton. So,
gosh,
rain quickly disappeared from both those.
Dear. I can imagine Kevin James's delight as he's got some more cricket to commentate on.
Just when you want rain. Little shuffle at the start of his approach here for Tom Price, who comes over the wicket to Lancashire's left-hander Luke Wells, who's in forward defensive mode. Pushed away to Charlesworth, who's at cover, and there is no run. 1-5-3 for 5. How many overs left today? 49. Seems to be growing, that. I think he's counting up rather than counting down. 49.
It's going to be a hefty evening session as well, with tea at 3:40 on the final day.
Change of approach here from Tom Price. He'll bowl around the wicket this time to Wells. Back and across and defends. It's a solid-looking defensive shot by Wells. It's pushed away into the offside, and there is no addition to the score. Tucks his bat under his arm. There's a wander out towards square leg. 5 down, Lancashire. Bell, Jennings, Harris, Hurst, Bohannon have all been and gone. There's Tom Price in full and wide of off stump and left by Luke Wells. And through to Bracey. And that completes the over. 1-5-3 for 5. A lead of 14.
So we'll only at nearly 3:05 be at the halfway point of the day at the end of this next over. So Gloucestershire have taken 5 Lancashire wickets. I suppose in theory they're going to need to increase the rate of that wicket taking just a bit, but they'll also be getting down lower into the Lancashire order. Balderson waits for Shaw, who bowls to him, and Balderson is forward defending away towards mid-on. He's not been tempted yet by the sizable gap in the covers. That's a much more attacking field that Bancroft has set for Balderson. So Bohannon faced 29 deliveries between the edge that he was caught off and the edge that went between keeper and slip. Shaw in, Balderson drives, bounds towards mid-off, there's no run. I suppose the question is, will that 5 overs or so, will that be 5 overs that Gloucestershire regret at the end of things? Ollie Price appears to be stretching at first slips. I wondered about Van Buren coming on. Maybe it's Ollie Price. You'd think it's pretty close to spin time with Tom Price ending his spell. Shaw bowls full ball, driven at by Balderson. He was tempted by the gap that time. It's gone off the bottom part of his bat, I think, into the ground and back towards the bowler.
Could be a bit of double spin, couldn't it, potentially, at some point?
Need to at some point,
Yeah.
you'd have thought.
And -2 still on the over rate as well, so there is that factor.
At least -2, I'd have thought.
Yeah, it was at lunch, wasn't it?
Yeah. Can't imagine they've got that much quicker since then. There was a bit of spin, but then they went back to double seam when Hurst was out. Shaw into Balderson, plays that one gently down to deep third. Joe Phillips is on the field. I think that it is Singdale who's off. Balderson off the mark with a single, lead up to 15. 1-5-4-5.
And he's got, if he comes on from this end, Ollie Price, with the 2 left-handers that are on out in the middle here for Lancashire, he's got some footmarks there, hasn't he, outside the left-handers off stump to try and work with.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely going to be spin. Bancroft has just signalled to the dressing room for a helmet. Shaw runs in, bowls, Wells leaves.
Great
lunging leave.
It's a great leave.
It's one of the better ones this season. So with a draw, it'd be, what, 13-12. Gloucestershire 13 and Lancashire 12. And if Gloucestershire can win, they will pick up 21 points. Shaw, last ball of the over, bowls down the leg side, flicked away for just a single, I think, by Wells. He was never too interested in coming back there. A couple of runs off the over. Lancashire to 155 for 5. Lead is creeping to 16, but wickets column is also moving. Starts for 5 Lancashire batters so far. Everybody getting into double figures, facing at least 26 deliveries. So I suppose again it shows that it still doesn't feel like there's going to be a massive cascade, but the rate that it's falling, you know, it might just be enough if Gloucestershire can continue to chip one here, one there, and then all of a sudden they'll be getting down towards the lower order in the tail.
A couple of partnerships there. Bell and Jennings 50, Barn and Hurst 54. Desperately need another one. Oh, having a look at the ball again.
Another. It's just what it's been like, isn't it? If the ball gets changed once, then it sort of has to be changed 2 or 3 times.
Has it passed the test?
Because like this time they may have decided that they're just going to have to keep going with it. They must reach a point where they just think, if we're going to change this, the next one's just not going to be right either. So may as well just keep going with this one for a bit.
Will be spin time. Van Buren coming into the attack from the Brian Statham end. Got the wicket of Marcus Harris in the morning session, having danced down the pitch a couple of times and punched him through the covers. He came down for a 3rd time, was beaten, and then Bracey did the rest of the work with the gloves. And Van Buren returns. Wells on strike, short leg and slip in place, in and bowls. Ooh, Wells defends. A little bit it was flat to Wells and it skidded back in towards him. He brings the bat down quickly enough to keep it out. There's a short, straight mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket. Gets onto the front foot Wells and defends, and there's no run. Long on, mid-off, cover, backward point, backward square leg. Van Buren for Gloucestershire, in and bowling. Again, Wells is defending. And again, there's no run. Now, viewers on Lancashire TV will see those footmarks outside. Luke Wells is off stump is where he's aiming to try and see if he can get a bit of reward. It's playing in potentially the mind of the batters as he gets forward again, smothers this away into the offside. And there is no run. He's right on the money, isn't he, Van Buren? He's not a case of just going to gently getting into your spell. He's right into it. In and balls. Oh, that's edge. He's gone beyond Hammond at slip. Well, they'll come back for 2. I'm not sure if that was a chance for Hammond or not. It went low down to his left-hand side. Hammond went tumbling away, trying to desperately get something on it. Wells moves to 6, the lead to 18, 157 for 5. There's Van Buren again, balls, he's hopping back and across and defending Wells. A super start by Van Buren. Causing trouble already, the left-arm spinner. Let's have a look, see if this was a possibility. As it deflected low to Hammond's left, just beyond his reach. It may have just grounded in front of him as well. But Van Buren, you would think on the evidence of that, and maybe even spin from both ends, is in for a decent spell here.
Yeah, so he played it so suspiciously, really. Wells, he just like he just really wasn't sure what it was going to do. just able to deflect it short and wide of Hammond, just kind of deaden it enough, just about. Shaw, he fire one through, he bowls now to Balderson, and yeah, there's a very comfortable single down to deep third, and well, that, I think that is a little bit of a tell if you're Gloucestershire, because it's the easiest of singles wide of the cordon, and Balderson stopped halfway down the pitch, stared at each other for a bit. Balderson to 2, 158 for 5. But I must say, I think Van Buren's bowled the best this season I've seen him for a while. And the one thing that you always do know with him is he's going to be accurate. Shaw in now, back of a length delivery, swayed out of the way off by Wells. And he's bowled an awful lot in white ball cricket. He's bowled a lot in red ball cricket for Gloucestershire, but the white ball skills, the accuracy, they're there. And if he's got a bit of something out of the pitch to use, then you sort of back him to be able to hit the right spot often enough. Deep square sent back. Short to Wells on 6. This is turned off the hip, just for a gentle single. Wide of the fielder at mid-on, Saman Akhtar, who I'm sure will still have a part to play, and if it continues to rotate the way it has, it may well be Akhtar from the Anderson end once Shaw's finished, unless they do decide that now is the time to go for the double spin. There hasn't been masses of turn from the Anderson end, but we haven't seen, as Shaw continues round the wicket and bowls, and there's no shot from Balderson. I don't think we've seen too much, though, is a off-spinner bowling to the left-handers from that end and targeting the rough outside the off-stump. I know that they don't have to play a shot at those, but just sometimes you can be tempted.
No, Hartley bowled his left arm spin from the Statham end, didn't we? We saw that in the Gloucestershire innings. There's not been, I don't think, too much, if any, spin from that top end. A little bit of Luke Wells maybe with his leg spin yesterday.
Shaw bowls to Balderson. Balderson forward, knocking it towards mid-off.
At the minute, I quite like the idea of Van Buren at one end, who's rattling through overs and getting the ball to grip and bounce and cause problems. There's so much going on with Van Buren, isn't there, from this end, especially when the left-handers are on strike. You can just keep your quicks going, can't you, in short bursts. And Shaw, and then maybe you say Akhtar, Price, you've got Singdale. You can keep kind of rotating from that top end.
Shaw switches back to over the wicket. That's a good bouncer, but again it's well ducked by Balderson. End of the over, 159 for 5. Shaw, and then if Akhtar were to have a few overs, I mean, that takes Gloucestershire through to tea, and then there might be a possibility of another Singdale spell pretty soon after that.
There's a couple of wickets elsewhere in the game at Lords and in Cardiff, so Middlesex are 216 for 5, target of 365 to win. And third wicket for Derbyshire. There's Van Buren's in to Wells. So that pitches and spins and bounces down the leg side. It's left by Wells as it spins away from him.
Rafe, it's almost dangerous. Just get a warning for dangerous bowling. Spinner turned and bounced up massively down the leg side.
It's pushed away by Wells off the front foot to cover. No run. Yeah, Derbyshire 119 for 3 now. Their target is 338 to win. So wickets for Glamorgan and for Kent in their respective games. Here, Lancashire facing Van Buren, who's in and bowling, and goes back and looks to cut and is playing a miss. And through to Bracey, who takes the catch. Remains on 7. There's a slip and a short leg. They've just pushed fine leg back towards the boundary. There's a deep mid-wicket. There's also a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. So we have a little slight delay. Van Buren in and bowling. Worked down the ground by Wells. And takes a single. Moves on to 8. 160 for 5. And now we see Van Buren to Balderson, I think, for the first time. Yeah, just taking his time here, George Balderson. Takes guard from umpire Jack Chantry. They're going to bring another catcher close in, so there's a slip and a leg slip and a forward short leg. Van Buren's left arm spin over the wicket to Balderson. Left hand back for Lancashire. In, no, he just pulls away.
Square leg umpire was just
spotted something.
Signalling something. Oh, maybe. Was Bancroft's left foot just the other side of that line? Because they do have 2 others behind square with this leg slip now.
In and bowling to Balderson, who's forward and defending. And there is no run.
Because David Milne's made a sort of a signal to somebody. I wonder if that's what it was, because if the fielder out on the boundary is just behind square and then you've got the leg slip.
Oh, has that just taken the edge? It has! Van Buren finds the edge of Balderson's bat. Bracey with the catch. Gloucestershire cock a hoop. They sense a wonderful bank holiday Monday in Manchester because they've got Lancashire 6 down. They only lead by 21. And Graham Van Buren could well be spinning Gloucestershire towards a terrific victory here. They've got 4 more to get and then something to chase. But Lancashire 160 for 6, lead by 21.
Well, the threat was there pretty much as soon as Van Buren came into the attack, just pitching a couple into the rough, and this one, it hasn't turned as much, but it's just the uncertainty created by what it might do out of the rough, which has meant that it's again a pretty indeterminate shot from Balderson. Obviously just a fine feather through to James Bracey. But pretty much even just in the first over that he bowled, I think he went for about 10 or 11 off the first over, and Harris skipped down the pitch and whacked him out through the covers a couple of times. But even in that over, I felt, okay, it's interesting that Harris is doing that, because that just tells you that he's not trusting those footmarks at all. He thinks there's some real danger in those, and so far there certainly does seem to be, with Van Buren 2 for 14 in 5 overs, and he's still got, well, he's still got a good spell in front of him if he's going to keep bowling like this. And Tom Hartley is the latest Lancashire batter to come out and try and combat this Gloucestershire attack, which is just surging in confidence as the wickets continue to come for them. Josh Shaw to try for a 7th, bowling now to Luke Wells, who's rising up to his full height and is punching this one out towards cover. There is no run.
It is, as you described there, it's watching that back on the replay again. I mean, it's not done much really from Van Buren, but it is that sense of uncertainty, I guess, isn't it, with those footmarks outside the off stump, and of course, a couple of deliveries before that, he's getting one to pitch, turn and bounce, isn't he? So there's all sorts going on there, and in the end, the ball that doesn't really do a great deal finds the edge of the bat.
Shaw to Wells, confidently forward, pushing this one firmly towards mid-on. And that's the thing. I mean, sometimes you hear some former spinners say you just need one to turn, and well, one's done a substantial amount more than that in that previous over. We've seen a ball that's pitched 2 feet outside off stump, turn a foot down the leg side and bounce up at rib cage height.
Yeah, not ideal if you're batting.
It's not ideal. Now we've got more movement. Oh, it's somebody walking on one of those Bridge of Sighs over there. Be more than sighing at this point. Lancashire supporters.
No need for that.
Here comes Shaw and bowls. This is just helped wide of the keeper. And it will be, runs as well. That was not far away. That was an awkward, shot, can we call it that, from Wells, more of a sort of fend off down the leg side. Must have come off a bit of glove or top part of the bat, maybe, just help round the corner. And it was a bit short and also wide of Bracey. It's 4 more runs onto the total. 164 for 6, the lead on to 25, but even Shaw now just getting something to encourage him along his way as he switches back to round the wicket, bowling to Wells. That's clipped away for 1 run to Ben Charlesworth out at deep square leg. 65 for 6.
It's a brilliant effort. I'm going to keep banging on about this, but this is a great effort by Gloucestershire. They've bowled so well today. The declaration by Bancroft was, well, even if they don't win, it was still inspired to have said, right, let's just get out there and bowl this morning. Whenever most people are assuming they're going to go on for another kind of half an hour or so and push it up towards kind of 170, whatever. Declares overnight, probably giving Lancashire the least amount of time in terms of notice to get ready to come out and bat. And then his bowlers have backed him up brilliantly. And obviously he's been terrific. He's taken 3 catches.
His third slip has moved to short leg as Shaw bowls to Tom Hartley. That's his first delivery. And Saman Akhtar suddenly realised that he had to go and field that ball. I think he's not touched the ball for about an hour, so just been watching on and celebrating with his teammates. Suddenly realised that the bowler wasn't getting it, so he had to set off in pursuit and keep Hartley on strike. Hartley was in decent touch in the first innings, made 35. Shaw to Hartley, just dabs that one away softly down into the gully, and green fields. 165 for 6. And whilst Josh Shaw has just created something in that over, you just sort of feel the tension mount a little bit as it's Van Buren who's about to bowl again, because it's been him that has looked like the real threat here in the last 40 minutes, half an hour. 2 for 14 already in 5 overs. 3 wickets for Tom Price, 3 for 42. Singdale, 1 for 42 still.
Yeah, it's Van Buren, isn't it? It's going to continue. Do well to get the ball out of his hand, as well as off the back foot defence. Towards the leg side, there's no run at green fields for Gloucestershire. Van Buren into Wells, right forward and defends. Smothers the ball back to Graham Van Buren. He's a busy bowler, isn't he? He's quickly back to his mark. He's left elbow thrust out as he comes bouncing in and over the wicket and bowls. Oh goodness, Wells uses his feet kind of almost crab-like, and coming down towards the bowler to work it out towards the leg side. There's no run.
He's got such a wide stretch, it's almost as though he can straddle the entire pitch doing that.
Van Buren to Wells. Again, so tentatively and so concerned about what it might do as it pitches and spins, and he leans onto his front foot and then watches the ball bounce down into the offside, somewhere off his thigh pad.
I surely need another man under the helmet here.
Forward again goes Wells to potentially a position which they might locate someone. That's pushed away through the offside. They've got the forward short leg, and they've got the leg and a slip. The close catchers keeping Bracey company. Van Buren to Wells. Again, right forward. Top of the bounds, trying to get to the pitch with the ball, smother any spin and bounds that they might be. He's played that over really well, Luke Wells, because he must have so clearly in the back of his mind that delivery that bounced and turned a few overs ago, but he's negotiated that really well. But there's a lot more to negotiate. There's still 43 overs left in the day. We're not too far away from tea, are we? Tea at 3:40 on the final day, and it's just gone 25 past 3. 165 for 6. Lancashire lead by 26.
A slow down in the scoring rate as well. I think they're going to have to bat for more than 20 overs here as well. It could be more like 25 overs that they have to bat. So there's still time here for Gloucestershire as well. Won't be getting itchy just yet, certainly not before tea, as we're going to see spin from both ends. I wondered whether it might be Actor, but I guess it's quite close to the break as well, so he wouldn't have much of a spell. So it's Ollie Price to bowl his off breaks from the Anderson end into Hartley, who's forward. Sort of, well, it wasn't really a lunge, but it was quite a quick movement forward, a sudden decision that he had to just meet that ball. He plays it to short leg. Round the wicket goes Price. There's a bit of turn and bounce there, but that's the thing that Price will have to deal with, because he's targeting the footmarks, which are wide, so it starts wide and gets wider. Hartley happy to cut. Send it into the gap for a single out to deep point, so he is off the mark. Lancashire lead by 27 runs. As Ollie Price is into Wells, who's forward and playing in defence to the onside. Captain Bancroft under the lid at short leg. Does seem to enjoy it there. Ollie Price in, and that's carved by Wells towards deep point. And another single, 167 for 6. Again, though, I think that's in the same mode as those Harris drives down the pitch. You're actually thinking, well, okay, if they're happy to play that cut shot, it might just give Gloucestershire a chance of a wicket that way. Hartley forces this away, won't beat Green from cover. Fielding to his right-hand side. Might just bring it an outside edge or a catch it slip. There's a fielder at backward point who might be in the game. Ollie Price in and bowls straight to delivery, and Hartley is just about able to work that into the offside. It's a terrific one-handed pickup from Green, but he's not able to release the ball as the batters do come through for that single, so there's a bit less threat in that over, but it's understandable because the footmarks just aren't in the right place for Ollie Price. He would be more of a threat to the right-hander. 168 for 6.
Could be it's going to be quite a lengthy evening session here for Lancashire to try and deal with it. There is an extra catcher around the bat, and why not? It's a slip, leg slip, and a forward short leg now, all crouching down. Van Buren in and bowling, and Hartley getting forward and defending. Taps the ball back to Van Buren. And already back to his mark. Eager to get back in and continue. Goes back, Hartley, and defends. Smothers the ball away into the offside. Bracey quickly from behind the stumps comes round to field. And hands the ball back to Van Buren. 2 for 14. Hartley settles in. Van Buren bowls forward and defends, and there is no run.
I think I'd still love to see. I get why they've got the leg slip, and it's always a tough call. I just still wouldn't mind seeing someone in close on the offside. Just maybe change the defensive shot they're playing.
Going back, forcing it into that offside. Gathered by Charlesworth, who's at cover. And there's no run.
Because they've just about started to work out a little bit of a method here.
Van Buren to Hartley. Oh, goodness, that's pitched and spun back in. It's beaten Hartley, and somehow, to his relief and to Van Buren's despair and to Price's disbelief, it's not gone back and rattled onto the stumps, and I have no idea how.
There's That's the problem with getting too committed to playing to the offside. You've then got the one that really does grip.
In and balls to Hartley. Gets forward to it and defends. And smothers the ball away. End of the over. It's the penultimate ball of the over that would have got the heart beating a little. Oh, that's pitched is spun right back in.
At the surface, gosh, it's just sent up a cloud of dirt as it pitched.
But Tom Hartley was thrilled to see that.
You're thinking, why can't I be bowling on that? Where was that?
Yeah, well, what viewers on Lancashire TV will see it again from behind the batter view here. But watch this bounce and he said the kick off the ground as well.
Ollie Price starts a new over to Wells. It's played on the bounce and past. They attempted grasp of it by Bancroft, so they will take a single. And Wells will move up to 15.
He will.
Thank you for that, Scott. That was a great piece of summarising there.
No problem. Anytime. You just ask me. I'm here to help.
The lead is 30.
It is.
Thank you. Ollie Price is in. This is played away along the ground towards mid-on. There is no run.
Kevin's delighted he's come here today.
169 for 6. Ollie Price round the wicket. Bowls carefully played. Past short leg again by Tom Hartley. And there's no fielder at square leg. They've got a fielder back on the boundary. Hartley takes a single and moves on to 3. Again, they're still thinking about the runs, of course, that they might have to get, and maybe there for the drag down deep backward square. Price bowls. This takes the attempted tickle of Wells down towards fine leg, and the ball is just going to be stopped. No, 4 runs. Ajit Singh Dale signals the boundary. We've had a couple down there that have just not quite been brought back in, and so 4 runs to Wells as he just, it's a little bit of a bat on that down past vacant leg slip for Ollie Price, and yeah, just hit the rope. It was a spectacular effort from Singh Dale to try and stop it. 4 more. 174 for 6. Ollie Price into Wells, and this is defended back towards the bowler. Gloucestershire don't have another part-time left-arm spinner. This is where, if I mean, in times gone by, you'd probably been having Zafar Gohar and Graham van Buren bowling in tandem. Ollie Price a little quicker, defended away by Wells. There's no runs, so taking 6 runs from that over. 174 for 6. There's probably going to be 2 more before tea. Speed van Buren bowls them. I'm hesitant with 6 minutes to go. They might almost just about start a third, but probably not. That's more like 5 minutes anyway. Lancashire won't be in any hurry to get back into their respective grounds and start dealing with this threat of Van Buren and those footmarks.
It's never ending. In and balls to and forward goes Hartley and defends, and there's no run. Yep, he's going to keep twirling away, isn't he, from the Statham end. Hartley on 3, Van Buren in and balls. A little short, that's off the back foot. Slapped down the ground, but to mid-on. And there is no run. Not dropped many short, and Buren's been, his accuracy's been absolutely terrific. In again. Oh, that's gone through. Has it taken the edge of the bat? No, the shake of the head from Jack Chantry as it slid past the edge of Hartley's bat. Gloucestershire thought they had a 7th. Hartley going forward, it just sneaked past the bat, taken by Bracey. There's Van Buren balls again. Short and pulled away. Oh, spilt, I think, at mid-wicket. That's a chance, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's off the back foot and slapped out towards the leg side. And that is a chance that has not been taken by Green. Hit firmly by Hartley. walloped out towards that leg side. Oh, it would have been an absolute stunner, wouldn't it?
That's what I thought. It was just one of those. I couldn't understand how he'd got there, but of course it's the reach of green.
Oh, it's gone through Wells and taken by Bracey. Oh, Van Buren, you're causing chaos here. That one sneaks its way past Wells, who goes back. It just goes past the edge of the bat.
Just missed the footmark, so then it goes straight on.
Van Buren in to Wells, who's hopping across the crease and defending. I mean, it's an absolutely terrific over where there's loads happening. Hartley survives one that slides past the edge. Wells survives one that goes straight on past the edge. Green puts one down. It would have been just the most sensational catch if he takes it. And Lancashire still have 4 wickets to play with as we edge towards tea. 175 for 6, lead by 36.
I almost feel bad putting that down as a drop, but...
Ooh, that's harsh.
I suppose it's a moment, isn't it? That, yeah, there's not many fielders who would have got there, even got hands to it. Ollie Price in to bowl a flighted delivery, which is there to be squeezed through square leg. Hartley picks up another run, 176 for 6. Hartley's on 5. Wells. If Gloucestershire could get Luke Wells. Ollie Price in and bowls, and this is pushed away towards mid-off. They'll scamper through for 1. Van Buren has a hurl at the stumps, misses them, and goes through to Charlesworth backing up. 177 for 6.
If this is the last over, which Lancashire were desperately hoping it is, then there's going to be 38 left in the day.
Price in left by Hartley. There was maybe just a bit of turn there, just enough to take it past the off stump. It looked as if it was on line for off stump. Price in, a little bit quicker and shorter. Hartley able to force it off the back foot towards mid-on, and there's no run. And I don't think we are going to get another over in. 2 balls left in this one. Price to Hartley, who's across and defending towards mid-ons, going down and on one knee just to almost pray that there's not going to be another over of Van Buren. Yeah,
keep walking, Tom.
This could be the last ball before tea. Ollie Price in, nicely flighted, nicely defended. It's pushed back to the bowler. It's still 3:39, and the umpires are making their way towards the creases. It's 5 seconds to go according to my clock here, and they're going to make it with 3 seconds to go. And Tom Hartley, surely Tom Hartley had to have a shoelace that had just come undone.
I've got to say, Edward, that was lovely. I don't think I've ever had the countdown to the seconds to tea. That was terrific from you. 177 for 6. Van Buren with time to spare. In and bowls again, spins back in towards Wells, who's hopping up and defending, fending it off from the left arm spinner. One that might just leap as it has done previously, one that might just go straight on as they have done, and one that might just spin back in. Van Buren to Wells. He has enough of that. Tom Hartley, you have a go. That's whipped out towards the wide long on boundary for a single by Wells. He moves on to 21. Not out. 179 for 6. Lead by 39. So Hartley's on strike. 4 balls left of the afternoon. Hartley gets his bat and glove out the way of that as it pitches and runs up on his thigh pad. It drops out into the offside. There's no run. It's Bracey that he's there to scoop it up, hands it back to Van Buren. Into Hartley. He gets forward and defends. And there is no run. What a breathless session of cricket. What an unexpected final day. Well, maybe it was mapped out by Bancroft all along. That's driven away by Hartley into the offside. And there's no one. Charlesworth is there to field. One ball left and Lancashire can have 20 minutes off. And then they'll have to face it all over again after tea. Van Buren in to Hartley, who's back and across and defends, and that is tea on this final day. And Graham Van Buren, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5 in this spell at the back end of the afternoon session. And Lancashire get to tea on the final day with 4 wickets remaining. The 178 for 6 with a lead of 39 runs. Hart is on 5. Wells is on 21. For listeners on 5 Sports Extra, here is Kevin. For our listeners via the BBC Sport website and app, catch you in about 20 minutes. Likewise, Lancs TV as well.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Bartons and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Bartons, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Bartons has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Bartons is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Bartons and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. It is the final session of the final day of this Rothesay County Championship match between Lancashire and Gloucestershire. It's 178 for 6 for Lancashire. They have 4 wickets in hand. They lead, but only by 39 runs. And Gloucestershire need 4 Lancashire wickets, and then they will have to chase down however many Lancashire are ahead by. It's pretty gloomy out there again. It's not as bad as the light has been, because you can't really see much of the shadows from the floodlights, but if you're Gloucestershire, it would just add to that sense of drama if the light does continue to deteriorate a little. It did seem to be forecast to clear up a bit, but at the moment it's mostly overcast as the players return to the field, and Luke Wells and Tom Hartley will resume Lancashire's innings, with Wells on 21, Hartley on 5, those two having just calmed things a little after the loss of George Balderson for 2, and before that Josh Bohannon, who felt like a really important wicket Bohannon out for 30. Balderson, just those couple of runs. The threat from Gloucestershire, whilst Tom Price has picked up 3 for 42. Ajit Singh Dale's bowled with pace and with accuracy. Of late, it has been the left-arm spin of Graham van Buren that has looked like causing the real damage. He's bowled 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 16. He's got deliveries to bounce out of the rough. He's slid a couple past the edge. But it's Zaman Akhtar to start us off from the Anderson end after the tea break. There is no shot through to the wicketkeeper. It is Ed Seaborn and Scott Reed with you for this final session, as Lancashire look to just do enough to hold on for the draw.
Yes, boy, would they take that.
Akhtar round the wicket, running in from his lengthy run, bowls are back of a length ball to Wells, who flicks this towards deep square, and the score to 179 for 6. The over rate for Gloucestershire, for what that's worth, is level. I don't think that's going to be a massive problem as this goes on, because I'm not sure that Graham van Buren's going to be getting much of a break in this evening session, not for too long anyway.
No.
Or at least not while the left-handers are still in, because the 3 remaining Lancashire batters are right-handers. Akhtar into Hartley, who defends calmly away to point. And there's no run. It was the birthday boy yesterday or the day before?
The day before.
Yeah. And Tom Hartley's birthday you got, and I missed that it was also James Bracey's birthday.
Oh, belated
birthday.
Belated birthday.
James Bracey turned 28. Akhtar to Hartley, who defends with an angled bat into the onside, and up to Shaw at mid-on. There is no run.
I only knew it because someone told me.
Well, somebody told me, but only
too late.
The day after it.
That's not ideal.
And then I left it a day even longer to mention it.
Got there in the end. Birthday weekend for James Bracey.
Yes, very good. Akhtar in now and bowls. Hartley plays that one back towards the bowler. I suppose he'll have a chance to celebrate fully after the match, with Gloucestershire being off next round. So
on the lash.
On the lash as soon as he gets back to Bristol. Or I don't know. I can't imagine they'll be staying over in Manchester.
Why not? From in Manchester?
Well, I just think, well, if he's doing it, then it's not all of Gloucestershire will be doing it, because as Akhtar is in, and that's worked into the leg side between mid-wicket and mid-on. They'll probably be able to come back for a second run here. They will do, as Shaw goes sliding away from mid-on. And it's 181 for 6, lead up to 42. I'm not sure that it will be coming out of the county budget if that is the case. I think they'll be straight back on that bus down southwest.
Yeah, celebrating Bristol instead. Why not? To enjoy a night out in Bristol.
Probably won't be enjoying a night out in Bristol this season unless it's Lancashire versus Gloucestershire in a one-day cup match or something.
Yeah, true. Cheltenham instead. Look forward to that. You know who's going to continue from the Brian Statham end. Van Buren.
Not even naming him now.
No, don't need to. Everyone knows who he's going to be. Here he is, in and bowling to Wells. Going back and defending. And the ball drops down into the leg side. And there's no run. So 181 for 6, lead 42. Van Buren for Gloucestershire in bowls. Wells forward and defends. And there's no run. Slip, short leg, deep square leg, short, fine leg, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. He's giving himself some time to play that, Wells. Going back into his crease, the ball a little short. pitches and spins, and he just helps it off his pad down to fine leg for a single. Wells moves on to 23. That brings Tom Hartley on strike. 182 for 6. T came at a potentially a very good time for Lancashire. I think they needed 20 minutes off as the pressure was being cranked up. Hartley gets into this and finds Charlesworth at cover, and there's no run. Van Buren 2 for 17 in balls again, and defended by Hartley. Away to Bancroft, who's under the helmet at short leg. 3 around the bat for Hartley, the leg slip in the forward short leg. Final ball of the over, Van Buren in, and Hartley watching it going back and across and then not offering the shot, covering up his stumps and watching it go past into the gloves of Bracey. End of Van Buren's first over after tea. 182 for 6. To the relief of everybody at the utility bowl, the match has been abandoned. So it's finished in a draw. They've called it quits at 4 o'clock in the game between Hampshire and Durham. Going into the final session in that Glamorgan-Derbyshire match. Derbyshire 136 for 4. Their target is 338. And Glamorgan requiring 6 wickets in the evening session.
Actor to continue. Runs in now, bowls, tucked down to fine leg. Just help round the corner, single for Wells. 183 for 6. A tricky position for Glamorgan, really, because they couldn't give themselves enough overs, really, to have a massive go at Derbyshire. Derbyshire will still have thoughts of, well, actually, we're in a decent position in the table, even if we draw. As we welcome back our 5 Sports Extra listeners to Emirates Old Trafford, as Tom Hartley is defending Zaman Akhtar back to the bowler. You haven't missed any wickets. There have been 5 runs now added since the tea break by Lancashire, so that's moved their lead up to 44. But Gloucestershire still 4 wickets plus whatever runs Lancashire set them away from their first championship win of the season, as Akhtar bowls and driving Hartley towards Van Buren at mid-off. There is no run. And still, as we've mentioned on the sport website and on Lax TV previously, it's still, you feel, Van Buren who's got to take... Well, he seems the most likely at this stage to break this partnership, especially with these two still being lefties, still having to deal with all that rough. Akhtar bowls a short ball, it's helped away in the air, and it's gone for 4. I don't know that Tom Price saw that at fine leg. We saw Luke Wells lose one down there yesterday. I don't think that Price could have got there. I think it was hit square of him, but Hartley, it looked good as he helped it round the corner, but it was possibly a bit closer to fine leg than he might have wanted. But it's 4 more.
Well, they all help. It's all runs that potentially Gloucestershire will have to get. 48 in front.
Hartley happy to take it on. More decisions for Bancroft, therefore, as to what to do with the field. Akhtar bowls another short ball. It's top-edged, and Tom Price will just take it on the bounce, running to his right from fine leg. And Akhtar, he's just contemplating how close, relatively, he's just come to getting Hartley to hole out, and Tom Price is just staring off towards his captain to ask, do you want me to field a bit squarer? It's almost, because there was only 1 out, that may have added to why Hartley decided to take it on with a second fielder out. Maybe he doesn't play that shot. It's all just decisions to make. Hartley's at the non-strikers end, though, after that single, as Akhtar, oh dear me, Akhtar's let go of that, and it's landed 2 pitches away. He's completely lost that, and it's almost like he's thrown it straight up in the air. We've seen a double bouncer.
Going on.
Wells has ducked it, even though it's landed about 10 feet away, and it's been signalled a no ball. This is absurd. We've seen a double bouncer, and now we've seen a ball which has been. I mean, it's been bowled, sort of. So that's why it's no ball rather than dead ball. Actor bowls, nudged leg side, single taken by Wells. Move to 25, lead 52 at the end of a highly eventful over. Well, we saw one top edge, one help round the corner, both very close to Tom Price at fine leg, and then whatever that was.
You could put together a highlights package of odd things that have happened at this game, couldn't you? There's been quite a few bizarre moments in this match. You could include this day's play in it compared to the previous three.
Yeah.
There's been so much happening. Having had such a kind of at times long periods of the game where not a great deal was going on. Burst into life on the fourth day. Van Buren to Wells. It's defended back to Van Buren, and there is no run. 191 for 6, lead of 52. Graham Van Buren in and bowling, and Wells sweeps. And he'll get 4 for it. John Shaw on the square leg boundary. Nicely swept by Wells for 4. He moves to 29. 195 for 6. It's been an innings where Wells has had to deal with so much from Van Buren in particular. And all his skill and experience being used to try and deal with this threat from the left-arm spinner. That's pushed full up from Van Buren and driven firmly by Wells, but Charlesworth is at cover and fields, and there's no run. 56 in front. Well, Van Buren for Gloucestershire bowls, and Wells back and across and defending so carefully and watchfully. Eyes glued onto the pitch as he watches the ball spin back in towards him. He's right in behind it, head over the ball, carefully making sure the full bat meets it. And likewise again, giving himself just a fraction of a bit of time to go back and defend this time. Plays the ball out towards the leg side. The concentration required to keep focused for every delivery that might just do something like that. That spitted bounce towards Wells. He's fended it off to Bancroft at short leg, but that's what's keeping Wells and Hartley firmly on their tippy toes, especially when Graham Van Buren's bowling. 195 for 6, lead of 56.
Another over seen off. There's several more to go, and yeah, it still feels as if it might be closer to 20 than 15 even now that Lancashire have to bat. Scoring at just about 3 and over. I mean, Gloucestershire will still give it a go even if they need 10 and over at the end. Might as well, because you're not going to get bowled out, you'd think. Here comes Zaman Akhtar's, only one wide slip in place. This is on driven. It's a lovely shot from Hartley for nothing. It's a dive and a sprawl and a stop from Josh Shaw. But mid on, these runs all important to save. Never mind just in terms of the fact that Gloucestershire have got to go out and get them, but just to keep the pressure on. Hartley seems to be happy enough to play his shots off the seamer, and there's 2 fielders now backward of square on the boundary for Akhtar, who bowls a shorter ball, and Hartley, because of those 2 fielders out there, I think he probably feels now he just can't. Well, you'd think he feels now that he can't just take that shot on and plays it down into the ground. There's no short leg either, so there's a square leg, a deep backward square and a fine leg. And they've put Ollie Price back on that boundary as well. Akhtar bowls, Hartley into line. And this is played back to him. Middlesex require 111 runs to win. Luke Holman, what a fine effort that is. 94 not out. And coming in at number 5. He's batting with Jack Davies at the moment, so 111 required, 5 down, but Eskenazi retired hurt. How did Middlesex play that one? Actor bowls, driving is Tom Hartley. It's not the prettiest drive you'll ever see, but it does bring him a single with that sizable gap on the offside. 196 for 6. And Derbyshire, 151 for 4. Brooke Guest and Martin Anderson, at least for now, look as though they might have just decided at least to bed in for a little bit. Having lost Jewell and Madsen in pretty quick succession, that'll probably make you reevaluate a bit as Actors into Wells. This is just poked back to the bowler. And whilst those two were there, you'd have thought they'd certainly have been going for that target that Glamorgan set them, but you don't want to risk too much, probably, if you're Derbyshire.
Quite right.
Quite right. So Derbyshire coming in second place, so they still take a decent number of points away from that game. So as Actor over the wicket now, and Wells just withdraws everything from that one down the leg side, and Bracey mops up. So the end of the over, 196 for 6. So the moment in terms of seam, the threat has more come from Tom Price and from Singh Dale. Gloucestershire just wanting just one something from the likes of Actor and Shaw. Actor's come close since tea, but it's back to Graham van Buren for some more targeting of those footmarks.
36 I put on these two. I've absorbed 79 deliveries in the process as well, so it's been a bit fraught at times, certainly before tea, but still going. So turned out towards the leg side by Tom Hartley, and Van Buren continues.
We're basically now into the last sort of session, really, with 31.5 left now.
Forward goes Hartley, defends. Pushed away to cover where there's no run. Yeah, not with quite a lengthy final session. I think it was 37 overs, wasn't it, left at tea. Van Buren bowling, it slides past the edge of Hartley's bat. Doesn't really offer the shot, just tucks it in behind the bat and allows that to slide on into the gloves of Bracey. Again, there's no run. He's on 13. Van Buren bowls once more. Again, that's pitched and bounces down the leg side, taken at leg slip. Goodness.
Graham van Buren is signalling that should be one for the over for him. Bouncer over shoulder height.
Goodness. Just every now and again from Van Buren, we've seen one take off. That's thumped back towards him by Tom Hartley. Van Buren fields, there's no run. He's been chuckling for most of the day, hasn't he, Van Buren? Because he found a... I'll come back to it as Hartley's off the back foot this time. It's cut away. That'll be runs. It might be 4 of them. It's a big boundary out towards deep backward point, and he does bring up 4. Tom Hartley brings up Lancashire's 200 as well. 4 more welcome runs for Lancashire's lead that stands at 61 at the end of the over. 200 for 6. Hartley 17. Wells alongside him, and Wells on 29. And in partnership is worth 40 between these two. But yeah, Van Buren's enjoyed his day, hasn't he? He was chuckling quite heartily at that ball that bounced twice from John Shaw. Found that highly amusing a little bit earlier on. And he's enjoyed his day today because he's been terrific with the ball from this end. Plenty to smile about for Graham Van Buren.
So the one thing you'd say is, even in a short chase for Gloucestershire, especially if they need a fairly high run rate, is that Tom Hartley pitching the ball into those footmarks, even if it's to the right-hander, could be quite tricky. Actor over the wicket in, and Wells just opens the face and plays it to backward point. There is no run. Can you imagine trying to hack and heave out of those footholes? Might not be the easiest thing. Actor into his 9th over. As in he goes, bowling to Wells, and Wells plays that down into the ground, into the onside. There is no run. One of those live text service comments. Hartley happy to play shots off the seamer. It had received 0 thumbs up and 2 thumbs down. God, everybody just thumbs down it. Everybody listening just thumbs down that comment. Then comes Actor, and Wells works it towards forward square leg, and there's no run. If that doesn't have at least 10 thumbs down in the next 5 minutes, then the power of the BBC's fantastic live text service might be waning. It's mostly been steady progress since tea. Hartley and Wells just settling initial nerves as Actor round the wicket, bowls Wells in line, defending away again.
Well, the session after lunch started in a similar way, didn't it? Really, there wasn't to Lancashire's delight. There wasn't a great deal happening. It was pretty calm, steady, gentle progress, and then it just sparked into life, didn't it? I think we were saying that there's bound to be another situation where there'll be a pressure point that Lancashire are going to have to deal with. Maybe a couple of wickets would fall, and that did happen, and it might yet happen in this evening session. There might just be another period where Lancashire are under real pressure.
Actor in. It's a very short delivery. Hartley is looking to see what that's going to be called as, but I think really still Lancashire are almost at the stage where they'd just rather take the legal delivery rather than the wide. 1 run is handy in a way, but just see off the delivery. And whilst pretty much every batter has got some sort of a start, I have had a couple of bang-bangs in this innings. Actor into Wells, who plays that one to the right-hand side of mid-wicket. They'll take a single, that's all. Charlesworth does a good job of getting back to that and saving that second run. 201 for 6. Actor's taken his sweater and his cap from umpire Milnes, so whether there's another bowling change, yeah, I thought that might be. It has tended to be Singdale from the Anderson end, so it could well be. That is what's happening next. He's already done a practice delivery. His cap is presumably resting somewhere down there to reveal his magnificent mane of hair restrained by that black headband.
The ball again.
Another discussion about the ball. It's
all good.
Yeah, I think it is. Gone through the one it's supposed to. Hammond takes it with a look of pure disgust.
I think every cricketer does something similar. Every time it gets lobbed back after an inspection, it doesn't result in the change. What's this? Joking on you.
Covered in dirt or something.
Van Buren will continue with it. Wells forward in defence. There's no run, 201 for 6. Singdale, yeah, stretching, loosening up at mid-on. He's imminent. That's clipped to the leg side by Wells. Cameron Green. He's there for Gloucestershire, there's no run. Van Buren in to Wells, it just slides on past the edge of the bat, and then Bracey takes it and flicks off the bails and asks the square leg umpire whether or not Wells strayed from his crease, but he had not. 201 for 6. Oh, let's hit to Cameron Green, and yeah, let's hit him maybe on the boot or on the ankle or the shin. It's hit him somewhere where it's causing him a bit of bother. And Van Buren to Wells, and just a little quicker from Van Buren. Wells hopping back and defending, and still Green struggling here from that previous shot by Wells. It was hit pretty firmly to him. Wherever it's hit him, it's caused him a bit of discomfort. 1 ball left of the over. 201 for 6, lead of 62. Lancashire. Wells waits for Van Buren in them balls, and that's defended again. And there is no run. So 29 overs remaining in the day's play. A minimum thereof. There will be a couple lost whenever this Lancashire innings comes to an end, if indeed it does. Lancashire 62 in front, and I think we are going to have a change, aren't we, from the James Anderson end?
Yep, it is. Singdale 13 overs, 1 for 42, but he has done some of the best of his best work against those left-handers. And it's quite an old ball here that he's using, and I mean, Gloucestershire might just have a few overs with the new one and have to decide whether to take that new ball or not. It's not going to really have enough time to. I mean, it's what we've seen a little bit in both of these innings, where it's taken 7 or 8 overs. I mean, partly maybe it's because of Singdale coming on, but it'll be more about whether they want to be bowling with the harder ball than with one that's likely to move very much. And that's a decision 13 overs down the line. I'll be hoping to have made some inroads before that, as Singdale is in to Hartley, who pushes forward. And the ball just runs out to backward point. And there's no run. Have done most of the job, really, if they've got that far, Lancashire, with these two still there. They've provided the sort of resistance that was so desperately needed by Lancashire. They've almost been out there, actually, I think the longest of any partnership in the innings. It's close. Singdale in, this is turned in the air and wasn't that far off Bancroft at short leg, but it's off the face of the bat. It would have almost had to have been hit into his chest to have had any chance of taking it. By the time he could react, it was already well past him. He'll take 1. The lead is 63. I think it's that Hurst-Bohannon partnership, 18.1 overs. These two not quite at that yet, but they have held up Gloucestershire here. Over the wicket, Singdale to Wells, worked away past short leg again. It's 1 more run to move Wells on to 31. And if Lancashire do stick this out, I think it'll certainly be a win for the Luke Wells at 6 move, because you sort of think, well, you couldn't ask really for a better character for this sort of situation than Wells, if you can see it through. The good news, one of the bits of good news from a Gloucestershire perspective, is that the skies do seem to be brightening up here as Singdale bowls, and Hartley plays defensively again.
Yeah, he got runs in the second innings at Middlesex, batting at 6 in a game where Lancashire for a period thought they might win, and then very much thought they might lose it, and Wells again at 6 with an important knock for the side. Looks like this is his... well, he ended the season batting at 6, got a century in a game here against Somerset. And continued this year as well.
Singdale runs in now, bowls a shorter ball, it's pulled away again, he's hit it in the air. This time it's quite a long way short of Tom Price down there at fine leg. Stares back in and thinks, well, where should I stand? Should I come in a bit off the boundary maybe? The problem is if he does that, that's probably the one that he has to backtrack, and it's so hard to do that. Hartley's shown that he's going to take that short ball on once again, even with 2 fielders back now. Yeah, no real reason to take it on, but it's almost just for some batters are just, as they like to say, compulsive hookers. 204 for 6. Bancroft has gone to field at leg gully now as well. Singdale bowls to Wells, who hops into line and defends again. Another over of maximum effort from Singdale at no wicket. 28 overs remain. You can definitely take 2 off plus the one in progress now because we're past tea. Lancashire 65 runs to the good and already down to 25 overs as a maximum remaining for Gloucestershire to achieve whatever target it is, plus take these 4 wickets, which they'll have to do before that.
Van Buren into Hartley, short and pulled for 4 through mid-wicket. He's not dropped many short, Van Buren. He's been pretty much on the money.
Fielded by Marker Lane.
But that occasion did drop a little short. And slapped away for 4 by Hartley. 208 for 6. It's defended this time to Bancroft at short leg. And there's no run. .69 in front, Van Buren to Hartley, who's back to defend. Taps it back to Van Buren. And there's no run.
Times like this you wonder whether Hartley, as a left-arm spinner, does he benefit from this or not?
Thrown out wide of off stump by Van Buren. Taken by Bracey. I bet he wish he was bowling. Roles reversed. And have a chance to try and spark a bit of chaos from this end. Chipped away to the leg side, but for no run by Tom Hartley. Remains on 23. 208 for 6. Buren in and bowls. This cries a catch as Hartley goes for a biggest shot down the ground, but doesn't get a hold of it. It in the end just bobbles up towards mid-on, really. And, there's no run. It's the end of the over. Another one negotiated by Hartley and Wells. They tap gloves halfway down the pitch. They'll look up towards the scoreboard and work out overs remaining, the lead. But far from done yet. This far from done for Lancashire to try and see this through.
I wonder how Graham Van Buren is feeling. He's, over the last few years, he's not really had massive numbers of lengthy spells to bowl because he's been captain and Zafar Gohar has been the left-arm spinner. So he's having to bowl a bit more than he might. Yes, we're up to 15 thumbs down for the Hartley comment on the live text service. Well done. Singdale bowls a Yorker to Wells. It's dug out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Excellent. The sun is certainly out far more now, and the floodlights are not particularly needed at this stage, as Lancashire will know that I think they're not going to get any overs ticked off by the weather. Leg slip in place. Singdale bowls. Wells tries to flick it into the leg side. There's an appeal. It's not out from David Milnes. Singdale covers his face with his hands. It's pitched outside leg stump. You have to be very full, really, with that sort of an appeal. There's a wide slip as well. Hammond in fairly close at backward points, and then they're sort of hedging their bets between Singdale bowling it full and bowling it short, with that leg slip and the two fielders still back on the onside. 208 for 6. Singdale bowls full and Wells drives handsomely out through the covers. Protection in the form of Cameron Green on the offside boundary, just the one. Getting towards the point, Gloucestershire will start to feel a little bit like something's got to start happening for them, as we welcome back our 5 Sports Extra listeners, as Luke Wells and Tom Hartley continue to try to guide Lancashire to safety in this game. Still 26.5 overs remain to be used. There will need to be a change of innings as Lancashire lead by 70. As Singdale runs in and bowls to Hartley, and that's left alone by the tall Hartley, with Bancroft moving back to short leg. They're changing things the whole time, and Tom Price is in deep discussion with Ben Charlesworth about what he thinks the field should be. I think Tom Price was motioning to Charlesworth, was giving him the helmet signal. I'm not sure what he was suggesting he should go and field. Singdale bowls. This is stroked to cover by Hartley for no run.
Well, they've kept the two fielders back, haven't they, on the leg side? Both Hartley and Wells have not been shy of taking on the shorter ball. So they've got 2 back on the leg side, plus the short square leg under the helmet. If there's any life, what life there is in this pitch, Singdale has managed to generate something from it.
It's been the extra pace, and it's been the spin into the footmarks. That's been what's needed. Singdale into Hartley, no ball. Just straining every sinew for yet more pace and a bounce with what is now a very old ball into its 70th over. 2 runs are added to the total. 72 runs the lead.
50 partnership.
Aha. It's not quite the same impact when it comes up with a no ball. But,
no, true.
But it's as much the time as the runs these two have added. Singdale is in, bowls, tries a Yorker. It's a good Yorker. Wells has to come down on it and dig it out, and Singdale turns frustratedly again. Well, 6 more deliveries seen out.
And they've batted for an hour, haven't they, either side of tee, and that's probably that's equally as significant as the runs that they've acquired. Yes, they pushed Lancashire, helped to push Lancashire 72 in front, but they've taken some time, and they're not out the woods far from it yet, Lancashire, but that getting through that spell before tea, when Van Buren was bowling here, could turn out to be quite an important little session of cricket, that, because Tea came at a very good time. Gloucestershire could still go on and win this game, but Tea came at a good time for Lancashire. They needed that break. Needed to get out the firing line for 20 minutes and forget about Van Buren and those footmarks for a little while. He's into Wells. Wells going back and defending. That's Van Buren, that is, who's into Wells. He's bowled from this Brian Statham end since before tea, and has continued afterwards as well. Into Wells again. Forward and defends. Famous last words, isn't it? But since tea, it's quite sensed that danger that was building before tea from Van Buren, but into Wells, back and pushing away into the offside. There's no run. But I suspect that's easier said up here than it is out there from Wells and from Hartley, who are having to face it. Twirls the bat a couple of times, Luke Wells. It's on 32 not out. Van Buren bowls. Forward he goes, jabbing the ball away. It deflects down towards Hammond, who's leaping low to his left at slip to stop the ball. And there is no run. 211 for 6, lead of 72. Van Buren for Gloucestershire. In again to Wells. Thrown wide of off stump, and Wells lifts the bat out the way, but then kind of shimmies across his stumps to make sure that nothing untoward's going to happen. And allows that to go through to Bracey again. There's no run. Final ball of the over. Van Buren to Wells. Looks to try and force it away into the offside, but he picks out Ben Charlesworth. It is the end of the Van Buren over. It's a maiden, that. There's a 25 left in the day's play. 211 for 6. Lancashire lead by 72, and Tom Hartley and Luke Wells doing their best job to convince themselves and the Lancashire supporters and players in the dressing room that all is fine at 72 in front, but 6 wickets down.
It's amazing how when the sun comes out, also just whether it's just the suggestion of sunny conditions better for batting, or whether something actually really does change in terms of atmospherics, or also just in terms of the visuals for the batters, but everything does just seem that little bit better when the sun comes out. Singdale into Hartley, he plays carefully away, just ensuring that the ball goes nowhere near that short leg fielder. Shaw fields up at mid-on.
As in life, Ed, things feel better when the sun comes out. Just in batting and in life.
Thank you for that. The sun's gone in now.
Oh, miserable again.
Singdale runs in now, bowls to Hartley, and that's a waft and a leave. Hartley almost presents the bat to Singdale to show him that he doesn't have to use it for that particular delivery. 64 balls. Hartley's faced. Luke Wells approaching the century mark in terms of balls faced. Might be worth a century for Lancashire, even though he scored 32 runs. Singdale leaning forward, charging in again, back of a length, and just about kept down again by Hartley. It's not a pleasant experience facing that sort of a delivery, but he's just got enough time to read the length of the ball, and because there's no fielder in close on the offside, just deflect it down into that area. Bancroft still deep at short leg. He wants his backward square leg to come in a little, so they've got 2 fielders where about 3 Tom Hartley shots have landed. They still think that he's going to take it on. Singdale in, and Bolesworth stays down on Hartley, and maybe he was expecting the short ball there, and it just didn't really quite come, and maybe it didn't actually stay down that much. It was just the effect of Singdale, who in all his spells really has I think he's grown into them. It's been the third, fourth over somewhere around there that he just suddenly seems to get more out of the pitch in that sort of time. He wants Charlesworth to come right in now towards a shortish backward square. Short leg, still the fielder back at long leg. Singdale bowls and Hartley pushes out into the covers. That one not quite getting up as much as Singdale would have wanted.
No, it didn't. He put plenty into it as well, didn't he?
No.
He's running in hard as the fast bowlers have in this game to try and generate a bit of juice from this pitch.
Update from Lords, by the way. Middlesex require 58 runs to win. Luke Holman 102 not out, and Jack Davies on 56. He's hit 8 fours and 2 sixes. Singdale in and bowls and rising up, drawing himself to his full height. Tom Hartley plays it straight down in front of him, and Bancroft will pick that ball up as another over is at an end. 24 left.
Yeah, this is a pretty valiant effort by Tom Hartley and by Luke Wells. Gloucestershire throwing everything at it to try and find a way through.
Tom Price maybe loosening up.
So a little bit, didn't we, from Ollie Price before tea. Continue with the left arm spin of Van Buren. Wells hops back into his crease and brings the bat down as that one turns back in towards him and maybe just keeps a little bit low. We've seen a couple from Van Buren that have leapt up. Uncertainty outside the off stump for Luke Wells. Still causing issues in and balls. It's right forward again, pushed away into the offside. There's a one-handed bat twirl there, Luke Wells. He does have all the skills, doesn't he, with that? Singdale comes up from backward point to field. What? 211 for six, lead by 72. Van Buren in to Wells. Forward again, defence. Ball rolls back down the pitch, gathered by Van Buren. A red streak down the side of his right trouser. He's been polishing the ball. Bancroft at short leg, crouching down. Van Buren in, bowls. And that turns back into Wells. It's nudged away. There's no leg slip in place. And Wells is through for a single. Moves on to 33 not out, 212 for six. Lead now is 73. Will be a leg slip for Hartley. Yeah, it's a leg slip and the forward short leg for Tom Hartley. Van Buren over number 16 in bowls. It's pushed full and wide of off stump. It drags Hartley forward. He defends.
Now they've got the sort of field where they're really tempting Hartley to drive against that spin. Early in his innings he was doing it a bit, but hasn't for a while.
He goes back and defends to complete the over. The ball runs out towards Singdale at point, and there is no addition to the score. So Hartley and Wells meet again. A little tap of the gloves and another conversation between these two Lancashire batsmen as they chalk off another over. 23 left. The lead is 73, 212 for six. Right at the back end of this fourth and final day on Lancs TV, 5 Sports Extra and the BBC Sport website and app. Gloucestershire in the hunt for another burst of life and energy and belief that they can try and still win this game. At the minute, Wells and Hartley are snuffling that belief out.
Yeah, and the field ever more set for a bit of a barrage here to Wells. Singdale will come round the wicket. He hasn't done that too much because he hasn't really needed to. He's been effective from over the wicket, but round the wicket in now to Wells, who is forward in a slightly jumpy fashion, but defending to mid-off. It it's sometimes, Wells is one of those players, I suppose, that just sometimes things can look a little bit like that, and you can think you're about to sneak through, but actually it's just a little bit unorthodox. And actually the man bowling at the other end at the moment, Van Buren, could be quite like that. I think he can be getting a bit jumpy with some of the shorter stuff, and then actually that's exactly what he likes. Singdale into Wells, who plays that one towards mid-on. Hands go up to Gloucestershire heads, thinking that the bat and the pad were maybe quite close together. And that was Wells's 100th delivery faced. He felt like a key man. He's not offered up a chance, and Hartley hasn't really since that delivery that was smashed to green at mid-wicket as Singdale bowls. That's punch driven through cover point. One more to Wells. 313 for 6. And it was a shot again of control from Wells. Again, that's the sort of thing that you just start to feel that little bit more comfortable if you're a Lancashire supporter, and Gloucestershire starting to need a couple of quick strikes. Singdale bowls. It's a slower ball. It's flicked in the air by Hartley through mid-wicket, and that will be 2 runs and 215 for 6. As Scott is throwing his phone about.
I keep doing a Tom Bailey. I've dropped it a couple of times today.
I did that earlier in
I did,
the written press room. They may not have to call upon Tom Bailey, Lancashire, with...
Check his pockets.
These two doing such a fine job. The slower ball was worth a try from Singdale. He's not bowled very much that's been slow. That's wide ball slashed down to the deep third boundary. Zaman Akhtar will keep it to just a single, lead up to 77.
If Lancashire do survive, then obviously this will feel like a pretty hard-fought draw, but they'll feel like they've been on the ropes a bit today, but they might look back at this game and compare it to last season, for example, where it could easily have been a game that they've not yet drawn the match, but last season they lost a lot in situations like this.
Singdale in a bumper. It's a no ball. It's also not able to be taken cleanly by Bracey. They're thinking about a second run. Here's a bit of hesitation, but they'll make it. So that will be 4 more runs onto the total. So already the required rate for Gloucestershire would be 4. I don't think that's much of an issue at this point, but it does show that we're getting towards a point where things have got to start happening from a Gloucestershire point of view, and every run that Lancashire can score just gets into Gloucestershire's minds as well. It's 220 for 6, 4 more onto the extras column. Singdale bowls, full ball clipped firmly by Wells, straight to mid-on, and no run. There has been a wicket at Lords where Luke Holman's terrific innings has come to an end. He's caught Compton, bowled Parkinson 103, and it looks as though Stevie Eskenazi has come out to bat.
So what was he? Do we know what his problem was?
I'm afraid I didn't scroll through to see. 55 runs required, but it's Eskenazi who's come out to join Jack Davies on 58. So that's a terrific game.
Here's Van Buren for Gloucestershire, defended by Hartley. Back to Van Buren. There's no run.
Considering Kent were bowled out for 129 on the first day, even to have any sort of a chance. But then Middlesex coming back as well.
Oh, that turns and trickles its way down towards the fine leg boundary. They've come back for 2 leg byes. And just clipped a bit of Tom Hartley on its way.
Just about a shot there, I suppose. Just about.
26. Hartley remains as he plays forward in defence to this next delivery from Van Buren. The lead is 83. 222 for 6. Van Buren to Hartley, forward and defends. And again, there is no run. Van Buren to Hartley, forward again and defends, as we've seen on umpteen times in this partnership. Getting forward, going right back. They've used different strategies to try and cope with Van Buren. That's again defended, and again there's no run.
Yeah, these two have really, I think, found a method to combat Van Buren. There's been the odd moment in the last few overs that he's bowled which you still feel as though there might be just one that Van Buren could maybe get to catch a bit of glove or something, or an edge through to the keeper. There's still the threat there, and then they would hope that 1 wicket, get a new batter out there, that could just get things going again. I mean, Tom Bailey won't give his wicket away easily, that's for sure. And then Sakib Mahmood, John Turner, they could get into those two, but they just haven't been allowed to by Hartley and by Wells. Gloucestershire have been frustrated. They've now only got, even if they take 4 wickets this over, 18 overs left to play with. Singhdale bowls, that's clipped away past the leg gully, leg slip, where the line's drawn. It's basically right in between the two, isn't it? It's a single anyway, past that fielder, whatever you call it. 223 for 6. And Hartley back on strike, and it's the way it works with the second new ball, and it's just probably going to come too late for Gloucestershire unless they take a couple in the few overs before it. Singhdale is in and bowls. Hartley full delivery, and he looks the picture of calmness and, for the most part, comfort against Singhdale. Seems to have his eye in really well.
Yeah, he's not quite managed, and this is the 18th over of the innings, and it's day 4 of the match, so with all that in mind, but he's not quite managed to create that sense of jeopardy as he did a little earlier on in the day, Singhdale, at least just yet.
Middlesex have lost a 7th.
Oh dear.
Singhdale in bowls, that's carved down towards the boundary at deep third, and Hartley will just take a single. 85 is the lead, so Middlesex need 53 to win still, but Jack Davies is now out for 59. 3rd wicket for Matt Parkinson, in addition to effecting a run out. So, wow, it's a long way to, a relatively long way I'd have thought to survive for Middlesex, so the way it's worked out, it almost does feel as if it's going to be a win either way. And Eskinazi gone back out there as the established batter. Singhdale tries another one of those slower balls, and Wells just waits for it, turns it to leg, where there's lots of singles available, and takes one of them to short, running in from mid-on. 225 for 6. And so often, I guess it's just about taking the sting out of things, and it shows you, okay, there's the ball getting much older now. That helps, but just the psychological sting of the wickets falling, as that's cut away and cut for 4 by Hartley. They put 2 fielders there on the cut shot, so Gloucestershire were happy for him to try and cut it. But too much pace, too much bat on it from Hartley. Went up and over those 2 fielders. There was a backward point and a wide gully. No chance for them at all, and it's another 4 runs. Gloucestershire would have to get 90-run lead.
It felt like tea came at a very good time for Lancashire. To try to take the sting out of it, as you mentioned, the 20-minute tea break helped.
Singdale bowls, hurls another one down, and all that happens is Hartley meets it with the middle of the bat. Seems as if he's got all the time in the world to play it away towards mid-off. There is no run. 2:29 for 6. So again, 4 wickets in the over means it's 90 needed off 17 overs. Again, that's even that feels as if it wouldn't be the absolute easiest, because again of that rough that the likes of Hartley would have to work with. But of course, it's going to take some time for 4 wickets to fall. It needs a pretty, well, it's not quite monumental, but because it's the lower order, but it needs a real flurry to happen for Gloucestershire, and it's running out of time to happen.
Yes, Hartley and Wells have done a terrific job here for Lancashire. Don't just yet. Van Buren to Wells, who's backing across, and that's defended, and there's no run.
Bang, bang.
Indeed. And nudged away by Wells. No addition to the score. Needs more than bang bang, doesn't it, really? Defended. The fact that Lancashire pushed that lead to 90. Chatting at tea to some of the guys downstairs, thinking, well, 100 in front looked like a million miles away for Lancs. Wells going across and defending.
And I think they've struck a really good balance of at all times being cautious for the delivery from Van Buren that might do something, but they've played enough shots off the seamers.
Wells going back to defend, and then he wasn't quite sure where the ball was ricocheting to. He's right across to cover up with, what he's seen some, well, George Bell has seen a very unfortunate dismissal when the ball's gone back onto his stumps. Wells making sure nothing similar happened. Driven away, and Singdale, who's at backward point, fields, and there's no run. Maiden over. 77 gone, so that a second new ball becomes available for Gloucestershire in 3 overs time. Still got 4 wickets to prize out, and the lead looking a little healthier now for Lancashire, and with the overs remaining in the day, the state of the game looks a little easier from Lancashire's point of view.
Yeah, and although 19 still seems like a good number of overs, because of that lead and because of the change of innings, it's not 19 overs. It's already down to 16. And 16 to get 91, that feels, yeah, you know, you just you know, repeating yourself, but you keep doing the maths, so you just keep doing the equation, and you start to see that required run rate, as would be, just increase by almost 1 every over or 2. It shows how quickly things need to start happening, and Ollie Price is going to come back on from the Anderson end, off spin to Hartley, who's forward poking this one to Bancroft, who's under the helmet at second slip. Hammond at first. So no short leg, no fielder in close on the offside. Looking for a bit of bounce wide of off stump, but that one's straighter. So Hartley, because of the fact there's no short leg, can roll the wrists on that, and also know that there's unlikely to be a great deal of turn off the straight. So he can trust those ones. Ollie Price in to Hartley, who plays late but safely enough towards backward square. And well, Gloucestershire, it's twice in 3 games, possibly, as Price is in, forced down to mid-on, twice in 3 games where they've done magnificently well to take 6 wickets on a final day where not many thought that they would get to that sort of position. But as Ollie Price is in to Hartley, he plays to mid-wicket gently for no run, and it does start to look as though Gloucestershire will be frustrated in their bid for that first win of the season, but they have played some fantastic cricket in this game, not least the man delivering it now as Price to Wells, and Hartley rather, and there's no run again. Back to the bowler. It's a maiden from Ollie Price. He's taken a wicket and he's scored 253 not out to allow Gloucestershire some sort of a chance on this final day. Wasn't happy with just even 150 and then 200, just continued to move things along. Rarely seen somebody so well established at the crease. You just wonder where he could have gone on to even beyond that, but it also underlines, I guess, how hard it is to make a triple century in first-class cricket, because so often you're thinking in other terms, like Gloucestershire are, still trying to win a match.
Van Buren to Wells, beats him. He didn't kind of really go at it, Luke Wells. He's having to be so careful here with that ball pitching outside his off stump and what it might do. He needs to get the bat and the gloves out of the way of it. He's going to try and hammer it down the ground, but he sends it straight to Singdale at mid-on. Yeah, just to your point about taking 6 wickets on the final day, we only had 18 wickets falling across the first 3 days. So even in this position here, it's a terrific effort. It just slides past the edge of the bat of Luke Wells. Van Buren's down crouching. He's beaten Wells a few times, he's beaten Hartley a few times, but they're still there. That one that doesn't spin is as dangerous as the ones that do hit the footmarks. Oh, he's looking to drive the ball and through the offside, and I'm quite sure how somehow he's managed to roll past his leg stump and has been picked up at leg slip. Remains on 36, 229 for 6. Van Buren. Has that got the edge? It has! And it is Van Buren that makes something happen right at the back end of the day when it felt like things were just starting to fizzle out. 7 down Lancashire, but they lead by 90, but Wells departs for 36, and they've got a batter out before the second new ball is due if they want to use it.
It did sound as though there was a noise. It took a little bit of time for the finger to be raised by Jack Chantry, but he was waiting for Wells to go. I think Wells accepting that he had hit it once the finger was raised, and just that little slider almost from Van Buren. Gloucestershire up immediately. Did just hear a little something in the effects microphone. The question is it too little too late? When a it still needs to happen very quickly for Gloucestershire to have a realistic chance. I mean, it's not, you know, of course you can set everybody back on the boundary, but there is a very short boundary to use. So it's not going to be easy to protect that boundary, but at the same time, you've also got a red ball, you've got footmarks, and the required rate will be steep, whatever happens from here. But the fact that it's Wells who's out as well, that's what just gives you that little bit of belief again if you're Gloucestershire. And I think, even from the point of view of carrying on or not, I think Van Buren probably needed that as well, because he's put in a serious shift here. As I say, he's not somebody who's done a lot of extended bowling in recent times. That shoulder is going to be tired after this.
Yes, he's wheeled through 19 overs at the end of this next delivery. Tom Bailey, the new batter, 4 around the bat, a couple of slips, leg slip and a short leg. It's making Bailey wait a little longer. They may require another helmet being carried out. They do. So he's going to have a little bit more company. Van Buren 3 for 30. He's got a 4th in his sights. Bailey, though, to begin with, to get past. Here he is to complete the over. And Bailey just pushing away towards the offside for no run. So, that is the end of the 79th over of Lancashire's second innings. 17 overs remaining in the day, lead of 90. What do they do with the second new ball, and what do they do with Van Buren?
Yeah, because that's you wonder. Take the new ball, but still keep Van Buren on is an option. I don't know. I think at this stage, maybe you just keep going with the old one, because I don't know. It's not many overs that are going to be bowled with it until the equation is just too steep. You're only talking, what, 3 or 4 overs? It's down to 90 from 14 if there's 3 wickets this over. It's Ollie Price in, Hartley driving towards a deep mid-off. And they don't take a run, which might have been there. I wonder if Hartley's thinking, well, actually, I want to, as the left-hander, I want to take the off-spinner, which is counterintuitive to what you'd normally think, but that's the way on the final day with these footmarks. Well, there wouldn't be too many for Ollie Price to bowl to Bailey with. As again, Hartley plays back to the bowler. Bailey certainly, absolutely, by no means somebody that you expect to be easy to prize out, and it needs to happen very quickly. Hammond at first, Bancroft at second, Tom Price just loosening up in case at backward square. Ollie Price in. Hartley again nudges onside for no run. I suppose at least you just want to be there in case your captain just decides that that's the way he wants to go. The decision will be there to be made at the end of this over. Ollie Price in. Again, Hartley is just playing it late, so watchful. Comfortable enough just to read what's happening off the pitch, and again, it's not a huge amount because there aren't those footmarks to use. Ollie Price into Hartley, wide of the crease, blocked away again towards Charlesworth at short mid-wicket. Still, it has been a little bit a different game when Van Buren's bowling compared with with most others, even at Ajit Singh Dale, as his spells have worn on. A bit quicker from Ollie Price. It's cut away by Hartley. He'll pick up a single to end the over, so they can't even get Bailey on strike at the moment. And some applause from the Lancashire members on the far side in front of the pavilion as they've seen off one more over.
Middlesex have lost an 8th wicket, and it's Stevie Eskenazi, who's obviously suffering some kind of injury and struggling, and he's been trapped LBW. Middlesex trying to survive. 51's not going to happen to win. Kent 2 wickets away from victory.
18 overs still left there, so Kent look to be closing in. Zafar Gohar is batting for Middlesex, along with Toby Rowland Jones now.
Ooh, they have taken the new ball.
Ah, harder, newer ball. Van Buren's obviously happy to bowl with it, looking for some bounce and a bit more pace through.
So Van Buren with a new ball, dropped short and slapped out into the onside by Tom Hartley. Well, sometimes a challenge of having this hard new ball for a spinner and trying to grip it. Forward goes Hartley, just dabs it away into the onside. There's no run.
Even just a couple of deliveries that it takes just to get used to the feel of it. There are 2 deliveries that need to be taking wickets.
In the balls. And Bailey wants a single, but Hartley sends him back as that's clipped down towards short fine leg where Charlesworth fields. 230 for 7. Hartley 32 not out from 97 balls. Van Buren bowling. Oh, that's steered beyond the reach of Hammond. Down towards short third. So gets a single. Hammond going lurching after it, but wasn't in the vicinity of taking a catch or stopping the ball. So 1 extra run. Lead goes to 92, 231 for 7. Bailey on strike. He's got a bit of company around the bat. He's getting forward, and then Van Buren is pleading with the umpire, and Bracey's hopping up and down behind the stumps as well. But without Van Buren and without Bracey, there wasn't a great deal else around that around the bat, thinking that was out.
I think it may have been boot first, but he's way outside the line is the problem.
Van Buren to Bailey, 2 slips, silly point, short leg, in and balls. It's too far wide of off stump and ignored, and he's struggled a bit with that new ball in comparison to the previous 19 overs with the older ball, where he was bowled superbly, but quite get it right in that over. Van Buren 15 left, 92 in front, 231 for 7.
He's going to take it from the Anderson end, though. Is that Tom Price just... He's pawing at the crease. The question is it him to bowl? There's not a great deal of clue at this point, and yes, it is going to be Tom Price. He's bowled a bit from both ends. His best spell probably has been from the Statham end, but at this stage you've got to keep Graham Van Buren going, I think, from the Statham end, so Price has to switch back to the Anderson end, which he hasn't always loved.
Last throw of the dice type situation this now, isn't it, for Gloucestershire?
They're about 4 overs from definite safety here. Lancashire, I think, even 3 and starts to. I mean, even if they score a few more runs, 11, 12 and over, again, you'd give it a go. But I think 4 overs, especially also if there's 7 down still. So there's not really going to be enough time for the lacquer to come off this new ball. Well, it will bowl Tom Price with it. He has taken 3 for 42 here. He's a big part in the second innings of why Gloucestershire are hunting a possible victory. You got the first wicket of the innings. It was a pretty comfortable opening partnership going between Bell and Jennings. Just got to 50 before Bell was out. Bohannon was another vital wicket from Tom Price. Matty Hurst as well. There are 3 slips as Tom Price is in. There's a nonchalant leave from Tom Hartley. He seems to be seeing the ball so well the last little while. It's been in relatively little bother. And the only chance he's offered up was that, well, it was a short ball from Buren. He pulled it. It was hit viciously, and Cameron Green got hands on it at mid-wicket goalkeeper fashion, just couldn't quite cling on. Tom Price in and bowls, and again Hartley doesn't have to play.
Yep. Can't afford too many of those, can they, really, Gloucestershire? Easy for Hartley to ignore, and further balls that they have to face chipped away. You're going to change it here, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose you've got to, really. As much as with the new ball in any other circumstance bowling to Tom Hartley, he probably would be thinking about trying to bring the outside edge into play from over the wicket. Kind of got to target the stumps now, although that one again can be left by Tom Hartley from round the wicket. And 3 deliveries which Hartley's not had to play at, but it's tough because he just bowl every single ball at the stumps. It also, in a way, has a similar effect to... Oh, it could have a similar effect to 3 that you've just been able to leave comfortably. Hartley seems that confident out there. Tom Price in now to Hartley, who has played that down off the thick outer part of the bat to deep third and turned down the single. He's taking the responsibility on, and he's not allowing Tom Bailey to face the bowling of Tom Price. Again, whether they've decided that it'll be much easier for Bailey to face Van Buren, or whether it really is that Hartley's just taking this on himself. But see if that was the right decision, as Tom Price is in, and it's that ball it is. Hartley watches it again, and so steady, and plays it to mid-off. And nobody's scored above Luke Wells' 36 in this innings. But pretty much everybody's at least been out there for some length of time. George Balderson only made 2, but he was out there for 26 minutes. That's the shortest amount of time that anybody's spent out there. Price in now, and bowls. Oh, that's just leapt up out of nowhere, and it's gone for 4 byes. What on earth has that hit? I haven't seen a single ball do that all match. It's I can't imagine what that's hit. It's like a bit of loose mud or something. That, I mean, you're not playing that, so in a way it's harmless. I mean, Tom Bailey can have a laugh about it because this is absolutely nothing he can do, and it's 4 more runs, which could be important still. Bracey had no chance. I mean, it's just 4 byes off a full length, and it just exploded off what was looking an almost totally benign surface, with the exception of those footmarks. 235 for 7, 14 remain, but really only 11 remain. 96 runs the lead.
Tom Hartley went down to look at the exact spot the ball pitched.
Is Tom Price really going to field like that? He is.
Short and wide and carved away by Bailey. Gets him off the mark. 4 runs. 239 for 7. Lead now moves to exactly 100. Van Buren with this second new ball. Trying to find some success as he did with the old one. Again, that's too wide and left.
Yeah, it was a difficult decision, I think, for Bancroft as to whether to take the new ball or not.
There's Van Buren to Bailey. Again, wide and left.
Especially with the right-hander coming in, maybe he just felt that he needed something else other than Van Buren now to take the wickets with the right-handers to come.
It's forward and defence. Jack Shantry umpiring at the Statham end.
He needed that threat from the other end as well, somebody to try and fire out the tail.
Van Buren to Bailey, lunging forward and defending, and there is no run. Exactly 100 in front. 239 for 7. Finished the over, bowling over the wicket to Bailey, and he's pushed his 3 point to leg slip. So 2 slips, leg slip, and a short leg. And so Van Buren is in and bowls, but down the leg side and called a wide by the umpire. And he moves to 101. Van Buren sets off, stops, comes back, and then starts again. And Bailey digs it out, a foolish ball from Graham Van Buren, and that is indeed the end of the over. 240 for 7, 101 in front, and not a lot happening for Van Buren with the second new ball from this Brian Statham end, to the delight of Lancashire.
2 more, maybe.
Yeah, it's down to
Something
single
like
figures then, isn't it, for overs left once you get through this one.
Yeah. One from Tom Price, and well, the thing is, you probably feel like you'd like to have Sing Dale steaming in at Bailey, but it's just another spell he'd have to start, and then it's almost too late for that now, I think. Might add to the decision for Gloucestershire, but they've still got to give this a chance for a couple more overs. It's Tom Price bowling now to Tom Hartley, and there's a gentle dab down to Ajit Singh Dale at deep third, and again they are turning down the single. Hartley's just counting them off now. Cameron Green almost motioning at third slip again. I said it before in the match earlier on, but unavailable to bowl still. What Gloucestershire would have done to have just had a few overs from him up their sleeve at some point. There are 3 slips in a gully as Tom Price is into Hartley. That's clipped away through square leg. They will set off for runs here because there's a comfortable 2 available. Gloucestershire going pretty much on the full attack now, seeing that Hartley's turning down singles. And 2 more runs. 242 for 7. Hartley on to 35. And it's been a bizarre game for a few trivial reasons. In the end, it has proved seemingly as hard as you'd have expected for Gloucestershire to bowl Lancashire out on this final day, as Price bowls and played onside for no run. And certainly when especially Balderson was dismissed at 160 for 6 and just 51 overs into the day with all that time left, it probably just about would have had Gloucestershire as the favourite at that point. But Wells and Hartley in particular have had other ideas. Tom Price switches to over the wicket, bowls a beauty which has beaten the edge of Hartley. It's the first time in what feels like a very long time that he's been beaten by anything. But again, survives, and well, it's guaranteed him with 3 in 3 that it's going to be sent into even another over Just 2 deliveries left in this one. Tom Price in over the wicket and bowls. Hartley punches away out into the covers. There'll be at least 2 here as there's a chase back for mid-off, who will just about get there before it crosses that short boundary. And Hartley, perhaps fittingly, is now the top scorer in this innings on 37, 244 for 7. Well, it's been a lovely trip up here, as always, to Old Trafford. I suspect it's not going to be lasting too much longer, so thank you very much to everybody in the media centre for some fantastic hospitality, and we'll see whether Gloucestershire will be back next year or not. In comes Price and bowls. Hartley's forward defending out into the offside. There is no run, and maybe one more.
Yeah, Singdale, isn't it?
I think it's going to be, yeah. Van Buren has put his sweater back on.
Well, it's a terrific effort by Graham Van Buren on this final day. 21 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 36. He's had a go with the new ball. He's found it a little bit tricky with the new ball to offer the threat that he was causing, certainly before tea, with the older ball. And having taken the second new ball, then I suppose you might as well give it a go with one of your gun bowlers, and Singdale is going to come back into the attack. He's going to come in from the Brian Statham end. But, yeah, that's a great effort from Van Buren today. But it was just that sense, it was that build-up to tea. Tea was perfectly timed for Lancashire. It got them out the firing line for a bit. You just sensed that another over or 2 of Van Buren and get rid of Hartley or Wells before tea, and could have been potentially a lot different. Singdale into Bailey, who plays forward and defends. 3 slips and a gully for Singdale.
It's pretty admirable, that, given this is 19th over of this innings. He bowled, what, 25 in the first. He's in his, well, I suppose this is now, what, his fourth at least spell of the day. He's barely bowled from the Statham end as well. He just charges straight in and delivers one right on middle and off.
In and balls again to Bailey, who defends. And there's no run. Yeah, great. Well, I mean, all round from Gloucestershire and Lancashire, I'm sure we'll take a lot from the way that they've, from their point of view, they'll be hoping that this doesn't unravel, but I don't think it's going to do. That they've not lost, and they've found a way to make sure that they've earned a draw from this game. But Gloucestershire have been terrific on this final day. Yesterday with the bat, Ollie Price. Today as a bowling unit to get Lancashire 7 down and feeling real pressure before tea. As Bailey takes a single down to fine leg, he moves on to 5, 245 for 7. We'll leave Lancashire, well, I say feeling pretty good about themselves, but they might actually feel quite disappointed in the end that they've not managed to be able to force a win on the final day. But they couldn't really done much more. I mean, the declaration overnight felt like a bold declaration in so much that most people just thought they would bat on for a little bit and try and push the lead up to get a 170, 180, maybe even 200. They get themselves a day to try and bowl Lancashire out. And this Hartley leaves this delivery from Singdale through to Bracey, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think they always needed that time, probably. Whilst, I mean, where would it be if they batted on? Say they might have 40 runs, but again, because it was 8 down, you just never know. They might have batted on, got 10 runs, used up 3 or 4 overs, and then the change of innings, and actually taken quite a lot of time out of the game for very little gain.
Yeah, I think it was definitely the right call, wasn't it, to get Lancashire in first thing this morning. Short, and steered away by Hartley down to backward point. There's no run. Needing 96 overs to try and take 10 wickets on the final day. You need them here, don't you? Even on the last day with the ball spinning a bit for the left arm spinner. Two, 4, 5 for 7. One ball left of the over. 3 slips and a gully. Watley 37 not out. Singdale in from the Brian Statham end over the wicket. Balls pushes it full and wide and left and through to the keeper Bracey. This is the end of the over, so 11 remaining, but it's not like many because of the change of innings and all the rest of it. They're 106 in front. Still need to take 3 more wickets before that happens.
Surely this is the last one. I mean, even if they want to give Singdale another, it's just an absurd required rate it would be. After this one, it's already pretty crazy. 107 off 8 overs if all 3 were to fall in this one. But, well, we've got too many places to be, so might as well play it out. 3 slips and a gully for Tom Price to Tom Bailey, and that's wide of the off stump, and there's no shot. It's been some effort on the back of at the back end of day one. I keep going back to it. 333 for 3 Lancashire at the back end of day one, and your 5th consecutive championship match to start the season. It would have been quite easy for heads to have dropped from that sort of position, but they didn't seem to. They got that double breakthrough at the end of day one. As Tom Price is in bowls, and Bailey's played at that one and is very much beaten by that. As it just nips past his outside edge, and Bracey tidies up. But the game really will be remembered for Ollie Price's remarkable effort. 253 not out. As Tom Price in now and bowls. Bailey comes across and stumps and works it to mid-on. Certainly one of the better innings that you will see, and I think with Lancashire at 245 for 7, it does rather show you again that yes, it was, we thought, on a pretty flat pitch, but it's taken 7 Lancashire wickets to get towards Ollie Price's total here. Tom Price into Bailey, inside edge on to pad. Out into the onside. And, well, that might have needed to be the Tom Price hat-trick, really, for any sort of a chance. 3 and 3 and then 8 overs.
A pretty decent few days for the Price brothers, hasn't it?
Yep. Yeah, Tom Price has bowled especially well once he's sorted out his run-up issues, which he had at times.
He did, yeah.
3 for 46. Excellent return. In and bowls, and Bailey drives out through the covers, and that will be 4. There's Josh Short giving up the chase pretty quickly. Not too well timed, and that will move Bailey on to 9. The score to 249 for 7. And for Gloucestershire, they wait to pick up their first championship win of the year. We'll move on to Kent at home. Came pretty close in the end to beating Kent at Canterbury. Be interesting to see what sort of a surface we get at Bristol for the next one after the round off. Tom Price in, Bailey forward, tapping into the covers. Be a diving stop from Ben Charlesworth there. There is no run. And will we have another? It certainly looks as though we will have another.
Well, this is terrific from Tom Hartley. He's batted a couple of hours now, hasn't he, for his 37. It's a valiant effort from Hartley to try and help save Lancashire. Looks like he's, with a bit of help from others, he's done that. And yeah, rather gloomy looks on one or two other Gloucestershire players, but they shouldn't be, because they've been terrific. They've enjoyed 4 really good days of cricket, and yesterday they bossed it with the bat, and Price was terrific. And today they've come in and bowled really well to get Lancashire 7 down. Even though they may look a little dispirited at the prospect that they might fall short, they've been excellent in the game. Defended by Hartley down towards Gully. There's no run. I mean, Lancashire got 450 in their first innings, and they were 140 behind at the end of the first innings. So, a brilliant effort all round from Gloucestershire. Hartley, I say, will take something, and I think Lancashire in general will take something from the fact that if they don't lose it, then maybe it was a game that last season they may have lost. Singdale to Tom Hartley. Guides their way towards backward point, and there's no run.
There is still a potential thriller on at Lords, with Middlesex at 332 for 8. Zafar Gohar's got 8. Toby Rowland-Jones has 11. 33 to win, 2 wickets in hand, and 11 overs and change remaining. Middlesex might yet win it.
Well, we saw Somerset in kind of an unlikely position find a way to win with a run chase. Singdale to Hartley, short ball, but down the leg side. Bracey can't do anything about that. It's going to be in the book as byes, and 4 of them. But, not a great deal James Bracey could do with that. That brings up Lancashire's 250. In fact, they've got to 253, which is what Ollie Price got for Gloucestershire yesterday. So 253 for 7. Lead now moves to 114. That might point in flogging Singdale much longer. He's bowled beautifully here all day. You can't ask him to do another over, can you? After this one, this must be coming towards the end. Short again. As it just glanced at us off the bat of Tom Hartley, and caught by Bracey. So Lancashire are 8 down. Hartley's epic effort comes to an end. He's gone for 37. If it ends in a draw, then he's played his part with the bat today. Singdale, to his credit, right at the back end of the match, has come steaming in and has managed to find another wicket from somewhere. 253 for 8.
Well, goodness knows he deserves it. I mean, it would have been ridiculous if he'd ended up with a 1 foot after the job that he's done. It's almost a shot from Hartley, a little bit of, well, the job's kind of done here, really. It was a prod at the ball, and Bracey taking it. So Singdale, if he takes a hat-trick, 114 needed off 7 overs. Yeah, they've given it absolutely everything today of Gloucestershire on a pitch which we really thought didn't have anything left to give, and Van Buren with his turn and his accuracy, and Singdale with his pace, and Tom Price with a little bit of late swing, have just given Gloucestershire a really good chance. But it was always going to take that one partnership that just established itself, I think, and in the end that Wells-Hartley partnership has done enough for Lancashire, even though they are still giving it a go. Gloucestershire, is that 2 wickets in 2 balls at Cardiff as well, so that's not quite done yet. 60 needed for Derbyshire, but I don't think they're going to get that at 278 for 7. 3 wickets needed by Glamorgan.
So maybe still a little life in the games at Lords and in Cardiff. Saqib Mahmood is the new batsman for Lancashire. And Gloucestershire have set themselves afield here with a short leg, 2 short mid-wickets, fine leg, 2 slips, gully, point, cover. And Singdale all by himself from the Brian Statham men with no one around him because everyone's close in towards the bat. About to come steaming in. He's picked up 2, he's looking for another. And he's in bowling to Mahmood. It is short, and Mahmood crouching underneath it. Through to Bracey, 2-5-3 for 8. Singdale 2 for 62, and I think I agree, Ed, the point that you made about had he finished the innings just with 1 wicket would not really have been a reflection of the way he's bowled. I don't think really 2 for 62 is, to be truthful, but it's a bit more reward for him, and he's deserved it. Waiting for Mahmood, making Mahmood wait as he just drops John Shaw back a little. He's at mid-wicket, just creeping a little deeper. Final ball of the over. Singdale in, balls, goes for the Yorker to Mahmood, and that's clipped away too short, and there is no run. End of the over. Might be the end of Singdale because I don't think we're too far away from the end of the match. At 2-5-3 for 8, leading by 114 runs.
Yeah, got a hug from Tom Price. I don't know if that was just absolutely for certain that this would be the last over. I wonder if almost just the fact that Hartley may have known that the end was close, if that's just affected his dismissal there. But yeah, I think it's basically impossible to see the runs being scored, even with the 2 wickets. It's Gloucestershire making absolutely sure that they gave it everything and more.
Cameron Bancroft was just looking round to the dressing room then with his hands wide open.
Yeah. Tom Price, though, to continue, and Bailey, a bit of bounce there and played out towards point.
Head coach was walking around the balcony, the boundary at one point, wasn't he? But I think he's back up in the dressing room. So Cameron Bancroft was just looking towards the Gloucestershire balcony with his arms outstretched, with that kind of look of, what do you reckon? Crack on or call it quits? Well, down to going to be 5, isn't it, at the end of this over? Even if two wickets fall in this over.
Price into Bailey, and that's a forward press out into the wide mid-off region. Josh Shaw fields.
I suppose they've absolutely earned the right to keep Lancashire out there as long as they want.
Yep, I suppose Gloucestershire have got a round off next round, but Lancashire haven't. Lancashire are off to Northampton, which is Gloucestershire's next away trip. A home game against Kent to come before that. Tom Price into Bailey. Oh gosh, that's gone right through everything. It's a no ball, so it doesn't matter, but that was another one of those that Tom Price has just got a little bit of that in swing, and it's gone straight between bat and pad. Doesn't matter because it's a no ball, and it's also 2 more runs that Gloucestershire have to go out and get from no time flat. Again, his wickets all count, I suppose. Tom Price in, down the pitch. Bailey walking at him, played back towards the bowler. Yeah, I think this is it. It's been an encouraging 4-game stretch, but it's 3 draws and a loss. They'll just have to roll with it. Gloucestershire, they've got no other choice, because there's very little that you could fault them for over that 4-game stretch. Just a few moments here or there. I don't think there's really been any, particularly in this game. Price bowls, and back of a length, Bailey defends into the offside. I don't know that there's much really. The only dropped catch was the incredibly difficult green one. Yeah. That's the only chance they haven't taken in terms of, you know, ones that have actually reached the hand. There've been a couple of times where there's been edges that would have carried to non-existent slips. Tom Price in and bowls, and Bailey again is forward and playing the ball towards mid-off. So again, that's because there's one ball left in that over. That's then another over that's got to be taken off because of the over in progress being ditched too. I think this surely has to be the last ball of the match. Surely
can't make Singdale bowl another one.
No,
knackered.
Tom Price in now, bowls to Bailey. Bailey squirts it back to the bowler. Tom Price fields, and I think that is going to be that. Bancroft, the Gloucestershire captain, walks up to Tom Bailey. He shakes his hand, and the match is drawn, with Lancashire ending on 255 for 8 with a 116-run lead. Gloucestershire have thrown everything they could at Lancashire today. Tom Price, 3 wickets. Graham van Buren, a sterling job. 21 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 36. Ajit Singh Dale, superb in the match. 2 wickets in this innings, 3 in the first. Lancashire with, for the most part, steady contributions all the way down, whilst it's that Wells and Hartley partnership that has mostly seen them to safety. There were others who've chipped in here and there and have done enough to just survive, as Gloucestershire will take 13 points from this match. Lancashire will take 12. Gloucestershire's head coach Mark Alleyne out to shake the hands of Saqib Mahmood and Tom Bailey as substitute fielders and Gloucestershire's backroom staff come out onto the field as well. And well, Mark Alleyne looks like a happy head coach down there, because his charges have once again delivered everything that they've got throwing at Lancashire. But it is a draw, and it is, as I say, 13 to Gloucestershire, 12 to Lancashire as far as the table.
Yep. He's got every right to look pretty happy, hasn't he? Because Gloucestershire have enjoyed a good 3 or 4 days here at Emirates Old Trafford. Marcus Harris, who's been a leading performer for Lancashire with the bat, making sure he shook the hands of every member of his former teammates. Wells and Hartley, in the end, either side of tee, basically digging Lancashire out of an increasingly larger hole as the day went on. So yeah, they'll, I'm sure, take some comfort from the fact that they have managed to bat through the day, but the game has largely belonged to Gloucestershire with that performance with the bat yesterday, and I think a brilliant effort today to have taken 8 wickets right at the end of the day in Singdale with that latest one of Tom Hartley. That's the Lancashire second innings batting card, with Luke Wells as hard fought 36 and Tom Hartley's 37. The glue in the middle there for Lancashire when it was starting to get a little bit uncomfortable either side of the tee interval. And that's a fine effort from Gloucestershire's bowlers. 3 for Tom Price, 2 for Singdale, 3 for Van Buren. He was causing all sorts of problems in the afternoon for Gloucestershire, but in the end it wasn't to be for Gloucestershire. It was a fine effort to try and bowl Lancashire out, but it does finish in a draw, and a match that's been largely dominated by the bat until the final day. And Gloucestershire found a way to put some pressure on, and another draw for Lancashire. They've played 4 and drawn 4 of the Red Rose, which means they're unbeaten heading to Northamptonshire next week. Thank you for your company, Ed. It's been good fun.
Yeah, thank you. I will look forward to your company at Cheltenham in a couple of months' time.
Indeed. We will leave it there then for our viewers, our listeners on the BBC Sport website and app. I shall catch you on Wednesday, actually, at Southport for the women's match, which will also be on Lex TV. And the next championship match for the men will be on Friday at Northamptonshire. And for our viewers on Lex TV, we'll sign off with highlights of the day's play.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so
I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.